but you're missing one of the biggest things in your life.
Biggest things? Well, welcome to TopstepTV. Only TopstepTV has the biggest and best names in the trading world on this show. I'd like to welcome everybody here to a Thursday, the 16th of January. My God, John, we're halfway through January with a blink of the eye. Blink of the eye. So,
Be March
so glad you
before we
can
know
make it
it.
here. It's going to be. Yep, it's going to be March before we know it. So glad you can make it today. So glad everybody can make it today. You're at the right place at the right time. And yes, we have saved you a front row seat. So welcome aboard here. And this is opening call. He's Fraser Thomas. I'm Garfield Goose. And most of you probably don't even know who the hell that is. But it sort of clicked a memory of childhood. And I had to put that up there.
I would say probably 40% of the people watching know who Garfield Goose and Fraser Thomas were.
Maybe 40%. Look it up.
We used
who knows? Who knows? Of course, yeah. That's used to get us up in the morning, right? There was some more. It was Ray Rayner, Fraser Thomas. Anyway, let's move on. I digress. So let's get ready for a great day. Participate. Be part of the Top Step team. All right. So remember, hey, the chat is here for you. Respect, be honorable, and let's get busy here. Let's say hello to our good friend. Of course, our good friend, our mentor, the man with the plan, the man with the golden gun, John, a.k.a. the Hoag. Good morning, Johnny.
The man with the golden gun. Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, everybody.
Good one.
Yes. Yeah. Welcome to Opening Call. Always our focus here is on seeking accurate context in these markets. Always remembering risk management and its importance and remaining patient in our trading. I should just say Dan Trader's always first in the chat. Good morning, Dan Trader. Chris Flores, Anastasios, Shubham, good to see you. KSM one time, Thomas, and I have a scan. Crawdads Fish Market, good morning. Yabber Smack, Slippers, Man Cave Trades, Flippin' Ticks, and Mike Godfrey, just the top of the chat. But welcome to each and every one of you. Great to see you this morning.
I tell you, reading that list puts a smile on my face. I tell you, we got some unique people in this chat. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to everybody here. All right, let's get busy here. U.S. stock futures did move higher, pointing to an extension on a surge. Wall Street in the prior session that sparked a soft core inflation reading and solid earnings from those things we call the big old banks. Dow contract added about 61.1%. S&Ps ticked up a Jordan, 0.4%, 23 points. And the NASDAQ jumping 123 points, or 0.6%. Now, all three of these averages spiked yesterday, notching their biggest percentage climb since November, back in November 6th, as the cooler than anticipated measure of core consumer price growth in December bolstered hopes for more Federal Reserve interest rate cuts this year. Now, Bank of America says Ixnay on the UTKs, which means no cuts. They're thinking no cuts, but we'll find out. In the wake of the data, U.S. benchmark Treasury note yield, which has risen to a monthly high in these recent days, denting the attractiveness of equities, also dropped. Strong results from the major U.S. lenders supported sentiment as well. Well, thank you, major lenders, for that support. And speaking of support, Johnny, what other goodies do you got for our traders here today?
Well, all right. We did have some economic numbers come out this morning. Retail sales came out this morning a little lower than they were expected on the month-over-month number. They were looking for a drop from 0.7% to 0.6%. That fell to 0.4%. Year over year, a little higher than the previous number, which was 3.8, came out 3.92%. Jobless clams. The previous week was an additional 201,000. They were looking for 210,000 new jobless claims, initial jobless claims that came out at 217,000. Continuing jobless claims, however, came out lower than expected by about 20,000 approximately. Philly Fed is the big surprise, I think, this morning. It wasn't very impactful to the markets, but Philly Fed was expected to rise from negative 6.4 to negative 5. I see a positive 44.3. I don't know if that's right,
Mm,
but that would indicate
mm.
a pretty big jump in business activities in the Philly area. 9 o'clock today, we've got business inventories and the NAHB housing market index. 9:30, of course, we have the nat gas inventories due out, and 10 o'clock, there are 4 and 8 week bill auctions. As far as earnings are concerned this morning, Taiwan Semiconductor beating on both earnings per share and revenues. United Healthcare beats on earnings per share, but misses a little bit on revenues. Bank of America and Morgan Stanley beating on both categories. That's just the top of the list of the earnings. Yes, folks, we are back in earnings season. VIX this morning is up slightly at 16.23, but lower, much lower than yesterday at this time, which was 18.38. Dollar index 109.26, lower than yesterday at this time, 109.272. And the yield on the 10-year, this was kind of scary this morning. Last I looked, it was 4.666%, slightly lower than it was yesterday at this time, which was 4.69%. But
Mhm.
I hate that number, but that's just the way it is. That's it. Anyway, that's what we've got as far as economic numbers or known economic numbers today. Eddie, back to you for what, dude? Where's the crude?
What's dude? What's dude? Dude, dude. Where? I tell you, I used to use that name, that word in grade school a lot. Hey, dude. But still,
Hey, dude.
it's like the word cool. I've been using that like my whole life, but it's still cool to use cool as a cool word, right?
I still like the
Yes, it
word
is.
groovy. It's groovy,
Groovy.
baby.
Oh wow. It's like rad. Rad is out. But anyway, we'll have another session on that one. Segment coming up on language. But I was watching the crude today, and just knocking on that $80, knocking on that door here, very close, 79, 42, and we had a bottom of 75.89. That's on my ETH, and we are seeing that oil prices hovering around that flat line today, adding a recent highs driven by the combination of the U.S. inflation data, new sanctions on that Russian oil, and the significant drawdowns on U.S. crude inventories. WTI was around flat, 0.1% down slightly. We did see that oil prices did rise 2% yesterday. That's their highest levels since July. As the inflation report brought expectations of softer monetary policy back into play. And it also supported the bullish sentiment. U.S. Energy Information Administration, yes, that EIA, reported a drawdown of crude of nearly 2 million barrels, indicating a tightening of supply. And that's what we have here for the news here. Let's take a look at our Top Step tip of the week. Focus on one setup. A lot of times when I was doing a lot of the coaching here, I'd ask traders, what they were trading, what they were looking at, what their setups were. And a lot of traders had, they call it too much on your plate. All right. You got to keep it simple. Focus on that one setup, something that works for you. Now, I mean, there is a lot of options out there, especially when we bring in educators and when we bring in traders and they explain what they do. But it's always good to find that one setup that works for you. And sometimes if it doesn't and you're not having a good trade day or so forth, not necessarily meaning that you need a new strategy or a new style, a new setup. It's just a matter of, you know what? Hey, things aren't working today. I shouldn't be fighting the market, and maybe I'll just pull back a little bit, trade my practice account, see if that works. Maybe I'll get back on the horse again. So be careful there. All right, focus on one setup. Johnny, what do you got?
Well, whenever I see this, I always think back to Linda Rashke. I mean, she's the one that really said all you really need to be profitable in trading is one setup that you can rely
Mm,
on. And Eddie, you're right. A lot of people do look at too much stuff on the charts, too many opportunities, too many setups. To keep an accounting of the setups that have the higher probability, or at the very least the biggest probability for bigger profits. If you do have too much stuff on your charts, it's really just going to confuse and keep you kind of take you away from that simplicity of that one setup. I was talking to somebody very important yesterday, and you know, I said to him, I said, whenever I see a setup that I'm extremely confident in, I think it's a sure thing. Typically, that's not going to be a very good trade. It's the ones that make me
Mhm.
worry about it a little bit that tend to be the better trades. Maybe think about adding that to your setup. Is you know what if it doesn't scare me a little bit, probably not a good trade. That's just how things seem to work for me. I don't know about you, but yeah, all you really need to profit in trading is one setup that you can rely on with a good profit potential. Great
All right.
stuff.
All right. Moving on here. VIP.
Mm.
VIP. Stay tuned today. I'm just going to say that. That's all I'm going to say here right now. I'll come back and I'll give you a little bit more details. But VIP. Johnny, let's get to the charts. And then I got a little stuff to say here before we get into fast markets. But off to you,
All
my
right,
friend.
I'll make it brief, Eddie. I'll make it brief if I can. All right. So
Goodnight.
here's the even the S&Ps. We some non-scary PPI and CPI numbers brings more optimism and upside resilience. We started with short covering off the lows here yesterday. We added about 12,000 contracts in open interest, closing basically above the weekly kickoff high, 59.78 even. What I'm monitoring for today is continuation. I think, we are not out of the medium time frame downside auction. I think this is a pullback in it, but I think we're getting pretty close to breaking this downside structure that we're currently in. We can see we've got this trend line up here. There's probably another trend line we could kind of go across these three tops right here. Let's take a look and throw that on there just for giggles here. So there you go. There's three points of contact on the daily chart. One, two, three. I think our overnight high is going to be relatively important for us, and weekly kickoff low is going to also be an important level for us today. Let's take a quick look at the 30-minute chart. So yesterday, we did open with a gap. We were unable to close the gap. We pulled back. We finished the day above the weekly kickoff high, which is 59.78 even. We've been holding above that ever since really the opportunity to kind of look above that. We gave it back at one point. We could not take out the initial balance low, ended up taking out the initial balance high at the end of the day, and it just kind of rotated. I think we had some long liquidation and short time frame at the end of the day yesterday. What do we have as far as overnight inventory is concerned? We really don't have any overnight inventory. The question is, are we going to open possibly with a gap? We'd have to open above 6,001 and a quarter, 6,001 and a quarter for us to have any kind of session breakout or a session gap above the market. I don't really see that happening. I'm going to try and stay patient today. And again, we're kind of looking at an acceptance above the weekly kickoff high, 59.78 even, would be positive for continuation of the upside. A failure up here and seeing any longer time frame traders coming into this market to sell it would be kind of a bummer for longs. Of course, the profile yesterday was a normal variation, neutral day. Um, mm, 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 mm. Hang on a second here. Yep. Okay. So the last thing I want to mention is, ever since we tested the weekly kickoff low earlier in the week, which was Monday, 58.12, we've been putting in higher highs and higher lows. That has not stopped. So I'm kind of, looking at this market as possibly recovering in a longer time frame away or out of the downside structure that we're in. Again, a couple of kind of important levels. The trend line that we just put in here across our overnight high. We got last week's high at 60.45 half, and then we've got some space up above, maybe up to even or up around 60.90, 6100. I don't know. We'll have to see how this plays out. Again, I'm going to try and stay patient today. We didn't really get a lot of gyration or momentum or anything off of the early numbers today. We'll have to see how that plays out. All right, NASDAQ. We started adding open interest once we put in this excess low here. For the last 5 sessions, we've been adding open interest, and we added another 2,300 in open interest yesterday, up to but not through the weekly kickoff high of. I'm having a little trouble here. Hang on. Of 21,460. 21,460. That is correct. This white line right here is weekly kickoff high. We tried to get to it yesterday. We're unable to do so. We've looked above it in the overnight. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, now 5 points of contact on the trend line off the all-time high here. We're still showing in medium time frame lower highs, lower lows in kind of a longer time frame, not the longest of time frames, but in medium time frame. We're putting in lower lows, lower highs. We can break that possibly if we can find some buyers up above this trend line. What's this look like on the 30-minute chart? All right, so here we are. Yesterday, again, opening with a gap, unable to close the gap. We're looking for opportunities for longs. Those opportunities for longs paid throughout the day. We did not, again, get to or look above the weekly kickoff high, 21,460. A lot of folks in the power hour were looking for that level to maybe take some longs. We didn't quite get to take some profits on longs. We didn't quite get there. We saw the pullback at the end of the day, very short-term long liquidation. Now what do we've got? We've got a possible gap to the upside above that important inflection level, 21,460. More likely that we're going to have a gap in the NASDAQ than we are in the S&Ps, and we've got that longer time frame trend line looming just above. Visuals, ladies and gentlemen, visuals. Markets are very visual. If there's a lot of eyes looking at that trend line, there's going to be a tendency for price to want to go and check that level. Again, probably opening with a gap in the NASDAQ, maybe not in the S&Ps. I think the best case scenario, the best kind of hypothesis that I could come up with is if both of them were to open with a gap above yesterday's range and never close that gap, then I would look for the opportunity to test higher levels and to test higher trend lines. Perhaps would be something that would be tasty for us to take a look at. Take a look at crude oil now. Finally, crude oil is now trading the March contract. Weekly kickoff high in the March contract, 78.30. We tried to get up there yesterday. We got up there. We looked above it. So far today, we're not having any real success in the longer time frame of holding above that. What did we do? We added 23,000 in open interest yesterday. But again, a lot of that is based off of information coming from the rollover. We are deep in the teeth of rollover. So volume and open interest are going to be blurry. You see the volume falling off here in the March contract, should be rising in the March contract. So maybe we're getting a little bit long in the tooth up here, possibly. I don't know. I don't like trading markets during rollover, and I haven't liked trading crude for quite a little while. It's been a tough market to trade. Yesterday, opening with a gap, never closing the gap, and closing above the weekly kickoff high of 78.30. This naked point of control up here, 79.20, goes all the way back to April in the March contract. So this is actual March contract information. Look where the overnight traded to, and it targeted and now starts to kind of seem to be coming off of that. Overnight inventory, we got a little bit too short here to where the Ivy high from yesterday in the March contract, and finding buyers there now holding back and hanging around 78.30. If there is no decision in longer time frame, which there is a high probability of that today because it is in rollover, if there is a delay in longer time frame decision making in this area, be very careful, because those weekly kickoff levels, while sometimes they can be great opportunities for entries or exits, when the market becomes magnetic to them, they become toxic, because you're always thinking, well, I should go long above or short below, or long above or short below, or long above or short below. We saw an example of that in gold a couple of weeks ago, or was that just last week? I forget when it was, but be careful because the market has not really picked a direction away from weekly kickoff high here, 78.30 again, and that's in the March contract. Be careful around here. The market opening, largely in range, largely in value, right? Basically opened at the weekly kickoff high. Be careful. Take a quick look at gold and we'll get moving on here. All right. So we are still range bound in the medium time frame. We are seeing this market rallying now towards the weekly kickoff high 27.56, kind of the high end of the area of balance that we've been in. Well, let's just call this since November. We low, high, low, high, low, back to the high. Are we getting too long here? Well, we added another 11,000 contracts in open interest yesterday. On this move to the upside, we've been adding open interest. I think we've added open interest. I can tell you right now. Hang on, it's just 1 second. We've added open interest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 straight days, 8 straight days, and the market has been continuing to move higher. We've also been seeing negative delta. Gold is very pure when it comes to using delta for deciphering longer time frame participation. If I had to, and nobody knows for sure, I'm not saying anything absolute here, but I would say that the open interest increasing it right at higher levels against negative delta on most days is longer time frame buyers. Are we getting too long here? Well, weekly kickoff high might be an interesting area to try and find out if that is true. So again, on this move to the upside, increasing open interest, mostly negative delta, would indicate longer time frame buyers. Last time we saw that, we had a big increase in open interest. We had buyers take over, take us to the previous swing high. Really nice opportunity. This was all negative delta on increasing open interest. Longer time frame buyers against shorter time frame sellers. We're pitting time frame against time frame. The longer time frame buyers long, getting the shorter time frame traders too short. 3 straight days to the upside. The overnight, the shorter time frame inventory is then reconciled. We start pulling right back off of that. So the longer time frame chasing the short time frame around here in gold. The profile yesterday in gold, normal variation, neutral day. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here briefly, though. So we had a gap from, what was this? Today's Thursday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, gap. Monday, Thursday, gap. We're gapping higher. We are in an acceleration to the upside. How long can this happen? How long can this go? Well, 27.56 will be a good test of it. The opening range was the dead ass low of the session today, indicating buyers are still in control. Do not fight a directional market. Since the low on Monday, it's been nothing but higher highs, higher lows. We've had gaps. There is some weakness in structure down below, but that's going to become important when it becomes important. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful trying to short this market until you get some sort of important level. Maybe that weekly kickoff high level will be far enough to see some sort of pullback off of. Maybe not. Look for some sort of change in structure in the short time frame to look for any opposite opportunities. Opposite opportunities, of course, are going to be see money, take money. And that's what I got to say about that. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you take a deep breath. Calm yourself before you start trading today. Always stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. Pray for peace. Have a great session. Eddie, back to you.
Beautiful. That was good stuff, Johnny. All right, stay tuned. We got Fast Market coming up here. Hey, we got VIP coming up. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell other traders. We got the VIP scouting check-in going to be in here today, so don't go away. Also, we do have number 8 on the big board here, Nick for a Tick, Kansas City's very own. We got Jared J going to be here for Fast Markets. Yesterday, Nick locked in about $2,500 in his live funded account. Way to go, Nick for a Tick. Don't go away. We're going to be right back here. Stick around.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
All right, let's get our beards in the gates here. Pass this back to the bearded Andre. Good morning, Andre.
Thank you. Thank you, bearded Eddie. Welcome everybody to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. Got Nick for Tick in the house. Number 8 on the big board. Jared J in the house. Hoag in the house. Again, this is Fast Markets. Topstep TV. We are now open. Let's go. And it looks like a little bit of sound coming out of the gate here in the NASDAQ and the ES. Very, very small. Catching a little bit of a bid, but Hoag, I'm going to throw it to you. Let's break down these first few seconds of this Thursday. What are you seeing there, Hoag? Dead ass high?
Well, we opened with a gap in the NASDAQ above yesterday's high. Yesterday's high, 452. We did not open with a gap in the S&Ps, which kind of confuses things a little bit because if we had gaps in both and we couldn't fill them, I'd be looking to go to the long side. In the overnight, or at least on the shorter time frame chart here, we've got lower highs and lower lows since we put in the high around 2 o'clock this morning, which is right around the London Open. So we've been seeing some selling coming in through the London Open. We opened with a gap. We have not quite yet closed the gap. We've got an opening range of about 36 points in the NASDAQ. And again, if we can't close that gap relatively early, we're looking for longs in the NASDAQ. We reject the range from yesterday, and the S&Ps we're looking for longs. Just kind of risk management, I think, is always important, and I think it's particularly important here this morning. We got to see if we can't find the right spot here.
So we're putting on a 15 lot?
I like where your head's at,
Yeah,
Jared.
50 actually.
Oh,
I like where your
50.
head's at. I do see overnight there was a nice little run up in the S&P. We got some selling coming out of the gate here. Overnight.
So I missed something on that open. At 21,500, there's call resistance there. And also there was a imbalance or a very light traded area zone there between 505 roughly and 492. And I chickened out on it.
What happened?
I didn't take it. I saw that. So I started using footprint charts just a week and a half or two ago.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all new. And, every time you add something, change something to your charts, it takes a practice. And for me, it takes probably 2 to 3 weeks of practice and being able to trust it and what does it mean and all that and build strategies around it. So I'm right now in the mode of second guessing everything that I see. I probably should have touched it, but it's proving very useful so far. So I'm not giving it up.
Okay.
But there was a zone there. A couple things. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Nick for a tick, number 8 on the Topstep big board. What are we thinking coming into the day? Saw some selling out of the gate in the S&Ps, about 10-point sell-off. What are your thoughts, levels?
Some selling out of the gate. This has been a very interesting week. It is options expiration. We do have the inauguration next week. Obviously, a softer PPI and a CPI barely, but still softer and a very positive reaction to that data. And naturally, we'd move back up. And on Monday, when we were kind of rejecting off the old election low area down here toward 5,800s on ES, I had made a kind of an outlandish claim that there's a good shot that we're going to go tag 6,000 this week, just purely based on the fact that we were sitting at these lows and none of the options activity for Friday had changed whatsoever. There was still so much call buying and exposure. Everything still pushing us, basically would push us back up to like 60-30s, 60-40s, depending on how the spread kind of changes throughout the week with the SPX ES spread. So I made that outlandish call, and obviously you needed CPI to kind of behave, but there's still a path for us to continue to kind of retest the top end of this kind of triple distribution that we had last week up here towards the 60-30s. So I'm looking for dips to buy. I think we're going to at least tag that between now and Friday. And then once we do tag it, I mean, all bets are off. Do we just kind of violently range bound on an OPEX Friday, which tend to be pretty volatile? OPEX weeks can always be pretty volatile, and I tend to do well in them just because I love the volatility and the bidirectional trades that it usually offers. So I'm going to be patient, but I'm really looking for kind of a dip to buy in the early part of this session if we get it.
Dip to buy. All righty.
So far, opening ranges are the dead ass high.
So I'm long at 419.25.
How is that a bid?
Say again, Jared.
Russell got a nice bid.
419.25 on a micro MQ long 3.
3 MNQ 21,000.
My stop is 402 right now. Risking $103. Oh, on a brand new express funded account just this morning.
Jared.
Ooh. Yeah. I mean, hey, if you're going to do it live, might as well do it big.
Smells like a new car.
And as I said, that kind of 60-40s area, there is a 572 lot sitting right there this morning.
Oh, now you tell me.
I just noticed it.
Sure.
Jared, what price are you long from? We got it up there.
419.25.
419.25. Thank you. Man, they're good back there. That's nice.
Nice level there.
Nick, I'm kind of feeling like I should move my stop though down to 387.75. Is that?
Let me jump to NQ. Said 387.
Yeah.
I mean, we break 400s. There's a good shot we go retest the overnight low. So
yeah.
you give yourself a little bit of room in case it's just like, hey, we take it out and then we bounce back up. So probably safe spot there, but it could waterfall if it does break that 400 level.
Nope. What I'm going to do is move my stop into profit at 426.75 because I can get back in.
We might have a 1,300 lot here upside in the S&Ps, 602 in the orders.
Ooh, yeah. I'm out. Okay. Hey, are we doing? Do we want to do ES or NQ this morning?
Your call.
Whatever you want.
Nick,
whatever your preference is.
I mean, I'm watching both.
Yeah.
No, okay. Nothing jumping out just yet. But yesterday I traded ES. Actually, I've had a pretty good week, and I think all my good trades were on ES. So
there's 1,100 on the offer in the
S&Ps.
It's 60.32. 60.02. I'm sorry, 60.02. 75, 100, 1,200 on the offer.
All right, we gotta get a little flush, and then we can jump in.
Okay.
Like a flush down to 395 or something like that.
Here's to be real. Still sticking out like a sore thumb. There was another 1,000 lot right about 98 about 5 minutes ago. So 1,000 lots coming in on the offers in the S&Ps. A little bit of selling in the NASDAQ. 21,430. Oh, there was a nice little buy, a rally, if you want to call it, overnight. The NASDAQ, call it midnight Central Time. About an hour and a half rally. Rallied about 200 points. Overnight in the NASDAQ.
I have a weird suspicion we're going to get a D-Day today.
Oh, boy.
What's a D-Day?
What's a D-Day? Down day?
Oh,
D as in D-shaped profile.
Oh.
Ah.
A very
we were
balanced,
storming
range-bound
a beach somewhere.
Yeah.
day. I mean, that's how it feels. You try things, nothing really works. It's just a mess.
Yes. How'd you trade yesterday, Nick?
I was up 2,500. Took a decent ES short off the first touch at 59.91 ish and covered in like the high 70s. Called it a day.
Well done. Nice trade. One trade, one winner. Well done.
Might have been like 2 trades because I think I took another attempt, but basically scratched it as we kept moving back up. But yeah, that was the good trade. And then once we rejected, we were pretty much off to the races. And then I'm maturing in my trading where if you see those slow kind of like 2.5 minute candles that just kind of keep drifting up in the afternoon, you're better off just calling it a day versus hate watching it like I used to.
Nick, if you're looking for a range-bound day, wouldn't your hypothesis or your strategy be just to wait for the IB to establish itself and then focus on
at least the 30-minute opening range? At least that. You could wait for IB too, but you kind of want to see. I mean, even now, ES is still sitting in the 5-minute opening range. NQ hasn't been able to pierce back above the 1 minute, but we could do it right now. But yeah, inside the previous day close, not able to kind of burst this to new highs just yet. I mean, we'll see. We could break it right now and break that thesis and go up to 60-30s like I had said when I came on. But even if we tag that, that's the big round strike for options expiration this week at 6,000 SPX. So it's very possible you could get a reoffer up there, and that level may hold at least for the early part of this session. We'll have to see, but it could be a range bound day to the upside like we've kind of saw to the latter half of yesterday.
All right, Jared is flat on that trade.
I have a new short at 487.75.
487.
Sitting order.
I got you. Working an offer.
Yeah, working it.
Working it.
Hey, crude. How about that? Crude beneath $80 a barrel. trading $78.
It's
This
partially
close, knocking
because
on
it's
that
the
door.
March contract now.
Thank you, Hoag. That's
Ooh,
right.
there you
It is
go.
the March. Thank you, Hoag. That's 100% right. That's what a
Presto.
trading buddy's for. Yes, it is.
Ah,
Is Feb still trading above $80?
How about
Yes,
that
again.
gold, man?
Yeah, gold's on the
Lot of-
tear again.
27.47 last trade in the gold.
Yeah, two gaps to the upside in 2 gaps to the upside, 2 days in a row. Opening range, dead ass low of the session today in gold,
There's a 15
accelerating
left.
to the upside. My question is, where does it get? Where does it get too far? What is too far? What is too
the
much?
upside.
Where does it have to pull back? Weekly kickoff highs 27.56 in gold.
We got
We
call
do have a
resistance at
potential for a failed
27.50.
upside auction here.
come on, man.
Ooh, on gold, you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
And if
Go ahead.
no, I'm sorry, I was going to jump back to S&Ps. You guys keep going with gold.
No, I'm with Hoag. I'm watching the 2750 level, I think, or 2755. Either one of those two. I marked a daily for resistance also at 2758 too.
All right. 1,000 lot up at 6,004, 60.04.
All right, Nick, back to you.
If you're
40s.
If you're a cran line person,
Yeah.
you may note a nice trend line from the S&Ps at the all-time high on the H contract that is basically topping out at that kind of 60-30s kind of spot. So just something to keep in mind. If we start building volume above that, you could see, a breakout of this downtrend that we've kind of been, this little channel. I think if you're a much better technical analysis drawer, cran line eater like I am.
Cran line. Cran line eater.
Cran lines.
Eater.
Well, I eat cran lines because I'm not very good at it. This is not perfectly accurate, but I just drew it real quick. But you get what I'm saying.
I got you 100%. So just coming in here. Yeah, we got that 1,000 lot in the S&Ps at 6,004. 1,604. Also, upper left-hand corner of the screen. Hashtag fast markets. Hashtag power hour at TopstepTV. Let's see some battle station picks. Who's got the most screens out there in TopstepTV? I think the most we've seen is about 4 or 5. Let's see if we got any one of those 6 or 7.
I have 5 technically.
There you go. New clubhouse leader, 5. Can anyone beat 5 screens? If you can beat 5 screens, submit those battle station picks to use hashtag power hour at TopstepTV. If you can beat 5 screens, here we go. I see 7.
I feel like you kind of need 5 when you're a trader and you're doing a production like this, like because OBS and stuff like takes up 1 screen, and then you have your charts on 2 screens. You may have a web browser on another, and it's like suddenly you're kind of in that mode.
There you go. Here we go. 8 screens I saw in the chat. All right, if you got to prove it,
Yeah.
Wow.
I got to see it to believe it. You say you got
Send
8.
us a picture.
Hit us up at TopstepTV, hashtag power, hashtag fast markets. John London with the
How
new
much
49-inch
have you actually measured your screen real estate?
Well,
In
Good question.
We'll do
acreages.
that next week. We'll do that next week.
John London yesterday with a brand new 49-inch screen. Like, that's a big ass
Nice.
screen, man. That's a TV. That's not a screen. That's a television in your face.
I would add
Yes.
more, but I don't have any like wall space. My walls are like slanted in this little office that I've built,
Yeah.
and it doesn't exactly work to go more height. And I've kind of maxed out my width here.
And send
All
Nick for some suggestions on how we can add 2 more screens to his setup.
Yeah.
Again,
I'll share this. I've been
Long at
meaning to
384.
long at 384.
You love
working it.
384s? No, working 384 bit. All right, cool.
Settlement.
Since I moved offices to get away from the nursery, I've been meaning to post the picture. I got to do that.
All right, again, hashtag power hour, Nick at
Oh,
TopstepTV.
blame it on the kid. Blame it on the kid. Classic.
When
Hey,
in
she's
doubt,
sleeping through
right?
the night. We're doing something right.
There you
job.
go.
All right, we're selling coming up to
That's
21,400 in the NASDAQ.
So I got a month
Yeah,
ago,
those-
I got I bought one of Dell's brand new 40-inch curves. They just came out. Set it up. I was like, oh, these are awesome. So I turned around, immediately ordered a second one, put it up. And now my 28 inches are tiny.
Do you guys ever feel strain on your eyes from staring at the screens all day?
Oh, yeah.
You got to get the
That's
blue
why
blocker
these glasses.
glasses like mine.
Yeah.
I know. I've been
UV
told,
blocker.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
come on.
I feel it when
It's gonna
I
miss me by
when I wear my
tick.
glasses because I'm blind. When I wear my glasses, I usually don't notice it, but it's like a full day of staring when I have my contacts in and no blue light glasses. That's when towards the end of the day, I want to like rip my eyes out.
You feel it? Yeah.
They are pretty
50-50
Sometimes I feel
on
like I'm getting a
Amazon.
tan.
Under tanning bed.
You ever
Yes.
notice like your face is warm at the end of the day? You're just like kind of like it felt like you got it. Yeah,
Hazards of the
It's got to
job.
be good for you.
Job
sitting in
hazard.
front of radiation all day. Why not?
Yep. Just to scratch out a couple tickies. What a job we all picked here, folks. Can't beat it. 21,000. We are beneath the 400s now. Trade 21,387.
Yeah.
How about the ES? 59.87 last trade there. We did see.
Back inside value in the NASDAQ.
I wear a lead vest. Fish and ticks.
We got
Saw
an
that.
important level on the NASDAQ at 370. Yeah, 370 also to keep in mind. All
Down
right.
the tilt. All right. We did have retail sales earlier this morning, initial jobless as well. We also had some earnings come out. United Health, BOA, Morgan Stanley. Go figure, all these trading desks of the big banks absolutely crushed it in Q4. Everyone posting record profits. So hopefully we did the same as locals. Anyways, Eddie, what do we have on the rest of the docket today? A whole lot of Fed speakers yesterday. Made it very tricky. We're starting off. Eddie, what do we got on the docket for today?
Well, coming up in about 11 minutes, 7 minutes, I'll give you the 5 minutes. Business inventories month over month for November. We do have our housing market, retail inventories coming up in about 41 minutes. Natural gas and 10 o'clock. Williams back behind the podium. We'll see what Williams has got to say. Remember, he is a voting member. 10:30, we got a 4-week, 8-week bill auction. High noon today, Atlanta Fed. We've got later on in the afternoon here, Fed balance sheet and the reserve balance with the Federal Reserve banks. That's what we got so far, and that's, I think, going to be it, unless Janet Yellen decides to jump in. But the waters are warm, Janet. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. So many Fed speakers yesterday. Where's Jerome? I'm still bitter at Kashkari, Jerome, if you're there today. I'll never forgive him. Never forgive him from yesterday. Oh, shoot. We do have another who's a baller.
Gotta put a bell on him.
We need a watch page just for the Fed, all the Fed speakers.
So there's Jerome. Still thinking about it. Shout out to Jerome yesterday. Kashkari will never forgive him. Also, Kashkari was supposed to come out and speak at 9 a.m. Central Time. Jerome was eyeing a trade along, and we were waiting. Kashkari came out like 45 minutes late. So
Classic.
Jerome was waiting. Never took the trade. The entry he was thinking about taking would have been a nice winner. Finally, we get in. Thinking Kashkari going to speak. He gets in. Kashkari starts speaking 45 minutes later and turns the market around on him. And
Classic.
And if you did,
Every
if you didn't, yep.
We had that same situation earlier in the week.
Yeah, it happened yesterday.
Speaker not coming on here, and
They come
all
on
of a sudden
and
they show up,
yeah, then they ruin it for everybody.
and they blame Uber.
Also, pinned to the top of the chat, Topstep daily levels. Make sure you have those open or even overlaid on your charts if you'd like on Topstep X. Definitely have a little real estate on the screen for that. Let's take a look at them right now. 59.84.
There's some spot on levels. I mean, just showed it up on my screen there and like tick.
There you go.
Tick at 427.
There you go.
It's not bad.
59.82 last trade. And the S&Ps, that takes us into zone 2 right now. Zone 2 on Topstep daily levels. Make sure to have those up. And we did have 1,000 lot up to 6,004. It's still up there, folks. Just hanging out naked on an island all by itself. You've got level 2 data, which highly recommend.
Wilson.
1,000 lot came down. It just came. Oh, we got a
good.
couple thousand lots now. We got 1,300 lot
Ooh.
at 59.89 quarter. And we got 1,000
Ooh.
lots to the upside. All right, we're starting to see some size come in here in the S&Ps. This 1,300 lot just popped in at 59.89 quarter. All right, a couple thousand lots on the offers. Interesting. Okay. 59.89 quarter. 1,000 offered there.
Kind of interesting in the S&Ps. I mean, Delta is positive 350.
Plus 350. Okay.
Plus 350, plus 400 now.
Hoops saying they're
NASDAQ Delta
spoofers.
minus 1,600.
1,600. Okay. What did we see yesterday?
Yeah, I think.
What's
Jared,
going
I
on?
think if we can reject value from yesterday, I think you're going to
This guy's gonna get
sitting
eaten.
pretty in those longs.
Yeah, Hoop. I think they're going to get filled, man. Yeah,
Yep,
those got
filled.
gobbled up.
That
Yeah.
got filled.
Upside, that
Consumed.
1,000 lots filled, yeah. I still got the
Yeah, it did.
04's
All
got
of a
pulled.
sudden,
Okay.
Delta's positive 2,000. All of
There
a
you
sudden.
go.
You might get run over
There
here.
you go.
Let's see.
All right, 04's got pulled to the upside. That's okay.
Well,
So, yeah, you
I
just-
still. Oh, never mind.
That yeah, also you see Delta jump by 2,000. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, we'll see. But yeah, Hoop, you were right on the 6,004s. That got pulled. So
Now is he trying to iceberg that massive order anyway?
I swear they're trying to iceberg 6,000s on the close yesterday. But it looks like overnight we did trade 60 17s. Claude in the chat says, hit the damn like button, folks. Come on. I agree, Claude. Thank you for
Holy
doing my work
moly.
around here. Click like, click subscribe. Give us a follow.
So much aggression.
Yeah. Come on, he says, Claude. I'm with you. But he gave the thumbs up. He did give the thumbs up. Oh, just lucky asked, what does iceberg mean? We will. I got just the guy for you to show you what iceberg means. We'll do that a little bit later. We'll do that later. Save that question for later. If you can remember, we'll give you, just the guy to give the perfect example of what iceberg means. He might even be on screen right now. There he is.
Yeah.
Dr. Rahman says short around 442. Oh, that'll work nicely. Hoag's about to get his paper out. Adam M must have seen it before. It is the best exclamation. But remind us a little bit later in the day. We got some numbers coming out in about 6 minutes. Also, VIP.
I don't like this
drop.
fact that it seems like we're stuck at the bottom and we can't bounce out of it.
What does that feel like to you? Does it feel like the market's getting heavy, Jared?
Yeah, it feels like every time price goes up, someone just is selling it.
Well, 400 here is a very important level. It's value high from yesterday. We start showing acceptance below that level. Especially with the opening range at the dead ass high of the day. I'm cautious being longs. I like your long, but we need to reject here. We need to reject 400.
Yeah, we're not
Back to the
doing
upside
that.
for this to go well.
Feel like I'm being blind right now. Like I'm trading because I want it to be a certain way, not because what I see.
Huh.
And the short was up here on this imbalance at 500. And if I was short, I'd be really happy.
Mm-hmm.
But I missed that short. So then in my mind, I forced a long when really I should have been looking to get short. That's if I just step away and say,
5 minutes
okay,
remaining.
what should you be doing if you didn't have a trade on? I'm wondering
Ooh.
if I'm letting the trade influence my mental state, my plan.
At least you're aware of it. It'd be even worse if you weren't aware of it.
I was
Yes.
hoping some wise trader like Hoag or Nick would say, yes, Jared, that's what you're doing.
Where you guys
Well,
at?
It's hard to know inside your head, and you're really good about just kind of talking about it like kind of stream of consciousness. But it's you're the only one that can decipher that. Now, this is an important level. I don't disagree with what you're doing here, but I want to see, like you're saying, it feels like we're just kind of hanging here. That bothers me for longs. We get, we reestablish acceptance of value from yesterday. This could be a decent short. It's just an important level, and I think you're playing too much with your head. You've chosen the opportunity. You've established your risk. It's not like it's going to be your last trade ever. And there is no certainty. If you're seeking certainty, you're in the wrong place.
I was listening to your conversation with Fatima. Yes.
Yeah, Fatima,
And
yes.
yes, and it rang true on so many levels, and we might chat about it a little later as the markets slow down. Yeah, just had some thoughts and comments on that kind of rang true for me. And recently, like, yeah, changing. I think there's two things. One, we learn something new about the market or our strategy, and it kind of shakes everything up. And so then we start doubting what we did know because we learned something new. And it's probably a good thing that we learned it, but now there's new information and we just don't know how to sort it, and we got to work it out. We got to practice it. And then the second thing
Takes time.
is when we take a loss or, a significant losing account or something like that, whether we know it or not, we basically doubt again everything that we knew, and we have to reestablish our strategy. We have to reestablish our plan, and whether we know it or not, subconsciously we're doing it. And so what are the steps that we can take to reestablish that? Because we're so tempted to change it. Oh, I got burnt, well, I'll never do that again, or whatever. And it's like, no, you got burnt because probably you doubted or didn't stick with your strategy in the first place that got you there, and then you start doubting it or changing it. So anyway, more about that later.
It's all about trust, man. All about trust.
Got about a minute and a half here. Business inventories. It's up. Housing market. So heads up.
Eddie, how do you feel?
Thanks, Eddie.
You think I should be ducking and running?
No reason to duck and run. I mean, but just sit back and, like they say, let the market come to you. Yeah, never run away. Build that confidence, my friend.
That's right. I did want to mention, it does look like Waller will be speaking on CNBC here shortly. It's not on the schedule, but they did just run a little promo. Waller will be speaking on CNBC.
Oh.
So far, Mr.
My friend
Thousand
Russell taking a dump
smart
here. Dumping the Russell.
Man,
coming up here in about 40 seconds.
Yes, new lows. That's right, Hoop.
I went short because 410 has rejected, and to me it's showing as a wall. And right now, yes, I'm picking the bottom, but there's orders down below, and I am ignoring the chart and doing what I want to do, not what the chart is what the market data is telling me.
You got the opening range of the dead ass high of the day. We're now back in value from yesterday and showing signs of acceptance as far as momentum and tempo is concerned. I like the short.
What price you short from, Jared?
380 quarter.
Thank you.
We hold below 400. I think you're going to get
number.
races.
Yes.
Number.
And coming in here, we've got it coming in here. 47 versus the 45s for housing, and our business inventories coming in at 0.1% as expected. So good job on that. Prior was 0.1%, so that was an easy one. Next number coming out here, we got nat gas coming up here in about a half an hour. Back to you, Andre.
All right, thank you. All right, we got a VIP. We got Coach Ray, Mindset Hunters. There he is, raising the roof in the green room there. Yeah. Good to see JD is back, hopefully back to near 100%. Again, Chicago, something nasty going around the city. Everyone's getting sick around here, but looks like JD's back.
Yeah, you get that drinking old style.
Remember that?
God.
Might be something to that.
We have video to prove it.
We do have video to prove it. I think we'll run some of that from about a week from
Hoag,
today.
what
Was
do
a
you
week
got for
from
Delta on NQ and ES?
Still selling off here.
Delta negative 2,600 in the Nasdaq, negative 2,100 in the S&Ps. We're congruent direction. We've got the debt. We've got the opening range of the dead ass high. We're back in value. We're racing good tempo through value yesterday in the Nasdaq. Let's see where we're at here.
New lows in Russell.
Point of control 326. 21,326 is TPO point of control. Value low from yesterday 21,266.
266. All right. Well, as you sellers come in, hey, you guys, if you do take a trade, by all means, jump on in and let us know. Right now, let's do, this might be his last coach drop-in before the new VIP Season 2 starts here in a couple weeks on Top Step. Yeah, let's get right into it. JD, welcome back, buddy. How you doing?
What is up? What is up,
yeah.
guys? How are we doing?
Oh,
yeah, you're right.
Right.
This will be Coach Ray's last drop, and tomorrow is the very last day for the VIP experience here.
Wow.
First cohort of the VIP experience ends tomorrow. If you are not in a fund level account by the end of the day tomorrow, it's over for you. Sorry, guys. But Coach Ray, what's happening, my man?
Not too much. Just kind of starting off the new year right. You know, kind of easing my way into the markets, easing my way into the year.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Very good. Is this
there was such
you practice the same type of you practice the same type of coaching style with your students? If you guys didn't know, Coach Ray is a math teacher. He's a school teacher.
Yeah.
What's the difference between what you're?
We try. Yes. Some are more receptive than others. Let's say that.
I understand that. Yes, I definitely understand that.
All
right,
at the end of the day, we're dealing with high school. At the end of the day, we're dealing with high school students, right? And
you're a high school teacher.
At an age where they think they know all, right? So,
gotcha. High school, Ray. I don't know why, but I thought you were teaching like junior high math, but it is indeed high school. Excellent. That's good to know. All right, guys, let's pull up the overall leaderboard for the Top Step VIP experience. There are the Mindset Hunters, started with 54, 22 traders in active combines. I apologize, 22 traders finished, 5 traders in active combines, 3 current open XFAs. Coach Ray, you got 5 traders in combines right now, a total of 29 traders still eligible for funding. This being the second to last day, taking into account they can't have more than 50% of a winning day. One winning day can't be more than 50% of your profits in order to get into the funded level account. So these traders that are hitting that reset button today, they got 2 days left to get into that account. It means they got to make $3,000 a day, today and tomorrow. What kind of
well, I mean,
what are we telling those traders?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, we need to kind of maybe take off the training wheels and let some of these trades that are working on our direction. Obviously we want to stay within our consistency rule, right? But we have to kind of basically been telling them that we have to kind of take some chances. I think in some of these trades,
the gloves.
We go out fighting, right? We go out swinging, so to speak. So
the gloves are off right now. You've only got a couple chances left. This is
exactly
everything that we've taught you the last 6 months. Just throw it out the window today and tomorrow, right? This is go time.
Yeah, it's definitely go time. I don't know if they necessarily want to throw everything out the window, but definitely go time.
Keep the good stuff, but
yeah, absolutely.
We talk a lot about not shooting from the hip, but if there was ever a time to do it, this might be it for those 29 traders.
Now's the time. There's go time, right?
So it's go time. Let's take a look at Coach Ray's top 5 Mindset Hunters.
Yeah,
we got some new names. We got a couple traders new to their XFAs. Matuja's been around for a while. Thanacorn, Ashley's also been around for a while. Thomas and Richard. Thomas and Richard making their way up the list. 1 day left. Richard's almost halfway there. Thomas is about $2,000 away, $2,100 away.
Still within reach.
And you got a couple more traders that are getting real close also. This is I should have done the top 5 trading combine instead of the top 5 including SFA, but Live and learn, right? So you've got a couple more traders getting real close to passing these trading combines also. So
Excellent.
win rates, average trade durations, these are the kind of things that normally we look to when we're seeking evidence of trading consistency. But again, 2 days left. By the end of the day tomorrow, if you are not in that funded level account, the VIP experience is over for you. So these guys, Thomas P. got to make about $2,200. Richard got to make about $3,000. Maybe size up a little.
Yeah.
Maybe not taking those A+ setups every time, not waiting for the excellent setups, but just getting in the market and sort of point clicking and praying. I hate to say it, but this is what you got to do right now. This is
Well, I mean, it's like I said, who's that? Yogi Berra says, what was it? The game's not over until the fat lady sings, right?
Yep,
I don't hear
true.
anybody singing just yet, right? So we're gonna go. Like I said, we're gonna take off our gloves and go out swinging.
Yep. You got 2 more closing bells. All right, we got a trading card for Thanacorn there. The most recent trader
Mm-hmm.
to get into the funnel level account. Thanacorn's been in this account for 7 days now, 7 trading days, only 1 losing day out of those 7, and took a payout, nice $625 payout on Tuesday.
Oh, excellent!
That is an excellent way to go into the last week of the VIP experience.
Yes.
But Thanacorn's building up a nice little account balance. He's going to likely be sticking around for a couple more weeks at least, I want to say. This trade report looks real good. Average daily P&L, $234.
Yeah.
Average winning trade, losing trade, pretty even.
Yeah,
even
I just like
reward.
to see. Yeah, I just like to see if we can get that average winner to be a little bit bigger spread, and then see that we can get that reward to risk up a little bit away from 1-to-1 and get it up to at least 1.5. That would be excellent. But yeah, good stuff.
Yep. Thanacorn's making all the right moves. Not trying to hit home runs, making an average, $235 a day. That's pretty good on 16, 17 trades a day. All right, Coach Ray, one more time before we let you get back to school. What are you telling the Mindset owners? What's it going to be today? Are you going to meet them today? Are you guys going to?
Yeah, well, I've been kind of reaching out to folks. I mean, trying to get some folks here to kind of on the. So we're going to be focused in on those that are close. Obviously, we want to get those guys over the finish line. And we'll see if we can get set up a call here today and see what we can do to get these guys over the finish line.
Excellent. All you Mindset owners out there, get in that Discord channel and listen to what Coach Ray has to say today. You got 1 day
definitely.
left.
Yes.
After the bell tomorrow, it's over, folks. And that goes for all the VIP traders. You got 2 bells left, 2 closing bells left to get into that XFA. Get it done, folks. All right, Coach Ray, thanks for joining us. That's your VIP drop.
Yeah, let's go raise the roof here, guys. Let's go for it.
Ray, go. Ray. That should be your new team name.
Yes.
Raising the roof.
Rally hats. Let's go. We got to go. We got to do this.
Excellent.
All right.
All right, Coach Ray, get back to school. We got markets
Ray.
moving right now. NQ just caught a nice bid.
Yes, it did.
Guys, what's going on?
Yes.
Who's in the trade right now?
Well, we got Waller speaking here and talking about he doesn't think March can be ruled out as a rate cut. Also, the hot biscuit out of the oven. If numbers continue like this, it's reasonable to think that rate cuts could come in first half of the year. So that's some of the hot biscuits that Waller is spewing here right now.
No wonder.
Eyes on the prize. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you.
Clear Waller's not at the center.
Yeah, not on the list here, but decides to speak.
No wonder.
Yeah, these unscheduled CNBC appearances always put me on.
Here's
a high
another
alert.
hot
Catered perfectly to their audience.
Yes, they do.
Jesus.
He said 3 or 4 cuts could be possible this year if data cooperates. There you go, 3 or 4.
Well, that does it for the shorts.
Yes, it does. Mission accomplished again, to quote Nick.
Yeah,
Furtick
there was an
yesterday.
easy long once the overnight low sweep that we were talking about when we came on NQ around 350s.
Dang.
I tried to get filled with a limit order. It didn't happen.
There we go.
Jared, how did you come out on that short?
Too slow. Should have taken profit more quickly.
You start talking, anything can happen. ACH, man, oh man.
Mhm.
They love making a liar out of us.
Surprise, surprise.
A little bit of a pop
So
there.
far, VWAP
ahead,
and
Nick.
previous day close holding. So we, as Hoag was saying, are still for the moment holding inside yesterday's range.
Mm-hmm.
I am short at 416 quarter.
416
We'll
quarter.
see. My book
He's
map's
short.
messing up this morning for me, so it's lagging and throwing me off.
Jared short from 21,416 quarter, 416.25.
Trish Trader, ACH is anything can happen.
That's
Anything
right.
can happen.
Anything will.
Crude selling off. Crude, this again is the March contract, $78.16. Gold creeping higher here. High day in gold,
Gold holding
27.50.
above IB high.
Short from 416. Jared short from 416. Micros, correct, Jared?
Yeah. I'm looking where I can add on.
Dang, that same 91 spot on ES yesterday that I short would have worked again on that rebid or reoffer, excuse me.
59.91.
Maybe.
We're in the clear now. We got net gas at the bottom of the hour.
Maybe if it gets below 360, I can add.
360s. Okay.
Overnight low.
Mm-hmm.
S&Ps. Chopping.
There were some
Crude selling.
people, unlike Nick, that caught the bottom. And so their stops are in there.
Value acceptance does state upon acceptance of previous value, the value area low from the previous day is a probable target at some point during that session. Not right now.
Mm. So patience is what you're saying?
Patience.
Patience indeed. All right,
That was
Topstep.
not my middle name. My
Was
mom
it?
messed up. No, she messed up, didn't she?
Thanks, Mom. Good job.
Yeah.
59.82 last trade in the ES.
So
This
my
370
parents couldn't
spot
decide what middle name to give me. So they just put L down.
I like
Do
that.
with that as you please.
Jared Hellbaum. 59.80s last trade. S&Ps, NASDAQ selling off smidge.
I
Poindexter. I don't know, Jones. 43.
My goodness.
43,350 last trade in the Dow. Mark is trying to figure out what to do if Waller still is speaking.
He won't shut up.
No.
Well, he's talking about the tariffs here right now.
They've all been talking about tariffs this week.
Biscuits are coming out of the oven, but they're not the hot ones. Says that he might be more optimistic on inflation than the rest of his colleagues.
All right, looks like he has concluded.
That's why he sits by himself at home on Friday nights.
So many orders coming in there. At that
sellers
level.
maybe about to get
smushed.
Yeah, they just clobbered it right there at that
see
370.
See profit take profit right now.
Overnight low.
Can't pick
It
direction.
could be in trouble.
Crude picking a little bit of a direction here. Downside now beneath $78. Oh, right at 78 evens. Low overnight in the crude, $77.76.
You know, Andre, the tilt's been pretty tame this morning.
Has it? Yeah, I'm looking right now. Nothing's really sticking out.
No.
It's 65% short. Yeah, in the ES. Bit of a quiet morning so far. It can change in a moment's notice, though. Market will pick a direction here. We got a 500 lot in the S&Ps on 59.81 bid. And
There it goes.
It's pretty heavy on the downside to the ES. There's a lot more 100 lots, 300 lots on the downside than the upside that I see.
Yes, there is. Again, we had 1,000 lot for the 59.89 quarter. And the S&Ps.
79 for 1,000. 79 quarter in the.
Oh, yeah.
S&Ps for
Another one just came in.
There
Look at
she
these
goes.
1,000.
You're right,
Interesting.
RW.
It's a nice. It's about
Andre could moderate an NFL game. I agree.
Better than Tony.
Wow. No love for Tony Romo?
Mm.
What about Tom Brady? You think Tom Brady's any good?
He's now my evil
Super techy.
nemesis. He's a Raider now. He's got
He is a Raider.
part owner of that team. He's trying to steal our coach from Detroit. Not liking him.
Might very well do it.
Is Jerry going to hire Coach Prime is the question.
That would be hilarious. I hope get your popcorn. Yeah, absolutely. That would be amazing. I'll come. He lives out in the Dallas area, Coach Prime.
Was a Cowboy.
It's 1,000 lot, 79.25 on 1,000 for 1,000. That's just gonna be a 10-point scalp 1,000 times. Then sell you 89s, buy you 79s, 1,000 times. Not
This
bad.
is just volatile chop.
Mhm.
We need a direction here, folks.
Back up to these 89s. $21,400. There you go, Rusty Golfer's been to Prime's house. How about that in Frisco? Where's Frisco, Nick?
A little bit north. That's where the Cowboys HQ is.
There you go.
30 plus minutes north of me. It's nice. It's a booming suburb.
I was talking to Green with Nick for Tick. I'm fascinated by Texas. I'm watching this show, Landman. Fascinated by Texas. I'm learning everything I need to know about Texas through this show, whether it's accurate or not.
I mean, West Texas is the zone animal.
Is it? Yeah, it looks like it, man. No. West Texas looks wild. 21,400. Hey, crude staying beneath $78. A couple pennies beneath. Got net gas about in the hour. We got some P&Ls.
How many towns do you think are in the U.S. named Fresno? What's your guess?
You know the answer?
No idea.
No idea. I know
Like
2.
Springfield's number 1, right?
We have one here in Illinois.
Yeah. I think every state has a Springfield, if not more.
Well, how many Fresnos? Here we go. We got some Fresnos in the house. 5. Oh, God. Look at this.
46.
What?
Top 5 P&Ls. Interesting to see. I know what number 1 P&L is going to be yesterday. Francisco, I'm guessing, is number 1.
Back to VWAP. Back to IBI from yesterday. Back to value high.
All right, JD, come on in. Markets aren't doing a whole heck of a lot. They are range bound. Don't not say it's a bad trade right now. It's just a range bound trade. For a lot of people, it makes ranges are uncomfortable trades.
There have been a couple opportunities both ways so far, but nothing that like I'm now sitting like kicking myself for not taking because it is so range bound.
And I'm over here, this newbie, like buy, sell, buy, sell.
I like it. All right, JD, come on in. Let's see. JD, let's check out some of these P&Ls.
I'm here.
Yesterday, live P&Ls. Got to be
Question
Francisco
though.
at the top.
Am I the only guy here that thinks Tony Romo is a good football announcer?
I don't
When I
think he's
listen to
bad
him call
either.
a game,
I,
I don't think
I'm a
he
fan.
reminds me of like Steve Stone calling a baseball game. He knows the play before it's going to happen. I think he's
That's a good thing. Yeah.
Also, putting
I
him with
think-
Jim Nance is just a good decision.
Thank you. I like him. Jared just hating on Romo.
I mute my
well.
TV most of the time when I'm watching the game.
I like it. I like it.
All right,
That
guys.
is
Here are
my
your
limit.
top 5 live P&Ls from yesterday. Andre, you were pretty close on the name. It is. Oh, what just happened?
Francisco? Oh, wait. What is that? Someone hit.
Whoa, what is that?
Someone
that
hit
was
the
weird.
wong button.
Oh God, the
Fernando.
Chiefs gonna lose it.
Somebody hit the wrong button, guys. My
Fernando.
apologies there.
Fernando,
Thought we
guys.
banned that button.
Yeah. Oh boy.
It should be banned. Hey, guys in the back, get that button out of there. All right, Fernando V.
Look at
Uh,
these numbers.
$55,000 trade in the NASDAQ yesterday. Big day for Fernando. Kai Chun, another familiar name. He's turned into a household name around here. 32,433 trade in the NASDAQ. Jennifer, mixing it up a little, trading the ES and the NQ, made $1,045 trading the ES and $12,200 trading the NQ. $13,248 in total profits for Jennifer. Jamal, also spreading around a little bit, made $5,100 trading the NQ and almost $7,300 trading the ES. $12,402 in total profits for Jamal. And then finally, Stephanie, trading the NASDAQ, $11,082 in total profits for Stephanie. Those are all live funded P&Ls from yesterday. Thank you, Eddie. That's what you got.
Good stuff, JD.
Thank you.
Fernando, not Francisco. Starting to see some big live P&Ls getting put up in 2025 so far. Good to see. This market has been tricky, to say the least. Good job, Nick, for a tick, making some profits, getting in, getting out yesterday.
Yeah, I mean that's my style. I'm just not. You're probably never going to see me with a $50,000 day.
Yeah,
Just not the way I day trade my live account. It's just not.
Don't you feel like less of a man for it?
No, I'm very happy trading the way I trade, making the money I make, and calling it a day, and not sleeping 8 hours a night.
Oh,
well done, Nick.
Smart man.
Who wants to get a good night of sleep, having a good day the day before, and then throw on a 5 lot before CPI and hoping for the best?
I think there was that had a little bit to do with it. They caught the move to the upside in CPI.
Yeah. Could have been
I caught
ugly the other way.
one with a few lotto tickets that I bought before the close on Monday, but I mean, that's capped risk. I'm not waiting for $20,000 in slippage.
What was the
jackpot?
jackpot?
Jackpot was a couple thousand. I was only holding a few.
Okay, there you go.
But yeah, so 30, 40 cents to a couple grand, that ain't bad.
Dan, I know the accounts definitely blew up yesterday too. 100%. Dan Evans. Zero-sum game. For every winner, there's a loser.
Once again, just watching the NASDAQ, I remind myself of why I don't trade it.
What'd you see there, Hoag?
It's just crazy. It's just,
Yeah.
maybe it's the current situation, but
If you trade the overnight session, like after midnight or so, you still get a nice 100, 200 handle swing usually, often, but it's a slower and it's more methodical, but I like sleeping too.
yeah.
5 minutes remaining.
There's a maturity in trading too of just I don't want to be worrying about positions that are oversized in theory that can ruin my next day while I am sleeping, or even at the end of the night when I don't want to be staring at my phone because I've got a position on even with stops.
It's real, Nick. It's definitely real.
And if you think farther out, you're like, is this what I want to do for the next 5 years? Like, be tied to that? Like, no.
It's one thing if you're doing like you took the gold breakout trade, not gold, well, I guess gold too, but like you were long oil at like 72 with a couple micros or something, and you got your stops in place, and you're kind of letting it ride for a decent swing over a few days, weeks, whatever it is.
Sure.
That's a little different than throwing on a 3 lot in NQ with a 20, 30 point stop in the overnight and then trying to go to sleep. You'll be looking at your phone.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a net gas number coming up in about 4 minutes.
Okay.
They're looking at 259 billion cubic feet.
So Nick, how does
bigger
that
drop than what they had prior?
Yesterday we had a miss. Yeah, yesterday. So Nick, how does that compare to slapping on trades while you're in the TSA line at the airport?
I mean, that's okay. We're also talking. I said Nick has matured in his trading a little bit. That was a year ago. I was still navigating the full-time trader lifestyle going forward. And hey, when the VIX is up, when there's volatility, I may slap on a trade or two. Andre's gonna give me shit, but hey, we've all done it. I'm guilty of being an idiot sometimes.
I can't blame him, man. When the VIX is real, the VIX is real.
I mean, look the last few days until yesterday. It was been a very good two-way trade, and that's when I make money. When we're trading both sides of the tape, I tend to do very well. When we slow grind in July, and there is no rotation except slowly to the upside, you just have to kind of get long with it. Is when I struggle. It's just not the type of trader I am, I guess.
Know thyself. And oil keeps pushing. I got oil front month now. March contract. $78.77, 76 cents. Got nat gas coming up the bottom of the hour. Euro close.
McNasty, no, it was a loser. The TSA line trade last Christmas was a loser and a large loser. Mick was buying the dip and it kept on dipping.
Christmas Eve.
Yes, it was. A violent half day.
That's a good maturation lesson there, I guess, huh?
Mm-hmm. Don't trade in the TSA line.
On Christmas Eve.
Actually, remember, this was 2023, Nick. That was actually a really
ugly,
that was an ugly
Tesla
Christmas
was down
game.
to like 99 and a quarter.
I remember that. Markets were getting hammered that,
Yeah. Every time we get down to this 370 level, icebergs go off, buy sweeps go off. It just keeps it stuck, pinned.
Filled and filled. 370s. All right. Well, we're trading 370 right now.
Yeah.
Markets are in a holding pattern for time being. Nothing on the tilt.
Gold made a new high.
Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah, it did.
27.51 and 40 cents.
Crude hitting the skids.
It's been on a long run. It's due for some profit taking.
I'm hawking gold for that as well.
Yeah.
What are you thinking? What are you thinking in what are you thinking in gold? Hawking trades in gold. Like, what were you looking for? Certain price levels, certain price action?
Weekly kickoff highs 27.56.
Okay.
So we're getting pretty close to that.
About the gold short, if you were to try to short it, is I think the dollar's going to take a breather.
It could use one.
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
Well, if you look at the weekly on the dollar, it's coming into some very important levels. And on the daily, the candle that we got 2 days ago was Gravestone Doji, I think. Had very long wick, no body. And then the next day was a closed lower. So, I wouldn't want to be long if I was doing
real quick here. We had our natural gas coming in at 258 billion cubic feet on the negative. So pretty much they hit the target on that one for you natural gas traders. Coming up next here, we got our 4-week, 8-week bill auction. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, markets. Yeah, I got a guy in the gold. 27.50.
Andre, you had to say you had a feeling today might be a slow day in the markets when before we came on air. You just had to speak that in the universe.
I saw it coming. I just should have kept it to myself.
Yep.
I saw it coming. 27.50 in the gold. Crude
Really
still
wish
solid.
I was in an oil short right now.
Yeah. $77.63.
Probably everybody in chat got the short.
Did they? Chad, if you got the short crude, give a thumbs up. Bye-bye, crude. Hoop says bye-bye.
We talked about the breakout on Sunday. Once again, if you're not catching my show, there's some decent nuggets in there. We just kind of will set up for the week. We had talked about if you had gotten long crude, you should be peeling off the core of your position, the 78.50s, and holding runners for 80s. And I think you would have gotten that full rotation, and you could be out of the trade. Just some ideas.
Weekly kickoff.
Only if you want to make some money. I mean, if you want to just gamble, then yeah, don't listen.
Hold it for Valhalla.
All right, we passed about an hour. Got an hour left till Euro close. After Europe closed yesterday, we did rock and roll a little bit after Europe closed. So we will see. Right now, markets.
They're coming up to a big level on oil at that 77, 50 something. Yeah, 77.50.
Is not leaky. 77.68 last traded into crude. Good patience.
Well, Hoag, I'll write this down for the journal. I'm sticking this 373 long, and I'm going to hold it for a while instead of take profits. We'll see how this works in my favor. But there's orders above, and that's my justification for this. And hopefully that's not just wishful thinking. But I see...
You're seeing that on Bookmap?
Yeah, I see this here in the... Yeah, in the DOM. We got some at 410. What do we got here? 415.
You're trading micros. Are you looking at micros?
420. Oh, good point. Yeah, in the micro DOM, yes, here on TopstepX, I see that there. But on the minis,
came right back
430, 440.
It did. Just lead balloon.
Yep, I was wrong. Should have taken profit.
Led Zeppelin.
77.
Going to break down.
Look at that.
Yikes.
We're going to try. $77.64 in the crude. Only market's really kind of moving. Again, buyers did kind of try to sneak it up, and we dropped about 30, 40 points right there in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ very thin on the ladder. S&P's thin on the ladder as well. Did see some 1,000 lots coming in earlier today.
So far, the 0 DTE degens are saying range day between 5950s and 5900 on SPX. So potentially a little lower, but looks like it's pretty much wedged between those two large strikes as far as options activity.
0 DTE degens. I like it.
Yep. I'm a fan. I've joined their club the last, as the VIX has been higher, because we've been getting decent rotations where you can hold an option for 10 minutes and make a decent profit because we've been moving so much.
Playing the vol.
Yeah, premium sellers I would say got killed until yesterday.
Get out of that short.
It's a dangerous game.
Powell's burner account. Who's short?
Powell's burner account.
Powell's burner account. Get out of that short. All right. Well, we got a little bit of a test here. James, we got a little test. Again, on Monday, it is the inauguration, presidential inauguration. It also is a shortened trading day. So we're kind of going to do a first here on TopstepTV.
That's right.
We're going to do a little bit of a test here. So James, the man behind the curtain. James, let's talk it out right here. Markets aren't moving.
All right.
Let's talk it out. What do we want to do?
So when I was a teenager, I ruined so many of my family computers with viruses by downloading things I shouldn't have, but that helped me learn how to be better at working computers. The same logic applies today. I'm going to introduce something that may in fact break the stream. So we may have to restart. If you're on air, stand by. If everything freezes, you'll know, and we'll quickly regroup and get us back together. But the point, no, hold on, no, chat, no, yes, LimeWire, no to what you think it is. It was just anime music videos, okay? Nothing wrong with that. Anyway, we are going to cover the inauguration.
Computer.
Just one Creed song. I don't know how it happened, Mom. I didn't download it. On Monday, we want to cover the inauguration. So we are going to be broadcasting it in. We have a subscription through Reuters, which allows us to broadcast anything they have, essentially. Like, for example, the International Space Station spacewalk that you see in your lower right-hand corner.
Ooh, it's working.
And we can blow it up a little bigger. It won't be completely full screen. They do want us to make sure we do not obscure their logo up top. Sorry, make NASA, all rights to NASA, purely for educational purposes. This is live. This is happening. If you look up.
Cool.
They're really doing this in space as we speak?
Yes. They're really doing this as we speak, and it has audio. So let's see.
Oh.
I see levels bouncing, but
after some discussion, we see that you're unable to really turn those bolts that last little turn with the.
Who's laughing now, Mom?
So, judgment here, we want you to be very light on the ratchet handle itself to try to get those bolts flush, but there is increased
Be very
risk
careful
to breaking the bolt. So, very light, and if you think it in your judgment, it's working.
Which way do you turn the screw? Lefty loosey.
Righty tighty, lefty.
And so it'll continue to play in the bottom. I can turn the volume down some.
All right, James. I think
that's pretty cool.
All right,
so, James, did we pass
well,
the test?
this. I've had this loaded before we went live. So now here's their test.
Oh no. Okay.
We are going to change it behind the scenes. I'm going to try and replace this with something else. And that is where the program might freeze. Usually when I try and replace it, no bueno. So I'll be right back. Either we're going to end and we'll see you in the next stream, or I'll be back with the next feed. So give me just a couple seconds.
Okay, thank you. Man, I don't correct me if I'm wrong. It looked like the Earth was round in that picture. I don't know how they did that.
Ooh, here we go.
That thing looked round to me. I don't know. Is that what it was? Okay.
It's all green screen.
It looked
Stanley
curved.
Kubrick magic.
Someone in the chat said filmed at a studio in Nevada. So
I
Yeah,
knew
of
it.
course.
Damn it. I knew it.
I knew James was playing with us.
conspiracy Twitter is going to be so mad that we just showed that.
Yeah, they are.
Let's go.
All right.
Go fly. Guidance. Guidance, go.
All right. Back in this range. In the S&Ps. S&P's about an 8-9 point range here, 59.90, upper end of the range if you look at the 5-minute chart on the S&Ps. Look at the NASDAQ, upper end of the 5-minute range on the old NAS, 21,408.
So I'm holding for a while the last three ranges, 100 tick ranges or 100 ranges. We're all positive delta for those. So
Apple's getting crushed.
I guess I keep hoping for higher prices. Can I do that? Is that allowed?
You can, yes, but it is not a strategy. Overall delta is negative in the NASDAQ, 1,800. Interesting.
I want that
With
to
a lot of
unwind. Look at that thing come back on me.
Nice, James. Got a double thumbs up. Double thumbs up from the boss back there. It worked. Stay tuned on Monday. We'll be having some fun with it, everyone. We'll be having some fun with it.
All right, we're still going. Here's just the proof.
Look at
Completely
that.
different feed.
Well, this is the Treasury Secretary confirmation hearing, I believe.
It sure is. And if we
representing
wanted to,
U.S. interests before foreign nations and global financial markets and organizations,
robot
managing
voice.
the Federal Treasury
Someone
and
tell him.
overseeing financial institutions, to name just a few of the responsibilities.
You hear two voices.
All right.
Thumbs up, James. Clear for takeoff.
Thumbs up.
Yeah. How about that?
Topstep TV bringing you the inauguration on Monday.
Have some fun. Yeah, it's a shortened trading day. Markets aren't expected to do too much, so why not watch this country? Why not watch the peaceful transition of power in the United States? 59.82 last trade in the ES.
Just one extreme to the other, top to bottom, bottom to top, top to bottom, bottom to top.
Limit orders fail me again. Try to do 90 50s.
Who's playing the ranges in these?
Yeah, I was waiting, watching, seeing if we were going to pierce above it, and then it never came back and tagged me. So,
who's playing Barcodeville? It is Barcodeville. That's okay.
It is 100%.
Remote patient, you get it. 21,366. Who's playing these ranges? Yeah, Dolby. This is like Dolby time special, bread and butter. This is a hanging curveball. He's just going to hit out of the park, man. We're at the lower end right now. You're not looking for home runs. You're looking to try to squeeze $200, $300 out of these trades. These ain't home run trades, but well, 2 or 3 of them. You're up $600 on the day. Low volatility day. Call it a day. You're up. Probably ahead of the rest of the pack. What we got on the list?
Well,
everyone flat right now? Jared, are you flat?
Flat as a pancake.
Flat as the earth, you meant to say?
better be careful, Andre. Next, the birds aren't real people are going to come for us.
I love those people. 21,360.
I need a strategy for today. I need someone to tell me a strategy. I got no strategy.
Extremes.
Touch grass.
No hoping.
Touch grass.
59.82 last trade in the S&Ps.
You're right back.
Thank you. Later, Hoag. Hoag's going to be back. Hoag on opening call this morning. What's more real, the VIX or birds? Great question in the poll.
That is a great.
Nick, you go first.
Well, currently, birds are more real, despite the fact that they may not be real at all. Just mass surveillance.
I love it. Just some government surveillance, indeed. If you guys don't know what we're talking about, go check out Birds Aren't Real. They're pulling
one
off
of the dumbest, funnious conspiracies that
they're pulling
exists.
off quite the heist over there. Pretty funny. Looking at crude, about 20 cents, 18 cents off the lows, $77.72.
I've never seen a baby pigeon.
Fact. That got Nick good. Look at Nick went off screen for a second on that one.
That was funny.
Smart cities are real. 27.48 last trade in the gold. All right. New 5-minute candle just popped up here. Quarter till the top of the hour. Let's see what they want to do. Lower end of the range. I mean, we'll have Dolby on here in a little bit. Dolby break down how he would trade a range like this. But like Jared said, give me a strategy. Give me a strategy. You know, got to adapt.
Something that's been tested that says, okay, this is a 30% probability and your range is, 40 ticks, 20 ticks, whatever that is. I think the other thing too is on range type of trades, you can't wait for confirmation. You got to go ahead and take the trade and then be willing to be, kill the trade the moment that it's wrong.
There you go. Dolby. Very concise. Draw a box, buy the lows, and sell the highs.
Draw a box, profit.
Yeah. You can Dolby in here. We can Dolby in here real quick. Quick lesson on what he's seeing in something like this.
How is or did he disappear?
He'll be
Were
back.
we losing delta or gaining delta?
If Coach Jay's here. What was it before he dropped? What was it before he dropped off? Real quick, do you remember, Jared?
No, I don't.
I think it was negative.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
I know that much.
$21,373. Looking at the 5 minute, it is a barcode. This is pretty much textbook barcode. There are some wicks. Let me get you a little gunshot. Coach Jay, pretty much flat. Thank you, Coach Jay. We got to make sure to check out Coach Jay at the buzzer after Power Hour. Make sure to check out Nick for a Tick weekly kickoff on Sundays. $21,360. See if we get that box. This is the moment.
I don't care what happens. Let's break this little range we're in right now.
What is your hesitancy to trade ranges, Nick, for a tick? Why are you adverse? Not, I don't want you to change. I just say, what isn't appealing about it, or what is your? Are you hesitant to perhaps dip a toe in the water for something like this? You're a very patient trader, so I'd like to get your thoughts.
I mean, I do trade them. It's just I keep expecting this to break one way or the other, and it just hasn't yet. We're just barcoding on the lows, which I don't like longing in the first place because it just looks like it's waiting for a decent flush before maybe we fall back into this range. Like we haven't been able to take out the initial balance low yet. So I'm kind of just waiting to see, do we start to build volume above 400s in NQ, or are we going to take out the initial balance low and kind of reset this range a little bit? So it's just when we're this tight near the lows, I just think it's better to wait versus taking paper cuts, trying to play for the said break, which may be coming right here.
Yes, do we speak? 12,343. And well, we're pushing the 30s. Break some new lows, make some new lows here. Ooh, trying. Hey, Hoag, when you get back on, Jared was asking what Delta was or is.
NASDAQ Delta, negative 2,200 right now.
There you go, Jared.
Ask and you shall receive.
That's my man, Hoag, right there.
Is that more or less than last time? Is it growing or shrinking?
It's increasing in negativity or decreasing in value, whichever way you want to say it. Boy, days like this in the pit were cash register days.
That's what we're
because
talking
you
about.
had an established short time frame high and you faded those extremes until proved wrong. I'm finding it much more difficult to do that on screen because I'm sitting here looking at a chart. And there's all these, different hypotheses going through my brain in longer time frame and in shorter time frame. The only thing to do is to fade the extremes of these balances until proven wrong. We just checked the IB local
John?
and then in the NASDAQ, and we got a nice bounce off it. Yeah, what's up, Eddie?
Got a couple questions. What does Delta represent, and how do you find it?
So Delta is quite simply, it's the number of contracts that trade on the offer. In other words, buy market orders. Every contract that trades on the offer using a buy market order is positive Delta. Every order, every trade that occurs on the bid using a sell market order is negative Delta. You take the positive Delta, subtract the negative Delta, and that's what you get. What it tells you is sometimes who the more aggressive traders are. And usually if they're using market orders, they're shorter time frame traders. I find it on a different platform. We are working on getting it on Topstep X. Was just looking yesterday. It is on the list. It is being worked on now, and we're looking forward to it. Now there's cumulative delta and regular trading hours time delta. Cumulative delta just takes the delta from the beginning of time or the contract or whatever, and then keeps track of it over that period of time. Hopefully we're going to be able to kind of establish cumulative delta, which can be helpful, as well as, visible range or, specific time frames of delta, because I like to look at delta in the regular trading hour session only.
Range kind of held again.
Thank you, John.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
delta, like it can totally tell you if someone is just trying to get something filled that maybe is a really big thing, or stops are getting hit, or divergence too. Like if price going up and we keep, a negative delta, then what's going on, right? Like,
Longer time frame buyers.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Like with every indicator, you have to understand what it represents so that well, because sometimes it's saying, okay, positive, let's say it's positive delta and price is going up. Okay. Well, they're buying it, right? And that one's kind of straightforward. But then there's times it's like, well, price is going up, but we're not growing in delta. What does that mean?
Or even getting negative.
Exactly. And so like with every indicator, you can't just read it at face value. It's like,
Right.
what is, that's the awesome thing about charts or market. It's just data. It doesn't do anything to you. It doesn't take anything away from you. It's up to you to interpret that and to put meaning to it.
And just like any indicator, there are times when it doesn't mean anything.
Nothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
More often than not, it means nothing. It
Yes,
just,
but when it does tell you something, you got to listen to it.
you got them. You got them by the tail. If they're overextended, long or short, say the negative, the delta is heavy negative, and we ain't going lower.
Yes.
We ain't going lower. It's heavy negative, and we ain't going lower.
Look for iceberg buy orders.
Wow, funny. Hoag, here we go. Let's do it, Hoag. They asked earlier this morning. The market is in a bit. The market's in a bit of a holding pattern. In this chat, they asked about an hour ago, what are iceberg orders? It's also another tool you need to have in your tool belt. You realize when you're running into an iceberg. Think about a boat, right? Hoag, let's go to the one shot. This is the best explanation of icebergs around on the internet in trading. Hoag, let's do it.
Okay. So let's look at it like an iceberg buy order. An iceberg buy order, there's 10,000 that this particular trader wants to buy in a certain area. But if he puts an order in to buy 10,000, that's likely to scare people away. He doesn't want people to know what his activities are. So as price comes down to that level, he puts in an order to buy 15. As soon as 14 are bought, he puts another order in to buy 20. And then as soon as 19 are bought, he puts another order in to buy 40. And as soon as those are bought, he puts another order on the bid to buy 15 more and then 20 more. And as soon as those are filled, he puts an order in to buy 60. And as soon as those are filled, he puts in an order to buy 15 more. He's using random numbers to hide his activity. That is basically what an iceberg order is. They're only showing you a little bit of the total number of contracts that they have to buy. Now, when it comes to delta, if you think about it, if there's an iceberg order with 10,000 contracts to buy at a specific level, they're using bids. They're not using market orders. So if I'm going to be seeing an iceberg order, I'm probably going to be seeing delta increasingly negative as those bids keep coming in and the shorter time frame traders keep selling into those bids. Delta gets more and more negative. Price doesn't move lower. And if the short time frame traders get wind that, hey, there's something else going on here, there's a buyer here that we can't see, maybe they'll stop selling it at that level. Well, if that's the case, then if the longer time frame trader still has contracts to buy, maybe he'll move those bids up. So now he's got the short time frame traders pretty short at this level. If he moves those bids up, well, maybe the short time frame traders will say, well, we couldn't make any money down there. Let's try and sell it here. So now he does the same thing. He puts the bids in as they get hit. He keeps stacking them in, on the bid. Delta gets more and more negative. And at some point, the shorter time frame traders are going to figure out that they're screwed. Usually it happens late in the day. So you'll get some sort of a delta divergence to the short side. So you'll have a lot of negative delta with price moving higher over time. And then that's when you might get your big blow off top at the end of the day, because there's a short squeeze that was created by the longer time frame buyers when the shorter time frame traders get too short. It's what I call pitting time frame against time frame. Does this happen a lot? Do we see it a lot? No, we don't see it a lot. Does it probably happen more than we think it does? Probably. But if we recognize it, at the very least, we can stay out of trouble, because I call the longer time frame Elvis. As long as Elvis is in the building placing bids, price isn't going lower, and we're getting shorter and shorter along the way. If Elvis leaves the building, then anything can happen. But if Elvis stays in the building all day long, or for long enough, he's going to get all us pea shooters, us weaker hands, shorter time frame traders, all the wrong way, and we're going to have to turn at the end of the day, because we all want to go home flat, and we're going to have to cover all of those shorts, and we're going to see that pop at the end of the day. Doesn't happen that often, but when it does, you got to pay attention to it.
There you go. How about that, folks? Iceberg. You can't see what's beneath the water. You can see how many more are on that order. You think they're just 100 there? There's actually 2,000 there. Yeah. So like Hoag said, so it's very scary. You're screwed. There's more size. Yep, the range, Nick.
Once you figure it out.
Once you figure it out, it's too late, man. Definitely have been there. Uh-oh.
There's another way that longer time frame traders hide their information or their activities even better. It's called growler orders.
Growlers.
And this is diabolical. Those are
crazy.
Put in a bid to buy 40. As soon as that bid is filled, it creates negative 40 in delta. They'll buy 40 on the offer to remove the delta. So they'll buy 40 on the bid. As soon as that's filled, buy 40 on the offer. So they keep delta neutral.
Really?
I almost wish it was illegal for them to do that, because
that's tricky.
It's much more difficult to see.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that is that's pretty stealth right there. Growlers. There's no way to know that it's happening, right, Hoag? There's no way to know.
You're just going to see a whole bunch of volume accumulating at a specific level, and then you can hypothesize that it is. But you never really know. Iceberg orders you can pretty much see.
Yeah.
Depending on the platform you have and the tools that you're using.
Nick for a tick. And Hoag always got an eye out. All right, upper end of this range in the NASDAQ, 21,412. Lower end held. Looks like S&P's fucking finally breaking out to the upside here. 50. Well, I don't want to speak too soon. 59.93. Like we are going to try to extend out of the range. Very thin on the ladder. All right, NASDAQ coming up to VWAP here, 21,422.
So I changed recently in the last week or so. I changed the way I've been journaling.
Okay.
And my journaling was generally like in the past, how I felt, why I took a trade kind of thing. It was almost talking to myself. And generally it would start talking at me, right? And that usually didn't help me any. So recently I changed it to where I'm journaling as if I was instructing or teaching, writing an educational manual. And the idea behind it is, now I'm no longer attacking myself. I'm no longer attacking my decision. I'm no longer putting negativity into my journal. Instead, I'm telling my journal or someone else why I took that trade, what was that setup, and it's now turning into a repeatable type of pattern setup that now I'm asking, well, what about that setup did I take? And why did I take it? And would I have someone else take that same setup? And it's really changed the way my journals become useful. And part of it is because an older trader was saying most retail traders or most new traders, they have no idea what their setup is and they haven't practiced. Every time they take a trade, they're almost taking a new setup. It looks new to them. They think maybe it'll work. And then they change it the next time. They change maybe the time frame, or they change the outlook of that setup. So, and then they'll never get repeatable, consistent results because they're changing every day or changing every week. So it's something that I'm trying, and I've really enjoyed it.
I like it. So you're essentially explaining your trades to the journal as opposed to, I like that.
Yeah.
You said no more negativity. How negative was it?
You're an idiot. You're stupid. You'll never succeed at this. All those classic terms of how stupid could I be? All that kind of stuff.
Been there. Golf and trading makes me
not useful, is it?
No, I still
not
say that
useful
to myself at
one
golf.
bit.
Yep, me too.
But
I still talk. I say some of the foulest stuff to myself when I'm.
Yeah, and the thing is, we want to think that it's an edge thing, as in, if I work at it a little harder, I'm a little more tricky or gambling or throw the dice. We want to think that trading. I don't know why that is, but that's just how our mindset is, right? When it's not that way at all. Instead, it's data, and we are playing the numbers of probability on the data, and it's a matter of how are you executing that plan. And it has nothing to do with you. Now, maybe there's you're tired that day, or something, or distracted, but that has nothing to do with how stupid you are or how smart you are.
Nope.
That just has to do your execution of that strategy, and maybe you're a little slow, a little tired on it.
Thank you, Jared. All right, we are pushing higher here. All right, really quick, we got the range expert in here. Let's get Dolby time in here. Dolby time. Let's draw that box. Show them what we were talking about in that 5-minute. There you are, upper right hand. I never seen the upper right hand. Dolby.
Whoa, what are you guys doing down there? Huh?
Do we have a new nickname for Dolby? Gonna be Range Man?
Range Man. Power Ranger.
Dorito Boy.
Power Ranger.
Dolby. We're kind of out of this range, but we're still in a range. Let's do a range analysis really quick, because we were barcoding there for a solid hour, give or take. So
yeah,
come on in. Show them what you look at when.
Well, first off, ranges are the best thing ever. So everyone hating on ranges, please stop. Ranges are your friend. They help you define risk very, very easily. So what I do is go top bottom. So weekly, daily, 4 hour, 1 hour, 30, 15, 5, 1, 30 second. We'll do it right now. I'm not seeing a huge range in the weekly, so I'll go down to daily. Not really seeing a range in the daily. Go down to the 4 hour. 4 hour, we do kind of see a range. We got a nice clump of candlesticks right here. So I actually marked off the 4 hour low, and then I'll mark off like the 4 hour high. And then we'll just keep on doing this all the way down. And if we don't see a range, it's fine. You just skip it. And then keep on going. There's no 30-minute range broke out. 15-minute range, we had one. So mark there. 15-minute range high. Go down to 5-minute. And the 5-minute had a super good range. This is actually a pretty rare formation on NASDAQ. Typically, they're not this clean. And the wicks run a lot higher to the upside or downside. So really good 5-minute range. So what do you do in any range, no matter what time frame? You're always looking to get long in the bottoms, and then you are looking to get short the tops. And you might be like, well, it's breaking out right now. You would get stopped out. And the answer is yes. This would be a losing short for a range trader. However, let's talk about it like this. Like, this is a range. This is also a range. And this is also a range. And essentially, as a range trader, you're just making the bet that it can keep on doing this longer than it can eventually break out, right? Because as a trader, we do not know when, let's say, this is going to happen. You do not know that. And so why would I want to make a bet as a trader on this one event occurring when the opposite typically takes place? There's a greater chance, I should probably change color on this, that this will hold at the top than it will break out. So that is it. That's range trading in a nutshell. It's just, I would prefer making a bet on the market doing something it's already done versus a one-time event that invalidates the formation.
Now, fading the extremes of ranges, yes. Dolby, do you take the breakout ever? Do you go with a substantial breakout outside of balance?
This is how I would approach a trending market with range trading. So I think you've referred to me say stair step a lot. And that is where you get this sort of action in the market. This would be a stair step uptrend. And then you would basically draw your lines here. And so what do you see, right? You see a trending market, but really what we have is just more ranges. And so for me, everything is a range in one form or another. I will find you and I will get you. But if we are looking to get long, then we are just looking for lows within the range within an uptrend. And that's it. So this is no different than just this. This is all the same.
There you go.
And just inverse it for shorts, right? You're looking to short tops in here. Oh, check this out. Oh, it's upside down. So now we are like downtrend, right? So now we're looking to short the tops in a downtrend within a range within a trend. So that's the basics of range trading. And then, yeah, some people like momentum trading. It's not my favorite. I think you have to be super fast at it. And then from there, it's just getting good at holding onto positions and making sure those things play out. And then, not moving your stops, which Dakota brutally called me out on yesterday. Because really what you're not betting, you're betting on the event taking place. It's not necessarily dictated by like time, right? So what you're looking for as a range trader is for this move to break out. And it could stay in here forever, right? So some range traders, and like I've made every mistake there possibly is. Like we'll
just took out the eye behind the S&Ps.
Nice. So we'll get impatient and then want to flatten our trade, but our trade succeeding is not based off of time. It's based off of one event occurring. And if that event takes 2 hours to form, then you ideally should be sitting in the trade until that event takes place. But it can range theoretically forever until it doesn't. And breakout traders are looking for this one moment, and range traders are looking for these 5.
They do range more than they trend, don't they?
They do. I hope that makes sense for everybody. Valid
Dolby
question, actually. Yeah.
The range trading, especially for someone that didn't start in range trading, or it can flip the other way too. But that classic thing of the time that you put your target in for your range, and then it broke out of the range and took off. Your mind, your mental state will remember that forever. And from that point on, you'll never take profit at the top of the range, because what if this time it breaks out? And you flip it around, someone who never was a range or always a range trader, they will have a tendency to never allow a runner to go or to see that it's going to break out of the range, because in their mindset, no, you trade the range. Like spot on with what you said, but like me mentally, I was not a range trader. So I continually have to fight taking profit at the range, because in my mind, I remember it ran away from me. And from that point on, it's the inverse of something bad happened, came down, took out my stops. So I always have my stops way low, right? Kind of thing, right? It's the inverse of that in technically a positive way, but it's the same thing.
It is. Yeah, I think we are like, created by our environments. And I was created by the old trading combine at Topstep, right? And there was really strict. There were no micros.
Seeking certainty.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
There is no certainty in trading.
Right. And so, when I was in the trading combine, I was doing, I think, like 30K accounts on crude oil And so I was maybe only taking 2 or 3 trades a day, period. And I had to be able to find a setup where I could reliably set a stop with maybe 15 ticks, so about $150 in crude. And the only thing I could find is, okay, well, crude does a really good job of ranging. So like this formation in crude that's in the NASDAQ, right? Or sorry, this formation in NASDAQ, this appears very frequently in crude, and it's not very wiki. And so it was fairly reliable to be able to buy lows and then sell highs, because what you could do is you could set your stop right on the other side, right? So essentially what you're asking the market to do is to break formation, and that doesn't happen all that much, right? Because it's typically just gonna keep on ranging until it does some big thing. Now, occasionally will you get a move that shoots down and stops you out and then rallies higher? Sure, it happens, I would say, way more frequently in NASDAQ than it does in crude. But that's kind of how I arrived at range trading. And then from there, it's just been a series of like observations to make it slightly more efficient. So, and I have a bunch of that stuff like written down. It's just observations of range trading. Maybe I'll share those later. But it does take practice to get used to range trading, because there's a lot of fear that occurs when the market is down here, because momentum comes in, and then as traders are like, oh, this looks scary. But if you look left, buyers have consistently come in, and so, you know, as I like saying, it's like we're not buying it because it's pretty, we're buying it because it's cheap. This is a cheap trade. And I think people look at momentum as something that is sexy, but momentum is also fleeting. And so I'd rather take a cheap trade.
It's a really good feeling. It's a validation feeling, at least for me, when I take a trade and then it just runs away from me and, you know, nice profit. It just feels very validating and very like affirming and addictive. Like those endorphins just love it, at least for me. And then you just want every trade, you want to get that feeling, that hit again.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what trading is like, though. I mean, it's a dopamine factory. It can either be really good or really bad. There were a couple of questions in chat, like how many bars does it take? My absolute minimum is 3, but the more the merrier, obviously. If you're acting on like 3 bars, then it can be a little bit presumptive, I guess, on maybe that range forming. But you can also get like the quality of those bars kind of depends too, because if you get some that are just like right next to each other, like these 3, then I'd probably be a little bit more like reliant, or I think those would be a little bit more reliable. So you want those ranges to kind of be as tight as possible with as few wicks running on the outside. And there's things that you can do to put the odds in your favor. For example, if we know big news is coming out tomorrow, there's a greater chance that the market will be range bound because money is on the sideline waiting for the news to happen. So we can kind of make the assumption that ranges will be safer to play. Another way is lunchtime trading tends to be more range bound. Well, if you can make the assumption that we're going to be in a range, then we can have more confidence that we can enter into range trades. Would I be looking to range trade the New York Open? Absolutely not, especially not in NASDAQ, because it's probably not going to range at all. I mean, a good range could take 15, 20 minutes, maybe even 30 minutes to set up. So it does take a lot of patience, but you do have to act when you do get in there. You know, it's a practice like anything, but it's hard for me to trade momentum because I see everything as ranges. And I think for momentum traders, it's hard for them to see ranges because anytime they get down to 21,350, they want to take shorts and drive this even further. So I think they're great strategies that exist on the same coin, but opposite sides.
Damn, Dolby. Well, that.
You can't run.
Pretty good.
Can't hide. I will
Yeah,
find you.
Dolby
I will
time.
Find you. Stop and stop you.
Well, Dolby
For I
was
am the
schooling
master
everybody
of
on range trades. I took a small stop out at the top end of the range on NQ for about $400.
Did you short 420s?
Get a potential.
No, not
fail
420s.
upside auction in the
450s.
S&Ps.
450s? Oh, nice. That's
You got stopped out?
Well, I was being tight with my stop when it looked like a short that I have taken numerous times in my life that eventually gets run to the initial balance high on NQ as well. So it was trying to be greedy. ES was coming into resistance at the top end of the opening range and initial balance high. And I thought, I should have taken the trade in ES. That's where that sits. Remember I said that when I came on, I was like, I've had a good week trading ES, not NQ. So maybe I should keep trading ES.
Nick, you can't get away from it, man.
You can't run.
It's like a drug.
I will find you, and I will find your stop and stop you out. For I am the market, and I know who you are.
Yeah, you can't run, you can't
Thanks,
hide.
Dolby time.
Potential
That's it.
failed
Dolby.
upside
I'll be back
auction
on
of the
later.
Yes.
Yeah, you will.
Talk
Good
more
stuff,
about
Dolby.
ranges later.
Awesome stuff. Euro close, 15 minutes, 14 minutes. Hoag,
I got
potential
it.
failed upside auction.
I got a new diagram. Another talk. And Hoag can tell me, oh man, goodness, would you stop with these? They're not real.
No.
Okay. I got a theory, a visual theory as to why we hold stops and we can't let our runners go. So let's say we down here at the bottom, we took our entry and price starts running up. Well, as it runs up, our visual thing is we see it's going farther from our entry, which means the farther it goes, the more likely it might snap back and take us out. That's what our mind says. If we are, let's say we took a long right here, price went up and came down. The farther it comes down, our mind says the more likely it's going to bounce. And so we hold and hold because in our mind's eye, we justify what could happen. It's a visual thing in our mind. And until we flip it around, we'll always hold on to our losers.
It's human nature. You know, you get a trade that's going your way. Every tick that it puts in a new high is money that you feel like you've already made and you don't want to lose it.
Yeah.
So we have, I think as a human being, we have a natural tendency to take what is given to us quickly. Okay. If you're walking down the street and you see a $5 bill on the sidewalk, first thing you're going to do is step on it. Next thing you're going to do is look around to see if anybody's looking for it. The next thing you're going to do is you're going to pick it up and put it in your pocket.
Yep.
The adverse, okay, when the market starts to go against us, we start to kind of say, all right, well, you know, it's got to turn around at some point. If I get out now, the loss is established. It's in my account. There's nothing I can freaking do about it. So I'm gonna default to I'll just wait. I'm just gonna wait and see if this thing turns around. And typically, what's going to happen is it's just going to keep costing us money until we finally get out, and that's going to be the low. Typically, that just seems to be what happens, right? When we fall into that default of I'm just going to wait. I'm going to hold on. If the market, you know, comes around, makes me whole again or makes me money, great. So we end up with big losses and small wins, and it's just human nature to do that. Jared, you said you have to switch that around in your brain, and you do. And it's I think most people are wired that way. So, you know, if you see that $5, I used to do it like this. I'm standing on the sidewalk, and to pass me, you have to give me $20. And I'm going to tell you, half the time when you pass me, there's going to be a $5 bill on the way that you can either pick that up, or actually, if you pass me, you give me the $20. A little ways up, there's going to be a $5 bill that's going to trim some of your risk. Half the time, there's going to be a 50 further down the road, further down the street. How many times are you going to walk past me, give me the $20, and go get the $50? Every time. So if you can kind of put that into your psyche, and you know, not every trade is meant to be a huge winner. Some trades have to be planned for a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1 or a 4-to-1 reward over risk. 4-to-1 reward over risk is fantastic. So I was working with a woman, actually, teaching her profile, and she was getting really, really good at finding good trade locations. She was good at managing risk. She ended up with like a 6-to-1 reward over risk trade one day. And then she started to think that every trade was going to be that big. So she would get into good trades, 2-to-1, 3-to-1 reward over risk, would never take her profit, and then the market would come back and then hit her stop. So I did this, and I think this might be something that you could use in your practice account, something like this. Anybody, of course, can use this. Anytime you see a good trade, a good entry, take it, put in your stop, put in the profit target at 2-to-1, and then just let it fly. So I told her to do this. And I said, Don't pay no attention to the performance. Pay no attention to whether it's a win or a loss. Pay no attention to any of this. Write down the outcomes on a spreadsheet. Send me the spreadsheet after 30 instances, after 30 good trades. I know you're finding good trades. You're a good risk manager. If you take every winning trade off at 2-1, what would your performance be like? So 7 days later, I get this email. The spreadsheet's there. Now, this was a 50K combine. She had never succeeded in a trading combine. She was getting a lot better at the trade locations. Management was becoming an issue. I went through the spreadsheet, and in 30 trades, actually about 25 trades, she had succeeded in the trading combine. I called her. I said, "Good job, man. This is really good." She's like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Well, I just went through your spreadsheet and took a look at your dashboard. You succeeded in your trading combine about 5 trades ago." She started screaming, laughing, almost crying on the telephone because she had never succeeded in a trading combine before. So in doing that, you have to take a profit at some point. Yes. Is the market going to come back and move against you sometimes? Yes, it is. Depending on your time frame, what you were looking for in the trade to begin with, what your reasonable and probable profit target is in the trade, of course, is part of how you stay in the trade. But if you're that anxiety of the market going against you, I think Tom Hoagland said it best. People new to trading have a tendency to be hopeful when the market is against them and fearful when the market is going their direction. You got to do it the opposite. When it's against you, be fearful. When it's going your way, then it's be hopeful. So there's a lot of rewiring of the brain that I think traders have to do to become consistent, profitable, and have any longevity at all in futures trading. And it's
I'm
something,
convinced.
not saying that it's easy. It's something after 35 friggin' years, I'm still working on.
Yeah. Yeah. Mark Douglas, he talked about that, of just how the emotion is involved in trading because we place value on the money. We place value on being right. And until you get rid of that value of the money or value of being right, you will not succeed. You will not at least be consistent. And I think, and then what I have noticed too is in the general retail trading world, there's not a focus on having a plan, a single plan, a single strategy. A lot of people call it a setup, but what is that setup and what is the trigger? And do you understand why you're taking that? Mark said it again. Trading is, as a child, like when you're learning to walk, that's all you can think about. You're not walking and chewing gum and reading a book at the same time. As a 1-year-old, 2-year-old, you barely can take a step. And in trading, we want to think that we can act like a 20-year-old NFL player that is able to rock the world and do all these jumps and really cool things. Like, no, that first trade, you're a 2-year-old, and that's all you can handle is one single setup. And then you have to get really good at that one single setup and trade it without emotion, without putting value on it. And then you can take a more advanced setup and keep learning how to run, walk, run, blah, blah, blah. But, you don't really see that physical limitation when you're trading, especially electronically. I think probably in the pit, you maybe saw it more often. You could visually feel the limitations probably. Yeah. I was never in the pit, but I'm assuming there was a more physical element to it where you realized, oh, it's way too loud. It's way too crazy in the pit. I don't know what's going on. So you would clam up, be quiet and watch. And, in the screens, you don't really see that. It's very volatile. Well, what's volatile mean? That kind of thing.
Yeah. I think what you're talking about, Jared, is basically creating secondary functions. So when you first sit down to drive a car, you have never driven a car before. You have to think about every little thing. Okay, I got to put my foot on the brake. I got to put it in reverse. I got to back out. To back out, I got to turn around and I have to look and I have to do the wheel. And then when I finally get onto the street, now I've got to put it in drive. Then I've got to then I got to do with my mirrors, and all of these things are things that you have to think about the first time you sit down and you drive a car. These are all now secondary functions because you've driven a car 1,000 times. You don't have to think about it. It's just kind of automatic what you do to drive a car. And I think that's kind of what you're talking about as far as trading. You know, coming into trading, you don't have the skills, the abilities, and quite frankly, the cojones to perform like a NASCAR driver when the first time you sit down at a trading, right? Somebody was asking what happened to the woman that I just talked about in that explanation. She actually saw that she could succeed in just doing what she was doing. She went back to what she was doing, and I haven't seen her in a while. She went back to her old ways.
You're gonna say she is oh, never mind.
It's hard to change, man. Change is hard. People don't like change. Change is difficult. Change is scary. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to be on the other end of that change. Could be good, could be bad. Bad change, of course, is people are afraid of. People are afraid of good change as well. What could happen if you were to become wildly successful as a futures trader? I mean, what are the bad things that could happen? You could become a jerk. You could lose all your friends. But that's a choice.
Yes, it is.
That's a choice.
Yeah.
Think of all the good things that can happen if you become wildly successful at trading. Think of the good things you could do with that. You could help people. You could help your parents. You could help veterans.
It's almost,
you could
a
help
lot of
kids.
people trade.
You could help everybody. Yeah.
It's almost like they think they don't deserve to be successful. I got to feel
There's
the
a
pain.
lot of
I did
that.
this a couple of weeks ago. I had two or three trades that were just spot on. Great money that day. And it was in like 10-minute time frame. And it was too easy, and I could not walk away because I didn't have that feeling that I'd worked. Here, you know, I've worked hard, manual labor, whatever, my whole life, and you sweat, and then you get your pennies. In 15 minutes, I had, you know, I forget what it was, like a 12K day, and I could not walk away from it because it didn't feel like I'd earned it.
Lose 12K though, Jared. You lose 12K.
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
Guarantee and hit my daily loss.
I've been there.
Dude, you're touching
this
on
money
so
was
many
way
things
too
that
easy.
I worked on when I first started trading with a couple of trading psychologists. I felt the same way. The money was too easy. I didn't earn it. I was used to trading in my hours for a handful of dimes like you. You know, even though my dad was a trader, every job I had to, you know, do something to get paid for it. Now it's a whole different story. And the amount of money you can make, you have to 100% with every cell in your body, believe that you are worth it, that you've earned it, and it's yours. If you don't, it causes consternation, internal consternation.
You just lose that 12K in a day, and then you'll no, damn it, I deserve that 12K I made. So yeah, I feel like losing teaches more lessons than winning in this business. Kind of fear-driven business or fear of failure. Failure teaches more. Kind of like baseball, game of failure. Failure teaches more. Oh, we got Euro close coming up here in 60 seconds. With that being said, we'll see if what happens. But we got a big announcement coming in here. We're coming to the close of the 25 Marathon VIP Scouting check-in session. I think we're coming up on number 24. Eddie, go ahead, Eddie. Let's give them what they want.
And anybody would like to be a VIP? Would you?
Would you like to be a Topstep VIP?
Anything?
Topstep VIP.
Yes.
Read up on our VIP.
VIP? Okay. Let's do it. This is VIP number 24. We'll call this the Kobe VIP. Now remember, every time you check in, you're going to get another entry into our VIP draft starting the 27th of this month. Yes, that's in 11 days. Well, we're going to be drafting 500 traders. Now, what you get in this VIP is, first off, you're going to get 3 months in the trading combine. You're going to get 2 free resets each month. Hopefully you don't have to use those. Private team chat room, exclusive access to our coach, and of course, those special events and no activation fee. So that's 10 teams, 50 traders per team, 500 traders in total. And this is number 24, the Kobe VIP scouting form. So we posted this up above in the chat. Click on that link and you'll get access to the form. Excuse me. I do see that some people are 24 for 24. That is pretty good. Pistol Pete, you can't be 26 for 24. Let's check that total. Hopefully you fat fingered that one. But have at it. And remember, if you're just new here and you're just starting out, click the link. All right. It only takes one to win. All right. It only takes one to win. You might be lucky there. Out of Stockfish said 3 for 24. Well, good luck. Good luck there. And let's get this going here. We're going to pass it back to Andre, and we're going to keep this up until 12 o'clock, high noon, Chicago time. So that link will be up there for you. There you go.
1 p.m.
And don't forget,
1 p.m.
this Friday, tomorrow, Andre, we're going to have another opportunity for 25 more with Top Quiz. Of course, Top Quiz tomorrow. And I'll pass this back to you, Andre. Back to you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, I believe we're going to have it open for even an additional hour, Eddie. More than just 90
Longer
minutes.
than that?
Go,
what do we got?
I think we're going to go for a bonus hour. I believe so.
Okay.
We're going to give it a bonus hour here.
Till 1 p.m., yes.
Yeah,
I do see that now.
Yeah.
Keep it open. Open it up.
Open.
All right. So
no last call.
Tell your friends,
here.
tell your enemies, tell your fellow traders, get in here. Thanks, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, European close has come and gone. We still got some oil still selling off here. We are now beneath $77. Let's trade 77. Just as I spoke too soon. New low is put in $76.97. Last trade, $76.99. That was great explanation there. Good discussion there. Range bound trading.
Can I say one more thing about that?
Yeah, please, Hoag.
So we were talking about, what would happen if you became wildly successful. What are the bad things that can happen? Kevin Nathaniel here says he lost all his friends because he made more money than them from trading. And that does happen. Sometimes, they just get jealous. They maybe you got a nicer car or something like that, and they separate themselves from you. And it does happen. But you have to ask yourself if that is the case, if they were ever your friends to begin with.
I was going to say that. Were they really your friends?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's that Midland, Texas money, Nick. I'm obsessed with that town. I'm obsessed with Midland.
No, you are.
I'm obsessed with this town.
West Texas
I've heard
is fun.
I'm obsessed with it. Just this show. I went down a wormhole on the internet of Midland, Texas, and I'm fascinated by this whole town. Anyways, we'll talk
Andre,
about that.
We'll make the drive. You fly into DFW, you go to the Kansas TCU game, and we'll drive 6 hours to Midland just so you can experience it.
I got to see what this whole thing. Oh, there's private. I mean, yeah, this looks like it's all private jets and like Mercedes-Benz in this town in the middle of nowhere.
Midland is like you've got the very rich side, and then you've got a very much blue collar working, as they say, working the patch. So it's a lot of that industrial work.
Or what do they call them? The
natural gas and crude oil.
Man, oh man. Yeah, I'm from West Texas. Got any questions, Richard Martinez? Yeah, is it really like that on the show? Is it really? I was looking at houses. I mean, it's just some cookie cutter houses going for damn near $1 million in Midland. I was just like, man, oh man, this is a real thing. The Dubai of Texas.
I am in Dallas, Texas. I am not in Midland.
He's a city boy.
I'm too bougie for Midland, apparently.
He's a city boy.
You guys need to know, I grew up in the beaches of Southern California. That is not my scene necessarily.
Here we go. Yes, and he went to University of Arizona. He is a Cali bro in Texas. Hell of a trader, man. Yep. We'll tell Nick for
we're going to break down out of this new range that NQ has been.
Come on.
Broke my heart when the flush happened.
Sounds like a country song. Broke my heart. Anyways, yeah, 21,400. Last trade in the ES, 59.92.
Andre jinxed the day before the opening bell. I'm just going to say
it. I came in and I go, oh, bleep, retail sales did absolutely nothing. What's going to move this market? And when I saw
apparently
retail
Waller.
sales was a Waller. Yeah, Waller, mission accomplished. I said retail sales was
if I
dud.
had one setup, like we talk about for the tip of the week, it would be the failed auction, because we had a failed upside auction in the S&Ps. It was just beautiful. You had to preempt it, otherwise it cost you in trade location. But that would be my one setup if I had one setup.
Hoag, it's something people have asked the question of like, am I going to size down this week and things like that? Like when we were coming on my Sunday show, and I've given the example of like, if you've traded NQ and you don't want to size down to micros and start trading ones and twos on the micro side, if you're a mini trader, maybe switch to ES. Well, my stop out is a great example of you took that trade in ES, you're still in it, and you're feeling real good versus taking some heat and stopping out on NQ. The same exact, correlation in price action.
And I wouldn't even feel bad for making money on it.
Don't. Yep. No one's going to feel bad for you when you lose money. No one's going to feel bad for you when you lose money in this.
No, they'll take it. No problem.
100%. Like I said, you learn things the hard way in this thing. Pits, I'm sure, was even much more cutthroat. I think I bet things got much more personal in the pits because you're sitting there with people here. You're going because the screen stuff.
Take your money and laugh at you.
Yeah, and they rub it in your face. But hey, we got gold kind of creeping higher on the highs right now, 27.54. Chopping on the way highs. All right, we got some news. We got about 20 minutes left here in fast markets. More coming up throughout the day.
Andre,
that is a slow grind on gold.
27.56 is weekly kickoff high. We're getting
it was.
Up to that level.
It took about 2 hours to get there. It took about 2 hours to get there. But
yikes.
Grind higher. We got the VIP lounge again. VIP season 1 coming to a conclusion. Season 2 getting ready to kick off. Week of January 27th, we'll be unveiling the teams, 10 teams, 50 players a team, 500 VIPs. And oh man, pretty cool what we're doing around here. We're going to try to kind of roll this into a Topstep trading league one day. We'll see how that kind of matures. We have the jerseys made, don't we, James? We definitely have all the jerseys made. We definitely have the team jerseys, so everything else should just fall into place from there. Anyways, James, I'm going to leave that in your lap. James, you got any news for us? What's up, man?
Andre, we're essentially done. The jerseys are made. Like, that's how a team is performed, right? Like, everything else is all secondary. There's nothing else. But what is going on in the world? In TikTok news, we all want to hear about it. Donald Trump is now reportedly wants to not ban it. So he's talking about when he gets in office, he will introduce a new executive order that will give another 60 to 90 days for Congress essentially to figure out a way if we want to sell it to another company, come up with some alternative solutions, which is funny because if I remember correctly, this is the same guy that said it should be banned in the first place, but c'est la vie. And if you, I wouldn't worry too much though about if TikTok's going to get banned because the CEO of TikTok is going to be at Inauguration Day.
Nice.
So, he's rolling up. He's according to Forbes, he will be sitting in a position of honor on the dais, which is usually where former presidents, family members, and other high-level guests are seated. Other party boys that will be up there include Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos. Basically, the whole brat pack will be there.
Yeah.
And we will be watching
the ring.
Who's who
on Monday. Yeah. It's who's who. Yeah. Speaking of who's who, the Japanese Prime Minister is struggling to find time to smoke at work.
What?
Yeah, it's an article. I was going to say, I think a lot of people can relate to this. He said that finding time for a cigarette break has never been harder. Apparently, when you're the Prime Minister of Japan, there's not a lot of moments for you to step outside and have a quick smoke break. He's thinking about giving it up altogether, but apparently he is also a big fan of drinking and smoking, and at one point said that he would give up drinking before he ever gave up smoking. So, good luck, Japan.
Somebody give him a ball.
That helps. Yeah, well, they can go California sober. Maybe then he'll start feeling a bit better.
Cali sober.
Hoag, have you seen this next story? I saw it this morning and I knew I had to include it. Gremlins 3 is on the way. That's right. Yeah, pull him out. There he is.
I got him.
A new report has come out from Hollywood that Christopher Columbus, the director behind the first 2 Harry Potter movies, the Home Alone movies, and Mrs. Doubtfire, among others, is looking to direct a new Gremlins movie. And if you didn't know, Chris Columbus wrote the first Gremlins. So he's already familiar with it. He wrote the first one. So I'm looking forward to this. I love this franchise. The one bad thing about this article I didn't like is it also includes other rumors, including a new script for a new Matrix from Drew Goddard.
There you go.
Please leave one of my favorite franchises alone. And apparently Christopher Columbus is also making a new Goonies treatment, whether that's a Goonies reboot or if Josh Brolin and crew are coming back for more money. Stay tuned. We'll see.
Can you imagine an old Trinity? That's just wrong.
Have you seen the new Matrix? I already saw old Trinity and old Neo. It was very sad. And finally, my last story. What was that?
A hell of a sailor too, Christopher Columbus.
Oh yeah, he can do it all. Our last story that can only come out of Ohio. A woman says she got a side of marijuana with her chicken fries at Burger King. Now, naturally, the first question you're thinking of, what is the address of this Burger King so I can avoid it at all costs?
How lucky can you be?
Yes, a woman reported that she ordered some chicken fries. Who hasn't been there? And when you look down into the container, she saw tons of little, she describes it as Mary Jane sprinkled throughout her box. And like any true patriot, she narked.
Yeah, wrong. I think that was meant for the person behind her in the drive-thru.
Breaking down Mr. Balance Low.
All right, new lows coming in. Finally, thank you, James. Finally, we got some new lows into the NASDAQ. Oh, it was Nick.
Where did Nick get stopped out? Well, right around 68.
It's going to be one of those days, man.
It is. No big deal. Small little paper cut.
What do you want?
See if anything else transpires today. If not, come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Not my favorite trading day.
Nah, it's what do we call those tops? If you want to call it a top. All right, let's do let's do a recap here. 21,322. 320 is low of the day in the NASDAQ. Looking at the ES, 59.79. Last trade, low of the day was just a spike, 59.73. Light volume, thin ladders today. Crude seeing some
Andre,
selling.
would you believe I'm going to cover some of a swing short again?
Yes. Oh, dude, that was what were you short from? 80s?
Short from the swing short from FOMC day.
Oh, from up there. Oh snap!
That was a different one. I keep reopening when we reoffer in this down until the downtrend breaks. I'm going to keep doing it.
Good. It is downtrend. Take a look at the oil, $77.06, about 13 cents off the lows there. Here's a question. Is there any more juice left in this sell-off? A lot of range traders. More if Dolby would read this. I'm looking at the 5-minute. Buyers might want to step in here. Hold it.
In the S&Ps, typically if there's a failed upside auction, the target is the lower IB low, the IB low.
Is that
so
right?
if a failed auction above the IB high, typically the target is the IB low.
I did not know that. Okay. Okay. Good stuff, Hoag.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Learn shit today. It's a lesson day today, folks. This is a lesson day today. There are some profits out there. Looking at some live funded traders. There is some red. I say it's about 50-50 green versus red with our live funded traders today. That shows you it's been like that with the tilt 50-50 for most of the day as well. Again, we'll get that VIP. We'll get that countdown clock up on the screen here for the VIP. Again, it's going to be open for another 2.5 hours or no, 2 hours and 15 minutes. Pretty good. Everyone's got to have at least one check-in. We'll be able to see what those numbers were when we're all said and done.
Now it looks like we just set up a failed downside auction in the NASDAQ.
So then the target would be the upside of the initial balance, correct?
IB high.
Same in all right. That price would be what, Hoag?
Well, IB high is 496, 498, 21,498.
498s. Yes, Flyer Jim. We saw that. Bob Euchre has passed.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh man, he finally got his seat in the front row.
Yeah, he did. Saw that. For those who are not aware of who that is, he's a very popular baseball announcer here in the States.
Yep.
Long time.
You ever saw
He's been in some
Major
movies.
League? He's the announcer.
Mm-hmm.
just a bit outside.
Very
Oh, that's
famous.
spot on, Hoag.
Yep. He's past the age of 90.
That's a good age.
It's a good
Man.
run. Solid.
And some good stories, too. If you ever get a chance, YouTube, Bob Euchre. Funny stories. Catching fly balls in a tuba. That's one of my favorite.
Sounds like
True
Euchre.
story. Yeah.
About 2 days ago, we saw the 10-year yield at 4.8%. This is just 48 hours ago. That's how fast things change. And that CPI print came out. Everything's solved. Everything's solved. And now 10-year yield, 4.61%, which about 2 weeks ago would seem awfully high. But as of 2 days ago, it's a little bit of a relief.
I am
Still
so
is a little-
glad I don't have to be a nerd and care about the macro thing of the world. I mean, I care in a
Matters,
world
Jared.
view,
It's you got to have
but-
an idea. You got to have. You got to
No, I
keep
don't.
some.
Don't tell me that. I willfully choose to be ignorant.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Even
Hey,
the
Nick.
economists have no idea what they're doing.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All you need to know is that
Like
last
Leatherman.
November, the Fed said mission accomplished, and here we are again.
They're still trying to say mission accomplished.
They said it again.
I mean, if
Apparently,
you're
Waller
telling
said it
me
again
good
today.
news is bad
Yes, he
news,
did.
and bad news is good news, then it doesn't matter.
You do have a point. You bring a very fair point. They are starting to sprinkle in perhaps another rate cut sooner than July, Hoag. I saw that. Whatever. That's some nerd macro talk. We can say everything. Where's Jack when I need him? Jack, get back here. I need someone to talk to.
Jack's a little busy.
He is.
They
Jack is a
mentioned, they
little
mentioned
bit.
March. March was
They're
mentioned.
starting to sprinkle in a possibility for a March rate cut.
But then
Jack
Bank
is
of
busy.
America says none. So
Wow, Wells Fargo came out and said like 5 or something. BOA says none. I'm like, what a gig.
yeah.
I want to be a
You
bank
just
analyst.
your job
I
is to
know.
put out something. It doesn't have to be right.
Correct. And if it's not right, just revise it. If it's not right, just revise it again. No,
Yeah, the
except
banks
for
the
Jack.
banks invented that word, revise. Yeah.
Beautiful word.
They're
Beautiful,
the inventors
beautiful
of that word.
All right, how are we doing on that?
Can you imagine growing up and you're in trouble and you're like, Dad, I'm going to revise what I did, my statement there. And be like, yeah, no, you're still getting a whooping.
Yeah, come here.
Back in my
You're
old
gonna
world,
learn.
if I would have had to revise things the way the banks do and the analysts do, I would have been fired long before I got laid off. That's not the way it works in corporate America. I can tell you that much.
Does not.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this. All right, JD, come on in. We're just jibber jabbering around here. Markets are kind of just doing their own thing. So,
Love a good,
JD,
love a
without
good
further
jibber
ado,
jabber.
a little jibber jabber. That's what traders do, man. It keeps us out of the markets, keeps us from getting caught, trying to force trades and stuff. This is what we do. JD, you know that on the floor, on the screen. You
For
always got
sure,
one
a
eye on
little
the screen.
convincing, a little broken.
Yeah, man. That's what you do. Keep yourself out of trouble in these markets. Go ahead, JD.
For sure.
By the
All
way,
right,
we
let's
got another
take a look
Fed
at-
talking, right? Sorry, JD. But I think we got another Fed talking right now somewhere. All right.
Sure
Sorry.
do.
Go ahead, JD.
Sure do.
Yep. All right, here are your fun to trader hot streaks from yesterday. We got Oscar O still on the top there. Made $994 trading the NQ yesterday. Now at 35 days, sitting on $12,457 in profits. Nice job, Oscar. David picked up $217 trading the Micro ES. 30 days, we're at $61.84. Munlin, $230 trading gold. 29 days, we're at $68.67. The $220 trading the Micro NASDAQ. 29 days, now worth $4,043. And Natalie made $200 trading the NASDAQ. Now sitting at 28 days, we're at $12,641. Now, I don't have an overlay for it, but this was brought up a couple weeks ago. Some people were interested in what is the longest losing streak. And it just so happened I looked it up today, and it's a whopper, guys.
What is
It's
it?
got to
I
be
won't-
me.
I won't say the name. I'll give you an acronym. CYL in a live funded account. Now
Losing
on a
streak.
40-day losing streak.
Wow.
Hit
Man.
ELL 40 consecutive days.
You
losing
you
days,
still have their
40
account?
consecutive
still have
days.
an
I looked up that account. Still in that live funded account.
Wow.
They've also asked that you won't see them on the big board. They've requested that we not share their information on Topstep.
That's
TV.
fine.
So I just wanted an acronym,
Yeah.
you know. So
yeah, we don't even need to
technically they would be on the big board if we were sharing their information, but yeah, I just thought that was incredible. Account balance is still pretty high, still in the 6 figures.
Do they have a custom a personal DLL, or they're hitting?
It's set at $3,000. I'm looking at it right now. Sometimes it goes a little over. You know how it goes, but yeah, basically 40 consecutive days of $3,000 losing days.
That's tough. That's very tough.
Did you say 40?
40, Nick.
40 consecutive days.
I mean, that's got to be a statistical anomaly.
That's
you think just by
that's hard to do.
By the odds,
I'm being honest. I'm not being like a jerk. That's hard to do. Man.
It is.
It is hard to do.
Crude popping a little bit here. Crude up about 60 cents in the last 5 minutes. Go ahead, JD. 40, yeah.
Oh, let me get these.
All right, guys. Yeah. So to that point, we talk about the hot streaks and stuff. There's always 2 sides to this thing. We show the winners. There's obviously losers in this game too. So go ahead, JD. Thanks for that. That's wild.
Mm-hmm. Should I stick around? You want to see?
Yeah, let's do that. We're coming up on time. Fast markets.
Sweet.
That's a lot.
What do you want to start with, James?
A big board.
I'm ready.
We got the big board. We got some call-ups. All right,
you want to do big board or call-ups? Big board?
Your call, JD. Dealer's choice.
Let's do the call-ups and we'll do the big board.
Let's do it.
Who is first? First up, we got Kresha from Kansas.
Alexa.
12
in there. Dude, that's 40 minutes from me.
I know.
It's a real place.
Yeah, Jared knows. Yeah, that's a real place. I know Lenexa.
Kresha closed out a single XFA, took a $12,282 payout, and now has a starting balance of $12,283. Trading gold, S&P, NASDAQ, and crude oil. Nice job, Kresha. Next up, we've got Rain from Milan. Rain closed out a single XFA also, took a $5,000 payout, starting in that new live funded account with $35,000 trading the NASDAQ.
That's a little farther away from me.
Milan,
Italy.
Yeah. Jared.
And then we've got Tejan. Tejan from Glendale closed out a single XFA. All 3 of our call-ups were trading in single XFAs. Tejan took a $5,000 payout, starting in his new life funded account with $40,000. It's a nice little cushion to get going. Trading the NASDAQ also. All right, without further ado, Eddie,
the big board.
Here we go.
Double with that sweet drum roll.
Life moves pretty fast. You don't stop and look around once in a while, you could miss it.
Oil popping.
What a great movie.
Here are the top 25 live funded traders at Topstep. There he is right on top. Number 1, Coach Dakota. Down there, number 8, Nick for a Tick. You're looking at him right now. He's been trading with you all morning. Shout out to Nick. In the 3 slot, we got Kai Chun. He was also on our live P&L list from yesterday. $32,434 in profits yesterday for Kai Chun. Also, Fernando down there at number 10. He was the leader of our live P&Ls yesterday. $55,000 trading the NASDAQ yesterday for Fernando. There's a look at your live funded trader leaders, top 25. Go ahead, get your cameras ready, take your snapshot.
Yeah.
We'll give you a couple more seconds. Also, we got our rig trades. Not trades. These are all stars on the top 25.
Look at that. Now he's Nick for a Tick. I forgot to fail to mention. Now he's Nick for a Tick number 8 on the big board. Also,
number
reigning the reversal challenge champion as well.
2 weeks in a row.
Wow,
Really?
back to back. That's a flex. This guy, man, oh man. Thank you, JD.
All right, guys, let's take it down. Catch you later.
Let's take it down. Thanks, JD.
Thanks, JD.
Well, glad you're feeling better there, buddy. He was
Back.
down and out. Anyways, coming
The
up, we
reigning
got
defending
what is this?
Universal Challenge champion is back tomorrow too to once again
Yes,
defend
he
his title.
Defend the throne. Yes, he is. Stay tuned for that. I'll be trying to take him down on that Friday afternoon fun we like to have. Gunning for the top Universal Challenge champ, 2-time champ. Nick for Tick in the house. Anyways, coming up next, we got Hoag's morning recap. Then we got Dolby, Hoop, and Matt from the Pit Raiders doing a check-in for the VIP lounge. Ooh, red velvet ropes and red carpet to get in the VIP lounge. VIP lounge will be growing a lot in season 2. Anyways, with that being said, morning recap coming up. So we got VIP lounge coming up next. After that, that being said, let's do a little bit of appreciations. I'd like to start off in the chat. Chat, what are you appreciative for on this Thursday? Hopefully you kept yourself out of trouble a little bit. Let's get that graphic up there. There it is, chat. What are you appreciative for? You guys hear from us, myself, Hoag, Ed. You guys hear from us all the time. What we're appreciative for. But what we really like to do is hear what our guests are appreciative for. So I'll start with Jared J. Jared J, what are you appreciative for on this Thursday?
Man, I don't know. I think I got nothing. You caught me by surprise. I should have known better. Maybe
Well,
I need to
this isn't
do
your-
some personal thinking.
I like it. Well, I'm appreciative of how introspective you were today. Very vulnerable, putting yourself out there, talking about how you think too much sometimes and how you journal sometimes. So I'm very appreciative of that, for being open and honest, fully transparent here at Top Step and Topstep TV. Good stuff. We love having you on. Mr. Nick for a Tick, what are you appreciative for on this Thursday?
I'm appreciative for my little family, my little one. She turned 2 months yesterday, so it has been a crazy and wild experience, I can say. But we're having a ton of fun, and I'm appreciative that I actually get to, be involved. I could be back in an office at this point, and only coming home and basically having an hour before you put her down to sleep. So I'm glad I get to spend this time with my family and continue to watch it thrive and grow. So glad to be here. Glad for this, thankful for the community as well that we have here at Topstep. So thank you guys, everybody in the chat, hanging out as always.
You the man, Nick. Good job. Way to stay out of trouble as well today. Very appreciative for everyone here. Give us a like, give us a subscribe. We got Jared J, Nick for a Tick. That was a lot of fun, guys. Markets were a little bit of slow markets. Anyways, that being said, we got more recap coming
go
up.
Nick,
And then
for
we got
caring about your family and sticking with it. Yeah, super. We need more good men that are taking care of their family, that want to raise their daughters to just be awesome. So good job. Thank you.
Go. Love it. Amen. Family first, always around here. Anyways, we got morning recap coming up next with Hoag. Then we got the VIP lounge with Dolby, Hoop, and Matt coming up after this. Anyways, this is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
All right, welcome to the morning recap. I'm Hoag. Thanks for joining me. Didn't do a lot of trading or any trading really in the house account today. We did see a couple of good opportunities. We were kind of busy at the time. We didn't have the opportunity to really talk about them. None of our on-screen traders were really looking at those. Actually, I think Nick for a tick did look for a short at the highs here in the NASDAQ. We're just going to take a look and see what these markets have done today. And, what might be affecting them. We did have some early information. We had retail sales that came out a little lower than expected on a month-over-month basis. We had the year-over-year was a little bit higher. Jobless claims weren't really that impactful today. Philly Fed came out much higher than expected, but usually, typically not going to be all of that impactful. Business inventories, we had all that stuff come out today, and the markets were really choppy. Again, another reason why I don't like to trade the NASDAQ, because this market, this is a 3-minute chart. Market opens, leaves the opening range at the high of the session. All right, well, that's telling me right there to start looking for shorts. We put in the IB low, and we range for, let's see, 9 o'clock to 9, so about an hour. We check the highs, we check the lows. We have the anchored VWAP from the open of the New York session, really kind of holding as resistance. We have the overnight VWAP holding as resistance. Finally, we do get some momentum to the upside, and we basically stop short at weekly kickoff high, 21,460, never getting a decent look at that opening range, which was the dead ass high or the initial balance high. The market rotates back to the downside. We leave a failed downside auction below the initial balance. This is a failed downside auction. I have to look at this on a 30-minute chart. And if we're looking for failed downside auctions, this was a beautiful one. The market looked below the initial balance and came right back above the initial balance low. If you waited for confirmation, all that did on this trade was cost you in trade location. The market closed well back inside of the initial balance low, and basically that was the trade. So if you were preempting this failed downside auction below the initial balance low, good on you. Just talked to somebody who did it and had a really nice trade. So nice work there. So now we've got a little kind of opposing situation going on here, which makes me believe we're probably going to remain range bound in the equities for the rest of the day. NASDAQ opening range, the dead ass high. Okay. Failed downside auction below the IB low. Typically, we're going to see a rotation back to the IB high, which would take us back to the opening range. But if we do take out the IB high and take out the IB low, the probability states that it's going to fall into a range-bound type of situation. We saw a lot of range-bound today. Taking a look at the 5-minute, this was a really beautiful opportunity for range traders to just look at the highs, fade the highs, and keep doing that until the market proves you wrong, and the breakout above that proves you wrong. We put in the low. Boy, there was a lot of space between these lows here and the IB low. Would have been tough to take those trades. When we did test down to the IB low, here was a decent opportunity. The failed downside auction was a decent opportunity against these lows. Just looking at seeing what happened today here. Now, the S&Ps, this is where the kind of opposite situation comes in. We have the IB high at 6,003. We have the IB low at 5,973 and a quarter. Weekly kickoff high, 5,972, within 5 ticks of it. Market opens, almost leaves the opening range at the high of the day. We did take one little look above it. We put in the IB low near the weekly kickoff high. Market rotates back to the upside, a failed upside auction. Typically, the target for that is going to be the IB low. We haven't gotten there yet, but we did leave a failed downside auction below in the NASDAQ. So we're seeing some buying coming in, perhaps because of that failed downside auction in the NASDAQ. Again, another very rangy area here. Back in the day in the pit, this would have been a lot of fun. I would have been looking to sell these highs, looking to buy these lows. as many times as I could until proven wrong. So with the equities, looking at the ES and the NASDAQ, failed upside auction in the ES, failed downside auction in the NASDAQ, range bound the rest of the day. What do we have as far as information tomorrow? Housing starts and permits tomorrow, industrial production, and that's it besides the Baker Hughes rig count. So we're really not looking for any new information. Economically tomorrow, we do have just some smaller earnings tomorrow, nothing major. As far as earnings next week, we're getting back into some bigger earnings. 3M, Charles Schwab, Netflix Monday after the close, Interactive Brokers throughout the week. You know, we're looking at Discover, we're looking at GE, we're looking at Procter and Gamble, we're looking at American Express, we're looking at some bigger numbers next week as far as earnings are concerned. Let's take a quick look at crude oil, which has come off these highs. And this was again, this is the March contract. Very small initial balance. These small initial balances, once they've been broken, have offered some pretty decent opportunities. Remember, a wide initial balance is hard. It takes more energy to extend. A narrow initial balance doesn't take the same energy to extend, and we've been seeing that quite often in crude oil. 28.30 is the March weekly kickoff high. We traded to it, traded above it, closed above it. We were unable to hold it. The market took out that low of that initial balance and has been trying to push to the downside. Visual targets above 79.20, which is a naked point of control that comes in all the way from back in April. And then our much more recent visual level to the downside would be 76.54, naked point of control from a couple of days ago. Interesting market here in gold. I just want to take a look, and we did leave a gap day before yesterday to yesterday. We left another gap from yesterday to today. The market has been one time framing higher. It has been doing well. We've been seeing open interest increasing over the past 6 to 7 sessions. We've been seeing negative delta on up days, which indicates longer time frame buyers. And we are at this time still seeing negative delta right up against the highs here. Weekly kickoff high 27.56. If we're going to start to feel as though we're getting a little bit extended to the upside, this could be an interesting level. It's hard to take because we're seeing longer time frame buyers involved in this market. Currently on the day session only, here's 730 bars. So to this point, we've been seeing the opening range, the dead ass low of the day. We've been seeing price moving higher against negative delta. We just talked about this. Negative delta indicates that sellers are more aggressive. They're using market orders to hit bids. Typically, that's going to cause the market to perhaps trade lower, but the opposite is happening. We're still seeing longer time frame buyers. Delta currently negative 1,500 contracts in gold. We've been seeing it since this rally started. We've been seeing negative delta on higher open interest. That's longer time frame buyers. Very interesting level. 27.56 weekly kickoff high. We'll check in and see how this traded out later on the afternoon recap. And that's what we're kind of looking at here. Not a lot to report as far as trading is concerned, but always interesting things in the markets. Hopefully you've had a good trading day so far. Hopefully we've been helpful and a part of that. Other than that, what do we have coming up here? We have the VIP lounge. We've got Matt Y. Let me get to this here. Hang on. I should be ready for this. All right. So Matt has put up winning days in both of his trading combines and his express funded account this week. Nice job, Matt. Looking forward to talking to you about that. Matt is one of Hoop's team members, VIP team members. Hoop is going to be joining us as well for VIP Lounge. Dolby and myself will be joining them. Looking forward to seeing you there. Trade well otherwise, and we'll see you in just a couple minutes. Trade well. We'll see you then.
everybody. Welcome to the VIP Lounge. We got one of our favorite VIPs here, Matt Y, who I just discovered has been in his same Express Funded account for 40 days. But there's a story behind it, and we're going to find out. Hoag, welcome back. You just did the market recap. Not a whole lot going on in the indices. Looks like we're still pretty range bound. But if you were watching fast markets, I sure do love a good range, Hoag.
Yes, you do.
Sure do. Matt Y, how we doing? It's been a while since we've talked to you. How is your Express Funded account going? And what's your strategy with that right now?
My strategy for it is to, pray that it doesn't die, because it was my first Express Funded account. It's a 50K. I had a couple of very stubborn days with that account, and I was up, but I took it near death, and so I have paused, and I'm just trying to find, a few really good high probability trades that I can just take it slow and put a small position on one micro and bring this thing resurrected, bring it back from the dead. So I would love to say that we could do that today, but I'm not sure it's the day. I'm seeing a lot of chop and NQ, and I'm not super confident in anything. But yeah, I don't want to let it die, but it's very near death. So I have it up on my screen right now. I have $200 of drawdown in it.
That's Hoag. What's the value in just not YOLOing your account when you get close to the daily loss limit?
Matt, if you can work your way out of that drawdown that close to the max draw, to the max loss limit, you're going to be a much better trader for it. If you YOLO it, you got 50-50 chance. But if you're able to work your way through it, if you're able to work your way out of that, build that account back up in very small ways, you're going to be such a better trader for it. There's a kind of an analogy that I've used to this. I wanted to learn how to play guitar. I'm a drummer. Dolby's a drummer, but I wanted to learn how to play the guitar. So I asked one of the guitarists that I was working with at the time, I said, I'm going to buy a guitar. I want to learn how to play. Should I buy an electric or an acoustic, a steel string acoustic? And he said, if you're going to learn, you definitely get the steel string acoustic. I said, why? He said, because it's going to be harder to play. You're going to be a much stronger player if you learn on a steel string acoustic. Your fingers will get tougher. It's harder to push down. You'll be a much stronger player if you learn on a steel string acoustic. So I did. And I think he was right. I'm not much of a guitarist, but at least I had the opportunity to learn. But I kind of feel like it's the same way. If you're up against the wall in your account and you dig your way out by making good trading choices, you're going to be a much trader for it. Much better trader.
That is the truth. We're also looking for a Coach Hoop. Coach Hoop, if you're out there, I believe Tim has now just sent you your connection instructions. So the coach will be coming in. Matt, we are getting close to the final day of the VIP experience, round 1. How has the VIP experience kind of helped you? Have you've enjoyed it so far?
I have enjoyed it. I mean, we just have a great group of people. It's really sad to see, the official experience, coming down to the last few days. We're just trying out some new things, like Coach Hoop is doing some live trading with the group. I think that's fantastic.
Oh, cool.
So I think we're probably going to keep the group together, I think, just like a separate Discord group, so we can kind of continue bouncing ideas off of each other. And also, I think it just, like, over and above sharing trading ideas, which may or may not even line up with your own trading strategy. You should never just trade because someone else has an idea and you put it on. That's terrible. I think that, that really is not the way to do it. You have to develop your own system, but learning from others and also having that accountability. I'm so impressed by the folks who will share their trading ideas, put the trade on because they have confidence in it, and then come back and say, yo, I just completely got stopped out, or even I blew my account. That was terrible, and this is why I blew my account, and I'm not going to do it again. So having an extra set of eyes, a whole group of people there to keep you accountable, I think is just so important.
Yeah. Is there anything that you maybe got into the VIP program, like a weakness that you had that got resolved because of the VIP program, or you're a better than because of?
I think so. One thing I'm just working on is like, well, one piece of feedback that Coach Hoop has given me is like, dude, just let the trade play out. I have like the personality where I'm watching very closely. Like I'm looking at time and sales. I'm watching like the trades come in. I'm trying to like understand the why of why price action is playing out the way it is. Constantly reading the news, listening to different analyses, and what does that make you do? It makes you want to like constantly mess with the trade, right? Like move your stop around, change your take profit when you have a little bit. You see that green and you just want to like take it, but that's going to mess up your statistics. So letting trades play out is super important, like for me, because it lets me trade at like bigger scale. And I've been just working on 50K accounts at Topstep, and I think that this is a great place to start. But I've learned by letting some of these trades play out more and letting them get stopped out, I can be more successful in the higher dollar amount accounts, the 100K and the 150K accounts. So just like really getting my footing in the 100K accounts. I've been trading those 100K accounts like a 50K. It's taken me too long, so I'm learning to trade with more size.
Oh, nice. Okay, that's awesome. I mean that you're getting so much out of the program. Do you still have a trading combine account that you need to pass by tomorrow, or have you already passed that account?
Yeah, I'm ashamed to say that I spent 2 months really trading that 100K account like it was a 50K. And so my story is like, I did not want to hit those resets. Like, I don't want to use these free resets. So I'm going to put up like some small wins, right? And I kept getting to the end of the month and I've got like, $2,500 in the account. And, then it becomes crunch time, and feeling that pressure makes you kind of exceed your limits. So that's where I've kind of fallen apart and haven't actually passed the VIP combine. However, yeah, at the moment I have 100K with $3,800 balance, another one with $3,000 balance. So like crunch time, right? And then 50K with $5,100 balance.
Have you not used any of your resets?
Okay, so first 2 months, no, I was not using the resets, except I got crushed during the post-election face-ripping rally. I really thought like, oh, this can't go any farther. Like, look at the hourly RSI. Like, no way, I'm going to fade this, and got destroyed. So I definitely blew a personal and the VIP account at that point, and then. Yeah, I think it was, I used a couple of resets like toward the end of the month, like I was saying, when I just got out over my skis trying to like make that last, like, few, couple $1,000,
hard.
right? And then, so that's kind of my story, like taking it too slow with the 100K, playing it like a 50K. That's not right. So yeah.
Well,
as long as you're managing your risk.
Proud of you. 2 months, you never took a reset. I mean, it's amazing. Good job.
No, I definitely, let's be clear. I definitely took a reset, but I was we get started off the gate, I would take it really slow, just keep on like chugging along, making small wins. And then at the end of the month, it's like, oh man, crunch time. Like I have to pass this. We're running out of time to pass the combine. That's when I get out over my skis.
It takes you out of your strategy, starts you YOLOing.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's hard.
Yeah,
it's hard.
Yeah.
It's tough when you. Go ahead, please.
Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Is there a
Somebody's
Coach Hoop
here.
back there? Oh,
There
there
is.
he is.
Sorry, guys. I was running a live trading room today to kind of finish the VIP out, and I'm like, holy cow, Tim got a hold of me. I got out of there. So,
Perfect. How's that cattle doing, Hoop?
oh, don't get me started, Dolby.
Oh, when I source
Nailed
already?
the short this morning. Got out too soon, and like Hoag says, you don't have enough when it's going your direction, right? So, yeah, it was perfect perfect setup, and yeah.
Yeah, so Coach Hoop, we're coming up. Tomorrow's the last day of your first VIP experience.
Mhm.
Pretty exciting stuff. Matt was just saying that you guys still might, stick around, formed a nice community, some bonds. How's it been for you? When was the last time you did something like this, or if ever?
Last time, let's see. Last time I was a full-blown coach was probably when I coached basketball back when I was back in Chicago. So, in terms of, and what we do with trading, I'd rather coach 18-year-olds like I was doing more more than sometimes I wanted, be around trading and all the demons that come with it. So,
Yeah.
but it's cool. I mean, I really, I'm not the master technician of what you see. I think Hoag was talking about it today. There's just so much information, indicators, and I just kind of try and, dumb it down a little bit, I guess I would say. And just kind of, letting trades play out, trying to manage your risk. And, once again, my belief was to be accountable to these guys. I mean, they share their trade reports, I share mine. And just talk about, my demon is the down day and letting it cycle. And, four good up days can get washed by one bad day. And that's always been, since I moved electronic, that's always been my demon. It's just, it is, and I fight it, and being accountable to these guys about it, and not showing, like some of the influencers do about every winning trade and not showing any losers. That's just, that doesn't help anybody, man.
Yeah. I mean, Coach Dakota is helping hold myself accountable. I was talking about not moving my stops to break even, and then I did. And then I got stopped out. It ended up working, but he did end up roasting my ass for saying one thing and doing the other. So, Coach Dakota, thank you. I'm never moving my stop to break even ever again. It's not in my plan.
Well, and we were doing live when you were starting to talk about range trades, and I kind of pulled it in the room, and I said, to be a range trader you look at ES from this morning. I mean, it's just stuck. And I said, if people want to play that, the highs, the lows, the 1 minutes, the 5 minutes, it's just not me. And I said, if that's your strength, like right now, Dobie, you should be up a crap load of money and be calling it a month,
A month, not in one day. Not in one day.
It's a good.
Yeah, you
nice
range
day in the
trade
trading
ES
combine.
about 6 times today. You'd be okay. So
We had a nice day in the trading combine. I think it was like $2,000 of
Nice.
fun trades. So pretty good. Matt, what are you seeing in the markets here? And also, wait, hold on. Great poll question. So I want to make sure everyone in chat gets the chance to answer this. If you are in the same position as Matt, which is 40 days in an XFA, but very close to the daily loss number, maybe even the max loss limit, would you work your way out carefully, trade big and hope for winners, or cross my fingers and hope and pray? 180 votes. Hopefully we can get that up to about 300 or so, and we'll get a response back from chat. But Matt, what are you seeing in the markets right now, and kind of like what's your go-to setup?
Excuse me. Man, the California wildfires have just done a number on my cough.
You're out there?
I've been breathing. Yeah,
It's made its way to Arizona as well. So
holy cow!
Wow.
Oh, it's wild.
Yeah. The
Are
wind.
there fires there too, or just the smoke?
No, it's just the wind and the dust. When you get it in California and it flows our way. So
Sorry about that. Yeah, so I mean, I really don't have very much to complain about because my family's good, our houses are good, totally safe. Although that Sunset fire was like way too close for comfort. I couldn't believe that. But just terrible what's happened to people's homes and entire neighborhoods gone. Anyway, I've been if I'm coughing, it's because of all this. I've just been breathing soot and ash for the past week.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's been interesting. So yeah, today
Canadian fire. Yeah. Good. No, go. I was talking about Canadian fires. We had those up north, and like that was blowing down from Canada. We could actually smell smoke in Chicago. I think it was last summer, I believe. It's wild when you start smelling it.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's talk some trading here. Matt, what are you seeing in the markets? I know you're an NQ trader. It's range bound, not your favorite. So what are you thinking here?
Okay, I mean, ranges are okay. Just looking at the 15-minute chart, I mean, obviously we're in a little bit of a downtrend coming off, that looks like there's a nice little rally last night while I was asleep, so that's cool. Yeah, a little bit of a down day though. I would expect after a big move like this that we would maybe have a range bound day. I mean, I hear people talk about that a lot. I don't have like edge full, and I could pull those stats if we had time to do that, but looks like I think we can expect a range bound day today. It doesn't look like the market wants to show doesn't have any appetite for continuation, either the upside or the downside. However, I'll say that I just was able to jump in and look at the charts right before I joined the stream. So I have not analyzed the market very much so far today. But yeah, it looks like a range bound day, and maybe we can catch some range trades.
Well, don't ask me twice. That sounds great. You're up in your account right now, up $1.54. Is that from this session or from earlier?
That's from this session. Last night, I took a loss because I thought I was expecting a bounce in the pound futures, and my stop was just a little bit too tight. Took a loss last night while I was asleep, and then this morning I caught an NQ. Like just literally, I was in bed on my phone right before the kids wake up. It's like not even the sun isn't even out yet, right? And I took a long and it worked out. I think it was like a $250 trade.
Nice. It's awesome. You looking to take some trades today? In this
Yeah,
segment?
definitely. I mean, I think
stuff setting up that you would like.
if anything sets up, I will definitely let you know. I don't want to. If you tell me to take a trade, I'm going to like just pick a direction and go for it. And that's probably not the best setup, right? But
I would never.
We've got a little.
No, do that.
Not Dolby.
We do.
I would
Just
I would
50
never.
lot.
Higher. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, how much? What's your
Just
drawdown on
50
that account? We squeeze in 50. Oh, maybe not.
I don't think so. I think if I tried to put on a 50 lot on this account, it would instantly be stopped out. I don't think I have the margin for that.
That's a right. Another day. Hoag, any house account trades this morning?
We did not. We did not have any, good opportunities. Jared took a few trades, but he mostly, I think, took some losses this morning. We had Nick for a tick on also that was looking for a short up near the highs in the NASDAQ. Maybe his stop was just a little bit too tight. So both of our traders took small losses. We did not get involved in the house account at all this morning. So 0 trades so far in the house account. It's all right. I'm still looking for opportunities here.
Yeah, perfect. Did get the poll results back. Thank you, Eddie. 73% said they would work their way out carefully from that big drawdown. 16% said trade big and hope for winners, and 10% said cross my fingers and hope and pray. Thank you, chat, for giving us those responses. A lot of very disciplined traders in chat, apparently. Wonder if
Very
that
good.
number is actually the truth. A little bit skeptical, chat. I don't know how many. It's 73%. I don't know. But hopefully, if you do,
The chat is always honest, Dolby.
Oh yeah.
Chat TST. They're my favorite.
Yep.
Let's see. We got NASDAQ pulling off here off of 21,420. What's up, Eddie? Getting down to 21,385, about 40 points. Is this a stair step low on a larger time frame? Oh, it kind of is actually, Hoag. I'm not sure if you see that, but it looks like we had a little bit of support at 21,420 before. shot back up, and now it's acting as resistance. So kind of got this downward wedge forming here.
Yeah,
Oh, the
that's
other thing, Matt, is
the
that
overnight
you
session
yeah.
VWAP right there at 420.
Oh, nice. Matt, you said you're starting to get into some currencies as well. What is making you choose that as your alternate market?
Well, I think it's just interesting, honestly. Learning more about like how the numbers and macro considerations and the news can really drive currencies, and forex. I think it's just absolutely fascinating. Also, so I think some of the best plays right now, and this is not like a huge revelation, but like interest rates are really driving the markets, and interest rates like really drive forex. So I think that there are just some really logical plays that you can make in the forex markets, and when those markets move, they move really fast, which is it's kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, I probably could trade them, but I don't know. They seem to move kind of slow. I know Dakota does some of the overnight Nikkei trades. You might have a love-hate relationship with that by now, based off of some posts I've seen. So we'll see. I'll up Dakota and see how he's been enjoying the Nikkei. Don't want to forget
remember
this.
Dolby?
Mhm.
Dolby, I remember everybody used to trade the euro when I first started with Topstep. Years like
Really?
2010, 2011,
Euro and
everybody was
crude,
trading
yeah.
euro and crude. That's what everybody was trading back then.
Yeah.
You guys,
Markets are like
want to look at
fashion.
my charts for a second? Maybe I should be trading euro.
It's
Take a look
not a
at the
bad
weekly
trade.
takeoff
I've
high
looked
and
at
low.
it. Yeah.
Yep, I do want to get this in real quick. The VIP
Succeed.
program does take place in Discord. That's also the best way to get a taste of the VIP experiences by joining Discord. We have over 100,000 traders in our Discord community. It is the best place to connect with our coaches and meet other traders. Also, it is completely free. And also, I started it. So go join it. And now it's
Look what
awesome
it's
because
become, Dolby.
oh,
Crazy.
it's a monster.
Look at
Shout out to
that.
Trenton. Trenton is the king of Discord now, and he's done an incredible job. But go find a trading buddy or talk some shop. There's some strategy channels in there, platform channels, a little bit of everything. A lot of
There's
ambassadors.
so
a lot
many
of people
different
moving up.
rooms too, to get
Yeah.
specific. If you're looking for a specific trade, like if you're a metals guy, or there's just if you're trying to get focused because you're following one thing, that's what makes it great.
Yeah,
Although I don't
if you
think
can
we have a
find
cattle
one
room.
friend. No. Oh no, not yet.
Maybe I should start a cattle room. That's it.
Yeah, why not? I mean,
Yeah.
I would
We
always,
call it
I
the
would just want to be
corral.
bearish.
The corral. Yeah, I like
Oh,
it.
that'd be funny. That'd be funny. I think back in the day we called it the farm because it was like all the farm
Yeah.
products because no one was trading like any of the ag stuff.
Just say it,
or
Dolby.
cattle
Yeah,
or-
just say it. Nobody
What?
trades them. I know.
No one trades it.
Yep.
You guys don't want to bet on cereal? Like, what are you guys doing? Come on, let's bet on wheat. Sounds like fun.
Lumber.
But if you can find one friend,
Hoag.
yeah,
That's where I met Hoag, is in the lumber pit.
Yeah. That was a heck of a market back in the day.
Oh man. I had a gold badge, but I never stepped in there. I'll tell you that. I know why, because that thing moved like, whew. Man,
Yeah.
I knew better than you guys all knew it a lot better. It was about 6-8
Jeff would have
guys
shoot
too,
you.
right? Yeah. Yeah.
Gold lumber pit. I actually made a. Speaking of the pits, they I was watching the Vikings game and they showed a picture of Sam Darnold in the locker room and I saw his face and I was like, this guy looks scared shitless. And so I pulled up DraftKings and I'm like, this guy's gonna throw 2 picks today, and he only threw 1. He got sacked 9 times and only threw 1 pick. So I lost the bet.
He had a rough day.
Oh, he had a terrible day. How much of that pit trading stuff, you just look at someone's eyes and you're just like, you're over. Your day is done. Look at the other side of this guy's
For
trade.
anybody who's been in my Discord, I went through the archive, and Hoag, you and I need to hook up. I'm sure you probably have some pictures, but reading a person's face, when their cards are basically sitting here, or they're leaning like this. You could tell people's body language, and I think that's why I think a lot of guys who could read people, maybe not the greatest technicians, but knew how to read people. I think you hear, Hoag, Louis Borsellino talks about it. He said he could read people, but then again, he could shove everybody around with the amount of size he traded. But, reading of people on the floor was pretty important.
Yeah. You could see it in their eyes.
Yep. Saw fear.
That's really interesting. So if one local is kind of like out over his skis, are you able to actually exploit that and leverage that, or are you looking at kind of like the group consensus if like it's starting to get quiet on the floor and like you think multiple people are getting squeezed? Is that when being able to read people really pays off?
Yeah, I mean, you had to be able to kind of read the pit that way. So, if I'm standing in the S&Ps and I'm watching, Goldman sell 5,000 and Merrill Lynch sell 5,000 and Shearson sell 5,000, Chi Corp sells 5,000. They're not trading with each other. They're trading with the locals. I mean, you're looking at a local community there that's probably long, 15 to 20,000 contracts on their cards. So you could trade time frame against time frame that way. And if it got late in the day, you could say, this pit is so long, they want to go home flat. They're going to turn sellers at some point, and you could take advantage of that. That's part of what I talk about when I talk about trading time frame against time frame. There was also, and I know Hoops, you've seen this happen. You're standing next to somebody and he buys 10 at 8, he buys 10 more at 6, he buys 10 more at 4, he buys 10 more at 2. And you know that he's just praying that this market will turn around and get him back to break even. And when somebody's in a situation like that, when they finally break and liquidate that position, you want to be on the other side of it because it's a low.
Yep.
And it's not nice, but
no,
you saw this happening to people. And, in a way, when they finally decide to get out, you're letting them out, but you're just letting them out in a really bad spot and a good spot for you. But you could see that happening while, in real time, while people were standing there, just, they liked him at 8, they loved him at 6, they loved him at 4, they loved him at 2. And when it goes even offer, they're puking. You want to be on the other side of those.
Hoag, did you ever get the biggest thing I think that ever happened to me was when I had the gold badge and I could walk in different pits, and obviously the hogs and the bellies is where I kind of maintained, but I'd stroll over to the cattle. And when I trade the cattle pit, and they'd get very busy, the one mistake I ever made is yell, "Buy them." And what happens when you say buy them, Hoag?
You take them
when
all.
You don't put a quantity on it.
Oh, really?
You take them all.
Yeah, you take them all. So I took a 50 lot. And obviously they knew thank God they knew my brother. So some guys let me out, without too much pain. But those are, it's no different than fat fingering and not realizing that you were trading micros. You had a 10 lot queued up, then you went to the regulars on your screen and forgot to change your quantity change. How many guys have done that?
And you got 10 bags.
Yeah.
The verbal version. I didn't know you could do that. It's like the verbal version of fat fingering a trade.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
If a broker was offering 10 and you say buy them, he can't say 50.
Right.
He has to put out the number, and you only have to take what he put out.
Hoop, MP did that, and he got a 300 lot.
Oh.
You heard that story, correct?
Yeah. I mean,
we'll have to ask MP about that.
And that's ruthless.
Yeah.
But that's that's kind of, that was initiation, it's just like, I mean, I never realized, I knew who Louis Borsellino was until I really, like I said, I kind of share these things a lot in Discord with the guys in VIP. But you don't realize how a guy like that could muscle, an entire pit of 50 traders, because if if he goes even bid, most often everybody else is going to go even bid with him.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, Eddie, since you're here, can we do an on
Yeah, I'm
this
here.
day?
Yes, we got some time for on this day, so let us hit the flea market magic gong and get us prepared here and go back into time. All right, on this day, January 16th, 1919, the 18th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution prohibiting the manufacture, sale, or transportation of intoxicating liquors for beverage purposes. Ratified by the requisite number of states on January 16th, 1919. The movement for prohibition of alcohol began in the early 19th century when Americans were concerned about the adverse effects drinking began forming temperance societies. By the late 19th century, these groups had become powerful political force, campaigning on the state level, calling a total national abstinence. In December 1917, the 18th Amendment, also known as the Prohibition Amendment, was passed by Congress and sent to states for ratification. And 1 year after its ratification, prohibition went into effect. On January 17th, 1920, the nation became officially dry. And the reason before that, a lot of people profited on that, especially guys named Al Capone. Bada bing, bada boom. Kingpins like Al Capone were able to rake in about $100 million each year, thanks to the overwhelming business opportunity for illegal booze. And the term organized crime did not exist until the Prohibition. One thing I want to add here is my great grandmother. She used to tell stories about bathtub gin, and I looked it up and checked it out. She used to make bathtub gin, and she would catch the trolley on Ogden, go downtown. She'd stuff 2 bottles in her brassiere. She'd sell the 2 bottles, catch it back home, and start another one. Now, bootleggers leased small stills to families to make illegal liquor at home. And that was called bathtub gin because of the high proof spirit was cut with water from their bathtub faucets. So there you have it. There is our on this day, and on this day today, sad news also. Our good friend, heartbroken here to announce that Brewers icon, Baseball Hall of Famer Bob Uecker has passed away today at the age of 90. So, yep, it's a sad day. But anyway, keep that smile, and we're going to return this back to Dolby time. Back to you, Dolby. Thank you.
I guess that's why they call it Dry January.
Right?
Yeah. Well, Eddie, maybe a little bit thirsty there.
Or some Doritos.
Yeah. Oh no! I mean, my great grandmother, she used to do that. That's how they would sort of make a little extra money. A lot of people did that. You didn't know about.
Have you guys seen that show, Boardwalk Empire? Steve Buscemi.
Oh, he's great.
I haven't watched it. I got to watch it though. It's on the list.
He's awesome.
Well, tell us about it. What are they doing? Bathtub gin?
No, disconnected right when it got good.
Oh man.
It's a great show though.
Yeah,
wow.
James. Any commentary on it? Should we watch it, or should I watch? What was that other Western show on HBO? What was the other one?
Yeah,
it was older. Deadwood. I watched Deadwood.
Deadwood. Oh well, yeah, Deadwood's good too.
All right, Boardwalk Empire. It is. It sounds like coming up next. I think we lost Matt, but we do have. Well,
one thing we do want to kind of talk about with Matt here. Now that Matt is back, he's out in California, and thank goodness, Matt, that you're safe, your family's safe, and hopefully everybody you know is safe. But there's a lot of folks out there that are facing some incredibly difficult times right now. We want to make sure and take a moment to let you know. Of course, everybody at Topstep, all the users. I mean, everybody is thinking about everybody out in California right now. But at Topstep, We're not just about trading. It's always about the community, right? In times like these, we want to make sure you can focus on what truly matters, and your safety and your health is, of course, the only thing that truly matters. If you are unable to trade or in need of any type of support with your Topstep subscriptions or accounts, we're here to help. Start a chat with Wendy. Trader support will handle your needs on a case-by-case basis, so we can try to get everybody the help that they need as far as trading and Topstep and all of that is concerned. And of course, blessings, prayers, and comfort to everybody who is in the way and at risk out there in California. Just a terrible situation. It should never happen. Unfortunately, it is, but we are here to help in any way that we can.
Amen to that.
Yeah. Well said.
Well said.
Matt, you're back.
Absolutely. Hi, I thought my joke just completely killed the vibe here because no one was
Sorry, I
talking
got kicked.
for
I got bumped
minute.
too. So
No, wait. Now we need the punchline. So what's the punchline before we get out of here?
There wasn't one. That was the problem. Yeah.
There wasn't one.
When you were talking about Boardwalk Empire, right?
Yeah, isn't there Boardwalk Empire?
Yeah.
Yeah, great show.
Something Boardwalk Empire? No? No, not finishing it? Okay.
Watch it.
Anyways.
And there.
We tried. We'll bring it back, Matt. You can tell another joke next time if you want. We'll have you.
All right. Yeah, we'll write something.
Okay. Next time, Matt is going to come back on TopstepTV. He will deliver a joke and a punchline and not get cut off.
100%.
Hoag, thank you so much for that message, and definitely prayers out to all those in LA. Matt, glad to see you're doing okay. Still unfortunate you have a cough, but just a reminder that scary thing is it's out there. It is out there. Hopefully that's all getting taken care of. But coming up next, we do have JD is back in the house recovering from the Chicago cold. I had it, Andre had it, JD had it. And we got coming up for Shoulder Tap. We'll be with Ben, and then Lunchbox Trading with Hoag. Maybe we can find some trades for the house account. Matt, it was a pleasure. Look forward to seeing kind of your continued experience with your Express funded account. And please let us know if you dig it out. We'd love to get you back on again and follow up. But that's what we got for this segment. Let's move on
Matt,
to...
Tell your kids Hoag says they're unbelievable artists.
Thank you. I will. You know, this is how I know my daughter loves me, because every time she draws a picture of me, she just gives me an epic haircut. I have full head of hair and
flowing,
nice time and everything. So I will. Thanks, Hoag.
Beautiful.
That's awesome. Well, Hoag, you're not going anywhere, so keep your butt in that seat. So we got actually, no, you are leaving. JD and Ben are up. I'm so sorry. JD and Ben are up for Shoulder Tap. See ya.
Alex Vieira, for Beijing, a bronze medalist. On the switch right, double 10, double Japan. Into the first those, double 16s. With that safety grab, let go a little bit early. Slows things down for the right side, cork 10. Match 6, switch, left 10. Some beautiful combinations into this, left 16. Right 16. Gets the tail grab and the trademark pole swing. He moves up into first place for Alex Vieira. 94.75 from the judges.
Welcome back, friends and traders. It is time for the shoulder tap. You know what this means. We're going to roast. We're going to toast a couple traders. We got Ben from the risk management team here with us today. We got some traders in the red. We got some traders in the green today. A lot of chop going on. But Mr. Ben, how's it going, my man? What is happening in the world of our live funded traders today? Who's up? Who's down? Who's making magic happen? Who's getting tossed to the side? What's up?
Yeah, JD, there's a lot less magic today than there has been recently. I know the last time we were on earlier in the week, I called it a heat check day. I think we've got another one of those. The most popular product that is traded at Topstep is the NASDAQ, NQ specifically, the E-mini. So, I think that has been pretty much pinned, relatively tight range since the New York Open, and we've seen a lot of traders struggling with that. I think equities in general haven't moved much. There looks like a little bit of movement in gold. So, it's been tough. I know a lot of traders, based on the live boards, probably wish they had, taken the day off or, taken a different direction, profits earlier. It's easy to look in the rear view and say, woulda, coulda, shoulda. But, some of our best live traders at the daily lost them it today. Tough day. I'll give you a couple quick highlights. Looks like Nick for a tick's up 550. Good to see. We do have Jamel up $9,000. He's been up most of the day, fluttering around that $10,000 mark.
Nice week
Richard
for Jamel.
up. Big day, big week. Overall, a good start to the year from Jamel. Got Richard up 2,600. Timothy at the top of the boards today with 14,700 profit. Paul up 4,700, and then Andrew D up 10,700. So a couple of bright spots, but generally much more red across the board than we've seen most days this year. So that's what happens. That's how it goes in the markets, and we'll continue to let you know good days, bad days, and everything in between. So those are the P&L updates. We do have some trading cards prepared. Unless you have anything else you want to cover first, JD, we can just jump right in.
I was just going to mention, it's a range trader's delight today. If you're a buy and hold or sell and hold type of trader, it may not be the best type of environment for you. We are moving sideways, making some pretty big swings, but for the most part, drifting sideways. This is a range type of day. All right, let's get into those trading cards, Ben. Who do you want to talk about first?
Yeah, let's pull up Tomas first. So Tomas is trading with us from Slovakia, and I've seen this trader populate a number of times on our boards. Positive P&Ls, nothing over and above. Truly like knock your socks off. Obviously, there's a $10,000 winning day here out of 23, and that accounts for a good chunk of the profits in this account. But the average daily P&L being $611. Is great. I was delighted to see this trader is putting up that kind of consistent profitability in the micro NASDAQ exclusively. So they're not trading the NQ, only trading MNQ. They've been with us since February of last year, and had a really good performance thus far. Did well in the XFA, got called up to live, would have been 24 trading days ago. And the numbers here are incredibly healthy, JD. I love this, sweet spot, a little bit north. If you, I think the best are, north of just north of 40%. Right around that 2-to-1 reward over risk. That means that you're really taking down more than you're risking, and still winning frequently enough to not end up in a kind of a death spiral or too tilted or anything like that. I think on the extremes of that reward over risk and win rate relationship, it can be really difficult to deal with the emotions and the streaks that that you get out of those extremes. So somewhere in that Goldilocks zone is what we like to see on the risk team, and Tomas is dead nuts on it. At, like I said, 2-to-1, and then a 40+% winning trade percentage, coupled with a winning day percentage right on the same dot. And we love seeing that. When are you walking away on the day? What are you walking away with? What does that look like compared to your average losing day? And this trader's extremely risk-minded. You can tell, from trading the micro product rather than the E-mini size, but on top of that, the average winning day is $4,000, almost $4,100. Average losing day, $2,000. So is not, like so many other traders we see, is not hitting that daily loss limit as their average. In order to be successful with your daily loss limit being your average losing day, you have to make quite a bit of money on those winning days to outpace that. And this trader is not using all of that risk on a regular basis, and walking away with $4,000 plus on an average winning day. So I really can't sing enough about the statistics here. Very pleased with what Tomas is doing. It's a serviceable model, and as long as he can keep emotions in check, I think above all else, any changes to the big changes to market conditions, or any number of things that might roll up under the tires this year, as long as he's staying risk focused, he's going to be able to stick around in this account and continue to post consistent profits. So I think the biggest battle for Tomas will be up here, especially if he puts up a few more of those $10,000 winning days, which is his best day so far. That can mess with you. It's going to mess with the best of them. You start pushing those new highs in your account balance in your top winning day. Greed can start to bark at you a little bit, but if he can stay grounded and find ways to manage that, I don't see any reason from these statistics why this trader won't continue to do it, well into the future. So wanted to share a bright spot in the live pool right now at Topstep. Really good stuff out of Tomas. What are you seeing that you like on your end, JD?
Well, as Hoag would say, this trader is definitely keeping the math on his side. You don't need a huge win rate when your risk reward is where it's at. I mean, you nailed it. 43% win rate, 2-to-1 risk reward. That's a profitable trader in the long run. So, and he's taking payouts. $9,000 payout earlier this month. Earlier this year, I should say. Earlier this year, it's the 16th. January 3rd, took a $9,000 payout. So, big on Tomas, taking that money to start the year. Got a nice cushion. I'm not worried about this trader at all whatsoever. This guy's sounds like Tomas has a good head on his shoulders, knows what he's doing, and yeah, just keep it consistent. Stay away from those DLLs, which he has been, and you're in good shape. Nice job, Tomas.
Yeah, definitely. One last quick piece about Tomas, and maybe clear up any confusion that might show up around the that 30 trades per day. That's sometimes that can register, in our systems that as individual trades, when most likely it's someone scaling into that position. And trading the micros, I can feel pretty confident that that's what Tomas is doing, scaling into that position, or adding to it when it's working for him, and then holding that for 4 times as long as on the winners as he is on the losers. So again, thinking about things at a risk forward mindset, really considering what you can lose first, and then when you're right, letting that work out in your favor, is all reflected up and down this trade report. So really good model here. Something I think is for newer traders can definitely be pursued if this is something that these statistics feel like there's something that could be comfortable for you. Similar strategy that emulates this or yields these kinds of numbers. I think it's very sustainable. Especially trading the micros. So. Last bit there, and unless you have anything else, JD, we can keep moving to our next card.
Nope, let's move on. Who's up next?
Next up, we've got Andrew. So interesting thing here is, Andrew's up $10,700 today. Now the session's not over. At last check, he's flat in the account. So love to see Andrew walk away with that, big of a winning day, and that'll really help, buffer some of these statistics that you're seeing. But prior to today's trading session, that average daily P&L, being minus $900, even in consideration of today's performance, I think we definitely have quite a bit of room for improvement here. And one of the largest changes or issues that I think could be rectified is leaning into that daily loss limit to the degree that he's doing. So The average losing day is down $3,400. That's in excess. That's beyond what the daily loss limit is. So he's really putting on a large position. Usually one trade a day, and just counting on being backstopped by that daily loss limit. Just as we said in the last card, that type of trading, you have to have a high win rate or make a lot of money, on a per trade basis, or some combination of the two, in order to have enough escape velocity to really build off of your base in a way that doesn't knock you out of the game, account balance wise. So the other somewhat concerning piece is the amount of time, and this just reinforces the sizing situation. The amount of time being held in these positions, we're talking minutes, right? 4 minutes on the winners and 3 minutes on the losers. So a lot of traders, I really believe this, JD. I think a lot of traders have good, or at least serviceable, technical analysis skills. They can read a chart, they can identify support, resistance, trend lines, whatever, moving averages, whatever it is that they're using to, pick a good spot in the market to do business, right? I think most traders, that skill set is not particularly difficult to acquire. I think what happens is, just like we were talking about, I feel like a broken record. Fear and greed start yelling at you, and you have success one day and you want to triple your size for the same setup, and you're just not, just because you can trade 15 lots in a 150K account does not mean that you should. Tomas is a great example of that. He's trading the micro products. He's giving those trades room to work. And, I think Andrew probably would see a turnaround if he simply cut the position size in half, doubled the stop, and gave himself 2 shots a day instead of 1. Inherently, he's going to be able to, I know that some of these days he hit that daily loss limit. He was probably right on the idea, but he had so much risk, he wasn't able to see that all the way through, right? He didn't give it space to operate. I'll give a quick nod to, the volatility considerations that every trader should be making in their trading decisions. You really need to factor in volatility of a particular market. There's a lot of ways to do that. You can look at ATR, you can look at Bollinger Bands, Keltner channels. There's a bunch of different indicators and measures that you can use. Identify what is more or less volatile compared to what you've seen over the last couple of days, 10 days, month, whatever it is. Using that to adjust your position size accordingly will go a long way in giving your correct trade ideas room to actually get across the finish line and close out in profit. So definitely something that I think Andrew could benefit from, especially given today's performance. If he locks in this $10,000 day, he's going to have a lot of room to go. And, we want to see improvements. We want to see success from all of our traders. And I think Andrew, a couple of these, if we turn the dial, 1 quarter turn this way, I think that'll really improve his statistics overall, and hopefully create a positive average daily P&L for this live account. So, definitely someone who's got potential, and we want to see him turn it around.
Yep. As far as account management goes, from that P&L high of 28,375, he's given back 2/3 of this account in, I want to say 10 trading days here, which just isn't sustainable. Work on, Andrew, if you're listening, maybe work on setting a daily loss limit. I see some real erratic loss days here, anywhere from $1,000 down to $4,500 losing days. Stick to a daily loss limit. Work on your sizing. Try and control some of that risk just a little bit better. Other than that, your winning days are solid. You just got to get away from those big losers. They're killing you. That's my 2 cents. Work on that account management and risk management. Otherwise, I don't see much wrong.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Sometimes it's like I said, you just got to turn the dial a big move one direction. I would say that Tomas a little more refined trading, at least what we've seen in the trade reports, and I wouldn't touch the dial if I were him, but everyone has to make adjustments over time. We're talking about little tweaks, right? Minor adjustments. Okay, are market conditions changing? But this, I think, Andrew's got a lot of juice he can get out by just, cutting that position size in half, doubling the stop. That would go a long way. So, Andrew, you got this. And I want today to reinforce bad behavior, right? Just because you made 10,700 doesn't mean, that we should continue because we've seen this movie before. Trust me. I know JD has. I'm looking at these accounts every day. Trading with this style, the odds are not on your favor that you'll be in this live account, 90 days from now. So take that to the bank and make some changes. And I think profits are headed your way, my friend.
Be the exception, Andrew. Be the exception. Turn it around. All right, Ben. Anything else we want to talk about while we're here? We got a couple minutes left. Market's still drifting sideways.
Yeah, there's not a ton of action in the markets. That's I guess one other piece about that, JD. For those individuals that struggle with a range day versus a trend day, those whether it's ATR or other volatility measures, those can help you identify, are we in a range, are we expanding, and you can, the earlier in the session that I think you can identify the likelihood of a trend day versus a range day, the better off you'll be. A ton of traders want to take trades, at the open or, around CPI, like we saw yesterday. They want to be involved in that action, and they want to have that, I think it's a quick hit of dopamine really is the reasoning behind it. Unless you've got, you're trading, at 8:30 a.m. Central every day, probably that you're looking for that dopamine hit rather than, letting the market settle, trading off of a level, managing your risk, and, giving that trade a good opportunity. So don't want to preach necessarily, but, I've seen a lot of behavior like that over the last couple of days, with some of these volatile opens or, news releases or whatever it is. So take that for what it's worth. And we want to see you, stick around long enough in the session to really have a nice quality setup that you can place a trade against.
Yep. Try and stay out of your own way. Ask yourself, are you holding on to a trade because you want to be right or because you want to make money? There's a huge difference there, and it gets difficult for some traders to wrap their brains around what their expectations are when they get into a trade and they're holding it for a long period of time and the market's moving against them. Is it better to be right, or is it better to make some money and cut some losses and get on the right side of the market? So, something to consider for everybody. Stick around, folks. We have Tim, our guy Tim, just dropped a link in the chat. We got Lunchbox Trading coming up next with Hoag and me. So if you got a question for either Hoag or myself, go ahead and grab that link, click on it, and submit your question. We'll do our best to get to it. With that, we got some movement in the markets right now. We are drifting a bit lower for the moment. Ben, great to see you. I wanted to tease what we're going to talk about tomorrow, but we'll just keep it a secret. We're going to have a nice shoulder tap tomorrow to end the week. It should be pretty interesting. But thanks for spending some time with us, Ben. Appreciate your time as always. Enjoy the rest of your day. We will catch you tomorrow. Stick around, folks. We got Lunchbox Trading coming up next. TopstepTV. Let's go.
Shady.
Welcome back, friends and traders. It is that time of day, formerly known as group trading, group coaching, pardon me. This is now Lunchbox Trading. You got me, you got the Hoag, and yourselves. We got some of your questions. There's a form pinned in the chat, not pinned in the chat, but there's a link in the chat right now that Tim Mitchell has posted a couple of times. Grab that link. If you got a question for either Hoag or myself, go ahead and take that link, click on it, and submit your question. We'll get to it. Hoag, what is happening today? No trades in the house account. Kind of quiet on the trading side from our end, but the markets
Yeah.
are there's some
I
movement.
mean, we had Jared and Nick for a tick on, and they took a few trades, during fast markets. I mean, most of them weren't. I mean, they weren't profitable trades. I wasn't feeling them, so we didn't take them in the house account. When we did have opportunities in the house account, there was a lot going on. I didn't have the chance to talk to the traders about doing them. So we ended up really just kind of hanging out and watching for the majority or all of the fast markets segment. And that's okay. I mean, you don't have to trade. Trading is a choice. If we chose not to trade, that's all right. Again, our good traders had a rough morning. That's okay. I see that Nick for a tick is now up money on the day, which is great. He's recovered his losses and is now profitable. But again, when we had the failed upside auction in the S&Ps, we were talking about something else. When we had the failed downside auction in the Nasdaq, we were looking at that, and I know somebody who took that trade successfully, which was very nice. We're back at the IB low now in the Nasdaq, and we're really kind of looking for this market to remain somewhat range bound. But does it starting to look like we're getting a little bit of a head and shoulders here? Would this be our neckline right down here? JD, what do you think?
Oh yeah, that looks pretty accurate to me.
We'll keep an eye on this. We'll see if there's any opportunity, though. One of the best opportunities I saw today was in gold. Failed upside auction. Well, not a failed upside auction, but tested above weekly kickoff high 27.56. I'll make this bigger so we can all see it. And failing about 20 ticks of risk there to the low here is about 50 ticks of potential profit, 60 ticks of potential profit. So this was probably one of the better trades I saw today based off of one of the weekly kickoff levels. We'll see if it continues. Right now, I'm not seeing anything that I really feel like I want to jump into, although we are testing that failed downside auction in the NASDAQ.
Yep.
Let's see what happens here. We got the failed upside auction in the S&Ps. We got the failed downside auction in the NASDAQ. Looking for it to remain rotational. But again, if we're looking at this 30-minute chart, we do have that potential head and shoulders, possible continuation to the downside. What do you think?
That's what it's looking like right now. Like you said, below initial balance low right now, we're seeing some strong momentum to the downside. Heavy selling pressure.
Where's our
we had a
risk?
couple opportunities. A couple decent opportunities to short at weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ today. Weekly kickoff high at 21,460. That was an excellent level twice today. That orange box that I drew there. That orange box there is yeah. Yeah, you're looking at my chart right now. That orange box is your initial balance range, the high and the low.
There you go.
That downward channel that we've basically drifting sideways to lower intraday throughout the course of the day. So that's what that channel represents. So we're seeing some more follow through to the downside. Just put in a new regular trading hours low. Or new low in general.
My first thought is we're going to remain range bound. I'm so tempted to trade into this short, but I don't think that. I think my first idea is probably the right idea. Let's see how this plays
on the
out.
long side.
Let's answer a couple of questions.
Back inside initial balance, possibly take the long. So we never finished the special situation play in the NASDAQ. We had the failed downside auction, came back to settlement price, hung around there for a little bit, tested a VWAP for a few minutes, and then fell right back off below initial balance low again. So choppy, but there are some moves. All right, Hoag, you want to take a question?
Yes, they are.
All right. Leon
Mhm.
says, "Hey, I'm trading well to the point that I'm so close to finish line, and I lose the account. This is the second time this has happened. Any advice? Getting real close to the finish line, and then losing the account when you're right there. You're a couple feet from crossing that line, and it all falls apart." We've heard this story quite a few times, right, Hoag?
Oh, yes. Yeah, we've heard it a couple of times this week. I think VWAP George was talking about this yesterday during VIP Lounge. That was yesterday during VIP Lounge. He was talking about the fact that he was really, really close to succeeding in the trading combine. He was he was a couple $100 away. And he was like, this is the danger point now. I'm just really close to succeeding in the trading combine. This is where it gets really hard because it's very difficult to keep your focus on looking for good trade locations, good trade opportunities, when all you really want to do is make that couple $100 to succeed in the trading combine. We hear this quite a bit. I mean, the idea would be, and then never saying any of this is easy, is to forget about the fact that you only got $200 till you're successful in the trading combine and look for the next good trade. Let the next good trade come to you. Don't look for a trade. Let the next good trade come to you. Hopefully that'll be the trade that's going to take you over that level. But if you focus on achieving that level, that becomes your focus, and you lose focus on actually looking for good trade locations. JD, what are your thoughts on this?
I couldn't agree more. When you start seeing the sunlight through the tunnel, I hate to say it, that's when the doom think starts seeping in. But just stick to what you're doing. Don't go crazy trying to size up and size down. Just continue to do what you're doing. Trust the process, and you will eventually get there. I know the thought process starts to shift. Thinking about the prospect of starting to take those payouts, making the real money, have an actual skin in the game. But I mean, I know it's easier said than done. You really just got to do your best to stay calm, be patient, continue waiting for those good trade setups, and then get over the finish line. Don't even look at your P&L for a couple days if that's what your problem is. Just turn it off and focus on making good trades and good trading decisions. That's it.
JD, this is something that I know you've heard me talk about this a lot. For a while in the S&Ps, my goal was to make 40 ticks a day. And let's say I'm up 38 ticks. And even my clerk says, hey, you're up 38 ticks today. That's close enough. Let's just go. Let's call it a day. That's your goal. You're good. And I'd say, nah, just let me whip up a couple of more ticks just to make sure I felt like I achieved my goal. And if that next trade was a loss, it usually spiraled from that point forward. Now I'm not even thinking about looking for good trades. I'm thinking about getting that money back, getting back the 40 ticks and taking the rest of the day off. Ruined a lot of good days. Sometimes it ruined good weeks on that day just because I had to make that extra couple of bucks and lost focus on looking for a good opportunity and focused on the money instead of the process. Dakota says it. Focus on the process, not the profit.
And that's why I said easier said than done, because it happens to all of us, and sometimes it's just flat out unavoidable. But try and do your best to stay out of your own way. Get out of your own way, and just focus on making good trading decisions, and everything else will fall into place eventually. All right, guys. Check back in on the markets here. Still hovering around the lows. Oh, we were talking about it. What do you think? Is this a cheap long opportunity right now? I don't know. What are you thinking? Oh, Hoag's on mute. Hoag is on the mute.
We haven't
charge you.
succeeded totally in the value area special situation where the TPO chart comes in. That takes us all the way down to 21,266.
21,266.
Do we take a
All right.
short here and use IB low 336 as our risk. It's 20 points of risk. Short of one lot.
Yeah,
So we're
yesterday's
losing it
value
now.
area low at 299. So we're still in range in value from yesterday.
Yeah, I see TPO value as 266.
266. Okay.
I think
Must feel weak, doesn't it?
we're kind of losing our risk management if we're talking about this too much and not getting in.
Talk about getting out of your own way. Yeah.
Yep.
That was a good short that we just missed. Might see a bounce here. What's our risk if we were getting short right here, Hoag?
I would want to see it stay below the IB low, which is 336.
336. That's 25 points right now. You like it? I'm going to join the ask.
I mean, my initial thought is staying range bound today, but I wasn't expecting this range extension.
Mm-hmm. And we got it.
So 36. We've got an offer and it's 316.
316. That'll give you a nice 25 points, right? Or
Right. We'll see if we get a pullback to that. Otherwise, we'll look for the next opportunity.
Sounds good. I like it.
It's already heading away from us. We spent too much time talking.
We did. That's what we do here. We talk.
I love you, JD.
Rui wants to know, hey, question for JD. On the top 25, there are traders with average winning day that says null. I don't understand how that is possible. You know why that is? Thank you. On the big board, we do average. Well, there's a couple different reasons it could happen. It could be a trader's first day in the live funded account, and they started with a nice, decent size initial balance or starting balance, and they haven't made a trade yet, or not a trade that's been documented for the big board yet. So a few of the statistics could say null next to the name. Also, we track stats going back 30 days. Maybe the account has been dormant for a little while, but they're still holding on to a decent balance in the account that's keeping them in the top 25. So there's a couple different reasons why it will say null. It all has to do with trading activity. Hope that helps you out, Rui. All right. Stefan's got a question about the subscription. Topstep Trading Combine. Do I get a free reset when I blow up my account before paying the monthly subscription? For every month you get a free reset before your billing date or after your billing date. So if you do happen to blow up your account prior to your billing date, you are allowed one free reset per billing cycle. So they're actually working on allowing you to bank these free resets. So that's coming out real soon. I know MP has talked about it in the past. So just keep your ears open because we're always making changes. But yeah, you are allowed one free reset per billing period if you happen to blow up your account. Did I get that right, Hoag? I feel like I got that right.
Yes, I believe that's correct. If your trading combine is
ineligible for funding, yes,
ineligible at your billing date, you'll get a free reset. I believe that's correct.
Yep. Gabe's in the background. It doesn't get applied until your rebuild date, until after your rebuild date.
Right.
So, there you go.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Satinder
wants to know, Hoag, how do you handle losing days? What steps do you take to regroup and get back into the markets the next day? Oh, man, what a move. Damn, Hoag.
Yep. Yeah.
It was a trade.
That's why you got to do it when you first think about it.
Yep.
All right, now we're getting extension in the S&Ps below the IB low. I've canceled that offer. I'm going to see if we've got about 10 minutes. If we open the next 30-minute bar below The IB low in the S&P is 59.73 Then I would look for a continuation in the S&Ps as well. Starting to really. Did somebody say something? Is there something that we're missing here? Goolsby did speak here
I
a
don't see
few minutes
anything on
ago.
I've had my news up. I don't see anything coming across, but
Goolsby 12. Yeah, I'm more comfortable that the labor market is stabilizing, less worried about unemployment turning into something worse. Nothing really about rates or anything like that, but he did just mention these things at 1246 and 1247 respectively. I'll keep an eye on that. We'll see what happens here.
follow-up question in
All
the
right.
chat, Hoag. Someone wants to know if you're allowed to reset XFAs. You cannot reset funded level accounts, folks. Sorry about that.
No.
If you're at the funded level and you blow that account up, then you start over from the beginning.
Yep. Yes, sir. So, handling losing days, what steps do you take to regroup and get back into the markets the next day? I mean, first off, you got to understand you're going to have losing days. It's just part of trading. You know, this is an ambiguous environment. We don't know what's going to happen. Handling losing days to me is easier now because I know I'm only going to lose a certain amount. In the pit, and sometimes if you have your own account, you're going to want to set some sort of daily loss limit for yourself because it's not that hard to take a bad day and turn it into a disaster. That's one thing you don't want to do. After a disaster day, you're going to need to take some time off. You're going to need to step away for a few days. Let all that venom go because that venom isn't going to hurt the markets. It's only going to hurt you. But just a normal trading day where I take a loss isn't going to be that big of a deal to me. And I don't allow myself to have those disaster days anymore. I'm too old for that shit. I can't do that anymore. Can't do that anymore. So, it's just a matter of acceptance, forgiveness. Because, if you're mad at the market, or if you're mad at the dog, or if you're mad at somebody else, Dad always used to tell me, half the people you're mad at don't know you're mad, and the other half don't give a shit. It only affects you if you're mad. If you're holding venom in your veins, it's going to kill you. It's not going to kill anybody else. So you got to learn to be able to let go of that anger, forgive yourselves, forgive yourself, because forgiveness is for you. It's not for everybody else. Somebody wrongs you. Yeah, you can forgive them, but don't forget that forgiveness does nothing for them. But it does a lot for you because you're not going to be holding that venom in your veins, and that venom is acid. It's toxic. It's a disease. You don't want to hold that. So find a way. Some people like exercise. Some people trying to find a healthy way. There were a lot of traders that found unhealthy ways to handle losing days. We don't suggest doing that at all, of course, but find a way. Maybe it's meditation. Maybe it's prayer. Maybe it's exercise. Maybe it's taking a walk. Maybe it's walking the dog. Maybe it's petting the dog. Maybe it's having a ham sandwich and a glass of milk. Whatever it is, find a way to let go and come back the next day with as little anger and venom in your veins as you possibly can. And have a good day.
I'll always be on Team Ham Sandwich, Hoag. I think the best part of that quote is half the people don't care. So
that's right. That's right.
Half the people don't know you're mad at them, and the other half don't care that you're mad at them. That's the important thing.
No.
Your feelings don't always project on other people the way you want them to. And a lot of people just don't care. So keep that in mind and be a little kinder to yourself.
Remember, forgiveness is for you.
All right, we're seeing a little bounce here. Just a little one.
Yeah.
You still like the short, Hoag?
Yeah. No.
You want to be you don't want to be short in a power hour by any chance?
I don't. The S&Ps, which is the larger of the broadest of the indices, right? And this is 500 stocks. The S&Ps looked above the IB, found a failed upside auction. What they're doing now is putting a potentially failed downside auction right up against 59.72, which is the weekly kickoff high. Did we reach did we? No, we did not finish the value area special situation play in either of them. Got pretty. Oh yeah, actually we did in the Nasdaq. Nasdaq traded down to 21,262. Value TPO value low was 266. So we finished the value area special situation play in the Nasdaq according to the TPO charts. That's good. That's important. What is important in the S&Ps, however, is the fact that we looked above the IB, left a failed upside auction. Leaving a failed downside auction brings us to rotational trade. The one thing that I am concerned about is the fact that we did not trade to value low from yesterday, which is 59.63 half. Stopped a little bit short of that. 59.63 half, 63 half. On TPOs, it's basically this late spike lower from the 7th of January. It was a little supportive yesterday, maybe a little bit supportive today if we do get down to check that value low. But right now, with both the sides of the initial balance being extended, the probability is range bound. So no longer interested in the short in the NASDAQ, simply off of what we're seeing in the S&Ps. If I'm focusing strictly on the NASDAQ, it's still a valid short as long as we stay below the IB low, which, by the way, is 21,336.
Yep. And if we were to pop back up there, would you consider using that as a level of resistance? Possibly taking a short against initial balance low in the NASDAQ? Is that a viable play?
Gotta see what happens here in the next few minutes here. I want to see where the S&Ps close this 30-minute bar. And if the NASDAQ opens this next 30-minute bar, leaving single TPOs below the previous low. So we open the next 30-minute below 21,317. That's going to leave single TPOs. Then I like the short again. I know it's complicated, isn't it?
If this, then that, then this, then this, then that.
Right. I mean, but that's how it works. If this, then that, and if this basically what I'm kind of going through in my head here. Looks like we may not hold the IB low in the S&Ps. If we open the next 30-minute bar below the IB low, which is again 59.73 quarter, then we're leaving single TPOs below the IB low. As long as we stay below the IB low, that's a short. All right, let's see what else we got.
You want another question? We got time for one more.
Yeah, we got time.
What do you think? I see you hovering around line 128. You want to take that one?
128. Yeah, why not? We're kind of talking about that right now.
Yeah, we are. From Bergren. Bergren wants to know, how do you tell if it's going to be a range day with volume or just price? And range days may not be all day, right? That is 100% correct. So we're seeing that right now. We're in a range for the better part of the day. We just broke out of that range to the downside a few minutes ago. So how do you tell if it's a range day? Well, you can do what Dolby does and just draw a box, and then you've got a range. If you look at my charts right now, I drew a box around our initial balance. That's the high and low of the very first hour of regular trading hours. You could tell that, you could see right there, we just traded sideways inside that box for a very good portion of the day. And just recently, did we make a move to extend our range to the downside and move outside of that range? So yeah, ranges, the market will always range until it stops ranging. I know that doesn't necessarily compute with a lot of people.
It's true though.
But when you're playing a range, you have to continue playing the range until it's time to stop playing the range, and the market will dictate when it's time to stop playing the range, like it did just a few minutes ago in the Nasdaq. You see that breakout to the downside. If you were playing the range, you probably would have taken the long at the bottom end of the initial balance there. Would you have been wrong? Yeah. But you know what your risk is when you're playing a range. Risk is mitigated. It's predetermined. These are typically what we would refer to as a cheap trade, playing the extremes of a range. You know where you're getting out. You know what your risk is before you get into the trade. Therefore, it is a cheap trade. Would we have reversed automatically? Probably not, but we were eyeballing a short. We missed it. And now, I mean, the way I see it, I'm looking at this market. If we get a little pop back up to initial balance low, I would consider a short. I would consider that a cheap short, getting short against initial balance low. That's the bottom of that range. But Hoag, what's your take on it? We got 1 minute left.
Yeah.
Hit us with it.
So, I mean, the sooner that you can determine whether a day is going to be range bound or directional, the better off you're going to be. There are two different strategies. What JD was just talking about is a range bound strategy. You fade the extremes. You sell against the high, you buy against the low. You do so ad nauseum until it proves to be wrong. How does it prove to be wrong? You get a breakout and continuation away from the current range. This does happen in multiple time frames. Okay, you can be looking at a 1 minute range that's part of a half an hour long directional move. So you got to keep that in mind. But typically, if the market opens in range and in value from the previous day, I'm going to try and be patient because I feel like the probability is it's going to be somewhat of a range bound day. We open outside of the previous day's range and value. That's much more likely to be some sort of a range, some sort of a continuation type day, even though part of the day, like you said, might actually end up being range bound. Overall, by the end of the day, I would be looking for some sort of direction, whether the direction is away from previous value or back into previous value, which is exactly what we're doing right now in the S&P. We already traded to value low from yesterday in the NASDAQ. I don't know what we're going to do here in the S&Ps. We did not leave single TPOs below the initial balance in the S&Ps. However, we did leave single TPOs in the NASDAQ between 21,316 and 21,293. If we leave those single TPOs, it's a short. But if we start eating up those little TPOs between those two levels that I just talked about, and we get back into range, then it becomes more of a range type situation. It's looking more and more like we're like our head and shoulders on this 30-minute chart here in the NASDAQ is going to continue to play. However, we missed our opportunity. That happens. We'll find the next one. JD, blessings to you.
Thank you, sir. Hey, I see a question in the chat from Preet. Preet locked out the account $20 away from hitting profit target to pass the combine and wants to know if we can unlock the account. Preet, there's a very clear disclaimer when you lock your account that nobody can unlock it for you. The support team cannot unlock your account once you have locked it for the day. I do recommend setting a time rather than a full day lockout next time you do that. And make sure you read the disclaimer very carefully when you go to lock out your account. Sorry that happened to you, but
that's for a reason. If you're gonna lock out, you're probably at pretty good risk of jumping back in at some point and saying, maybe I can do this now. You locked out for a reason. You got to wait till tomorrow.
Yep. Or as Dakota would say, join me on slow markets, and I guarantee your account will be unlocked. All right.
There you go.
That's all the time. Pardon me. That's all the time we have for Lunchbox Trading. We're going to take a short break. We're going to be back with Back to the Futures. We got Coach Jay. Dolby Time's coming in. Hoag, thanks for joining us. Thank you. Thank all of you for your questions. Again, we're going to take a short break. Back to the Futures coming up next. TopstepTV. Let's go. Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to the futures. We got Dolby time. You got me. Coach Jay's going to be here in a few minutes. We are scouting out a trade in the NASDAQ as we speak. We were talking about this just a few minutes ago during Lunchbox Trading. The NQ has made a move back to initial balance low, which we have at 21,336 quarter. And I mentioned how I love a cheap short right around initial balance low. So if we get back up there, I'm going to take a short right around that 36 level with a 25-point stop. Dolby,
All right.
what are you looking at in the markets today? Does this sound like a is this looking like a good trade setup to you? Yeah.
Typically, I'm not a huge fan of shorting NASDAQ if there's no news, but since we did break the 4-hour range and this might be setting up as like a new stair-step trend to the downside, I totally see what you're saying here. And I think the risk is justified, and I think the trade is justified. This ends up rallying all the way back up, so be it. But I think there's some value to be had. So I have the order in, JD, 21,336. I'm filled right now. You said 25 points?
Yep. And I'm going to take one too. I'm going to work one. I just hit the join ask button. See if I get a pop here and fill it. And I'm in 39 and a quarter.
Nice. So stop is like 360-ish about?
Right around, yeah. I'm in at 339. Let's call it 340. I'm putting my stop at 360.
Yeah. Nice. You just got one guy, right?
Just one, yeah.
Okay.
Taking $400 worth of risk on this trade. We're already into it for almost $200. So good cheap short. It was a good opportunity.
Perfect. Well, if you like the short and are on social media, Eddie, are you back there?
Dolby, it's all you, bro.
It's all me. Okay.
It is all you.
If you like us on social media or you like the trade, please follow us at TopstepTV. Share your trade reports, battle stations, hashtag power hour submissions. That all goes to at TopstepTV on Twitter or X or Twix, as Eddie likes to call it. So please give us a follow. We will also post any updates on the show, who's going to be on, and things like that. So please do it. Give us a follow. And also, I respond to those messages as well. There's someone else in there who's also responding to messages. I don't know who that is. I might have to go find them.
Do they work for
Andre?
Topstep?
Yeah, hopefully. What are the positions? I think JD and I are both short 21,336.
Yep. JD short 21,339 and a quarter.
Oh, I'm short 336. We'll see if this plays out. What's your downside target?
New lows. So I want to see it move back down below 60.
Oh, so this is a 3-to-1.
This is a 3-to-1er. Yeah, for sure.
Big trade. Okay, cool. Let me get rid of all my lines here and redraw everything. Sometimes that can be good to get a fresh perspective.
Mm-hmm.
That looks fine.
Yeah, Hoag was in here just a little while ago. We were talking about the importance of initial balance high, initial balance low, special situation plays and whatnot. Seeing range extension below initial balance low. After we didn't have a failed upside auction in the NASDAQ as we did in the S&P. But the NASDAQ is kind of following suit to what the ES was doing earlier. So we kissed up against weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ, 21,460. You got two opportunities to get short up there. Cheap short opportunities at weekly kickoff high. Came back down, blasted right through initial balance low. And we're moving back inside our range, but I'm not worried about this trade just yet. It's a very low risk, decent return trade setup. So I'm going to let it play out. I'm not touching anything.
Be interested in taking another one at 354s? That's the bottom of the 4-hour range that I had. We might be able to get some resistance.
Oh, who's there? Someone's knocking on the door. Coach Jay is here. Coach Jay, head coach of the Lunatics. 1 day left in the VIP trading experience. What's up, Jay? How you doing today?
What's going on, guys? Sorry I'm late. What are we doing here? We're trading? You guys
trading? Certainly. Yeah.
We have competing shorts in the NASDAQ right now.
Okay. Nice.
We both took a short right at initial balance low in the NQ off that last pop.
I kind of want to add one. We can get up to
I actually
354.
just
What's up, Jay?
Out of a long, I actually just got out of a long in the S&Ps. But
Okay.
I can see why you're shorting here. Kind of what was that previous day low? We get a rejection here right around these 350s.
Mm-hmm. 336 is initial balance low. And we hit that target down at 299, which was yesterday's. So we're still trading. 299 was yesterday's value area low. So we're technically still trading inside range, inside value from yesterday. But we had the failed upside auction in the S&P, which the NASDAQ kind of followed suit with. We didn't get a failed upside auction in the NASDAQ, but we did an about face and turned off the highs there, or just below the highs, and put in a new low. Tested initial balance low, blasted right through it, put in a new low. And now here we are retesting initial balance low. That was the short opportunity that we saw.
Yep, and I'm gonna offer up 352s. Actually, if
Working
we can get up there.
352s, huh?
If we can, because I had that 4-hour range low there, so it's possible that those buyers might become sellers. If this wants to reverse to the downside, you're only adding about 8 points worth of risk, so the risk reward is really, really good if you can get that fill and then have it roll lower. It just puts you in a great spot. I do find that it is worth it to do this, just from kind of the way I trade, my strategy, how that works. Some traders don't like dollar cost averaging down or adding into like losing trades, but our risk is already defined here, so it's not like we're cannonballing just into this trade. I'm not going to really move this stop, and I can't move the stop because if I do, Dakota's going to call me out. So
no moving stops.
Moving stops.
Let the trade play
No
out.
moving stops anymore.
Dolby,
All right,
you were on
so-
with Stanley earlier in the week, and you asked him about moving stops and going to break even. And the quote he had has been in my head since he said it. You're like, "Hey, Stanley, do you move your stops to break even?" He just goes, "We don't do that." I really like that. It's like a very simple
don't do
approach.
that.
No, I've accepted my risk. I'm not going to move it. Where is your stop on this?
360s.
Okay.
360s.
And you're adding at 354, did you say? Does that sound correct?
352s.
352. Okay.
Yeah, so if you go to like a 4-hour chart, I kind of had that 4-hour range low drawn. So I'm basically just looking to add to a short off of a 4-hour candlestick, which ideally should have a pretty good response to it just because of
that makes perfect
long
sense.
time
for sure.
frame. So hopefully we can get filled, and then we'll get at least a little bit of a pullback off of that just because it's a 4-hour low.
Can you guys hear me? I just got kicked out. It's only me here. Welcome to TopstepTV, everyone. Welcome. We're having a little trouble with VMix here. I think the other guys should be back in just a minute. There they go. I see JD's back.
Little tech bug in the back there. Minor ejection from VMix.
Back here. Whoever's screen is up, I can still see it. I think Dolby was kind of going through his trade there.
Oh, Dolby. We're still missing Dolby. Yeah. Everybody
Yeah,
went
he'll
out
be
at the same time. That was funny. All right. So we were watching. Coach Jay, no trade on right now for you, right? Dolby's back. Here he is.
I'm flat. I'm flat.
Who said order filled?
I did hear
Oh,
that.
that
from
was me. I
someone.
wasn't sure what was going on. I don't know if all of our screens froze or whatnot. So I put in a bid to cover that trade. Basically a scratch. Basically,
I'm in the wrong account, JD. I'm in the trading combine. Rookie mistake.
Well, you're gonna get a better entry here.
No, I'm switching back. Hold on. This real account. Okay, there we go. No. Come back. Come back. Please come back.
I do like that turn at 350 there.
Okay, we can get a better entry, I think.
Yeah, you're gonna definitely get a better entry here.
All right, we got short 340s.
Beautiful.
Add another one at 352s. No stop
Dolby,
moving. Okay.
Dolby house count short one at 21,340.
Yes.
Working an offer to get long or short a second contract at 21,352.
Yes. Yes. Okay. That was weird. I think someone like logged in or something and kicked me out. I don't know, but I was.
We all got kicked out. Everybody in the back end. I got kicked out, and so did Gabe.
Wow. Sorry, chat.
That's why I kind of
Yeah, you left them with me, Dolby.
Wow. Oh, you were solo? Oh man.
Yeah, I was here by myself. It's okay.
I saw the ladder still
What
moving.
happens when you show up late?
I won't say I panicked, but I noticed the ladder, my ladder on the Nasdaq still moving, so I just put on a bit of cover in case everything else was about to crash.
Oh yeah, good call. That's a pro move right there.
So I am currently flat. I'm up $12 on that trade.
Oh, okay.
Dolby is short.
Yep. Well, we can live vicariously. This second lot will be yours, JD. The first one's mine. This one at 52 will be yours. So give that one to you. Still risking 25 points, so we're going to stick with it. Also known as $500. Any worries here about this just bidding higher forever? Do we get to our lows?
The slow grind higher into power hour. I mean,
oh yeah,
is that a worry?
Favorites, right?
I mean, we got VWAP up at in the 380s. So I would not be surprised at a test of that. So far, what we've seen today was just extensions from VWAP. We get about 2 ATRs on a 30-minute chart away from it, and then we pop back to it. So there's the potential for that. Look both ways before you cross the street. But we are seeing some hesitation here at these 350s.
Cool.
Again, I think it's just because initial balance low coming in as a resistance zone. We'll see if sellers can protect this area. But it does look like buyers are slowly stepping in, doesn't it? We're back inside. Back inside our initial balance.
I'm just trying to see like where we bounced from. We bounced at 21,264s. We didn't quite get down to what this 4-hour candle is at yesterday at 9 a.m. The low was 20,250s, so we didn't quite stop run that. I just don't know what we're bouncing from. Maybe it's this little 1-hour range that we had. We'll see how this plays out. Kind of what I'm getting at though is like if the market moves down big, typically it's gonna like hit a level where buyers are gonna come in and kind of respond to push price up. I just wonder if buyers came in early. Is kind of what I'm wondering.
So what I'm seeing here, Dolby, where we bounced from, we had CPI yesterday, right? Kind of market changing news there. We tested into that candle and then bounced from there. So somewhere near kind of yesterday's regular trading hours low.
Okay.
We tested into that CPI candle. So far, we rejected, but we're not seeing the buying above 350 here, which is why I like this trade, right? So now if we start to accept into that CPI range where the high of that candle is 331, right, where initial bounce low is, then we do get that rotation, right? So, not sure if it happens today, but we haven't traded much of that CPI candle. So I see the potential if we get some selling to trade all the way down to 170 in the Nasdaq. So
very nice.
170.
You're in a good trade right now.
We got some selling pressure coming in right now. Like to see it.
I'm also looking at like so far away, but like I think you're right. Yeah, 170s, even like 140s. Because yesterday was such a green candle, and I never say this, but there is a fair value gap.
Dolby with the magic words.
So I wonder if we can get back down there. Because then it kind of makes sense to me, right? Because you had these, shorts at, let's say, 21,140. Maybe they went short on that breakout, and they've just been underwater the entire time. Now, if we can get back down to that level, will they end up covering and then becoming buyers? And then you get this massive move to the upside. I'm trying to find a reason as to why. And I think, Jay, you kind of struck it as that CPI figure. That was so important. But there's just so much room down here.
There really is. My initial target when I put that trade on, I wanted to see a retest of that 21,260 level. I wanted to see a new low put in. That was my initial profit target on that short.
Well, we're gonna pull.
We're getting a lot closer to it right now.
We're gonna pull that ad. Probably not gonna get that. If we do want to size up in this trade, let's see if we can find something on a smaller time frame to do that. Also, I'm not moving my stops. This is going to be weird because every bone in my body wants to do that right now.
Yep.
Not doing it. If anything, we're going to add. If anything. So this is a great test.
Jay, you see any opportunity to add on to this winner?
I think we need to get under 305 first. There was a burst of buying that came in there on the way up in this move. We're kind of right where we hesitated, right? So I'm looking at a zone between 305 and 316, kind of where we just tested into. If we get below that, then I'm more comfortable about this going to the downside. But that was buying to the upside. Who knows if they were covering shorts or getting into longs? But someone bought there, and that's kind of where we rejected. So if we can get under their position, then I feel more comfortable adding.
Nice.
Sound analysis, as always.
At 306 bounced, which I'm not a huge fan of. One of my reversal setups is you get sort of like a consolidation at like a low, and then that top of that consolidation can end up turning into support, which is kind of what exactly happened. So we bounced right off of 308s, and that high of that lower consolidation was 305s. And that was a pretty quick bounce. That was 30 points. So I think we're really in the chop shop right now.
Right back to initial balance low.
Yep. I'm definitely putting that other contract back on, though. Nope, not two.
Oh, we're going to... Okay. Still working. We're going to get short a second contract. Love it.
I'm going to put it back in. Yeah. I mean, alternatively, if we could like reconsolidate up here on a shorter time frame, then I think there might be an opportunity to take another short.
Okay.
Man, is that a strong bounce? That is a strong bounce.
Yeah.
Looking at volume, we'll see. I'm on a 15-minute chart now. Volume has been less than impressive so far in this 15-minute bar. This could be just a head fake.
It could be. It could. I mean, honestly, we still haven't even gotten to the really important level, which I think is that 350s. And if we can get up there and get filled and then rotate down, I think maybe the rotation to the downside might be a little bit stronger. Now, if we just rip up higher, then it's over. Trade's over, and we move on, and it's no big deal. But we're very close to getting filled on the second one.
Here we go.
And on the second contract, we'll see if we can scalp some base hits off of it to help pay for this trade. Let's see. Okay, so now we're short 2 at 347s. Let's see if we get that rejection. We only added about $200 worth of risk. If we want, we could lower the stop, but still accept risk.
What's the CUIA? 60? Right around 60?
Yeah, like 361s.
Jay, is this a scenario where we should be getting short where our stop is?
I
didn't say that.
JD.
Okay, let's see. We're still not seeing convincing buying above those 350s. So
see if we can take one at like 310s, that would be pretty solid. But we're in a really good spot right now. Really good spot.
Yeah. What's our average price right now?
21,346.
Nice. Let's count short 2, 21,346 average price.
Yeah.
Sitting on it right now.
And kind of what you can do if you're like longer term trader is like get into your trade, get up to like a larger time frame, and then kind of see where your entry is at relative to the levels that you have. And we're damn close. We're within like 6 points of kind of the level that we really want to be short at, which is say like 350s.
Yep.
Just because that's how the structure is. So regardless of what happens, this is a good setup with good risk. It's well defined, and we're very close to where we want to be short with more size than we had on before.
Yep.
Can we keep on shorting more? You could. You're not adding a ton of risk on if you short like 355s. But I think that's maybe the difference, JD, between like cannonballing and like adding within a range is that like
Exactly.
anything within this range is safe, in my opinion, to add shorts to because this pattern has not failed yet.
Exactly.
Of course, it might fail right in our face and blow up, and we get egg on our face, but it's no big deal. That's how trading works.
What was the high end of that range that
I
you
like
just
eggs.
showed?
It was let's see. I would say like anything between like 355 and like say 349.
Okay.
It's just you're kind of just like scraping the bottom of the 4-hour range. And we're just making the assumption that whoever was long is going to cover, and that's going to turn those traders into sellers, and this will push price back down. That's just the theory. Of course, it might not work. But we never know. You don't know until you put the trade on.
This is true.
Yep. And then if you get really squirmy, you can always lower your stop down to 355 and save yourself 6 points. I don't
Real
think that's
squirmy.
necessary yet. You get squirmy. You know, you get squirmy in trades every now and then. Because we want it to happen now, but we don't get to pick when it happens, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Dolby, if we do get back down to that kind of 310, 306 area and we don't sell through it, I think you could flip that position.
Flip
play a
it?
little reversal challenge if we get down
that's
there and
nice.
it doesn't hold and it holds, right?
Yeah.
Right. Because I do think if we get down there again, that'll be the second test of that level.
Yeah.
So we may see the sellers come through and push it, but if they don't, then I think we see exactly what we just got, and you may be able to flip the position. But let's see what happens if and when we get back down there.
Yeah. I definitely want to take one off at least at like 308s, 310s. That'd be about a 37, 35 point trade. So we can kind of work this range. This is like definitely a time where, you know, I think it's very tempting to move your stop to break even because now we finally got our price back down below our entry. But we're going to resist doing that and just accept risk.
That's the hardest part. Resisting the urge.
Yeah. Well, because we
let the
you know,
trade
it's not
play out.
fun to
Let it
take
play
heat.
out. Yeah.
We don't want to take heat. We don't want to put on losing trades, but we can't put on winning trades if we're scared of losing.
Exactly.
And I fully
had a
believe
short in the S&Ps today at 6,003. Kind of right when you were going through your range trade, your range trading pop in, Dolby.
Oh,
had
yeah.
a short in the S&Ps, and you know, I'll say it all the time. I am not the best range bound trader. It was ultimately the trade of the day, right? If you look at where 6,003 is in the S&Ps, that was kind of the high of that range. But it's building trust in a setup, and you know, I'm a momentum trader. The trade wasn't going, so I cut it. But it's kind of exactly what you have to do. Just put it on, trust it, leave your stop.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just that's the thing with range trading is that you're waiting for the event to happen, which is breaking out of the range or getting stopped out, and there's not really any reason to do anything else until that happens. But that could take a long time, and not everybody has the patience to wait for that to happen. But it could take half an hour. Like we could be in this trade till 2:00, and this market would do absolutely nothing. Like we don't get to pick and choose how the market goes from point A to point B. We just gotta wait.
And that's when I find it's most difficult to restrain yourself from moving a stop. When you're looking at a 1 minute, a 3 minute, a 5 minute chart, and you've been in a trade for a half hour and it's just not getting any follow through. So you're thinking, all right, I'm in this trade. I got 20 points in this trade. I'm not going to let it go against me at this point. It's been a half hour. I'm looking at a shorter time frame chart. I'm taking, I'm going to make $100 on this trade or nothing or whatever.
Yep.
And those are the times you got to start really practicing getting out of your own way and just letting the trade keep working itself out.
Yep. Yep. I remember JD. We had that killer trade on 2 weeks ago. We went to break even, and it ended up running in our favor for probably what could have been like 2,500 or $3,000.
Yep.
And it's like it would take us a lot of break evens to get to that point where it ends up becoming worth it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like if we lose 400, $500 on this trade, we'd have to do that 4 or 5 times for that to be the correct decision.
Yep. And it was those trades were exactly what I just talked about. We had been in them for a half an hour, and we're looking at shorter time frame charts, and we're in a trade for a half hour with no follow through. So, all right, not going to let this winner turn into a loser at this point.
Yep.
We're going to shave it if it comes back to our entry area and make $100 or whatever.
Yep.
And that's what happened.
like
It came and ticked us out and made the move without us. So
yeah, it's something I used
always
to
a
do,
lesson to be
actually.
learned. No matter how long you've
Oh,
been
yeah,
doing
yeah.
this, there's always a lesson to be learned.
And the market will always remind you. It's something I actually used to do. Was actually, oh, there we go. Is it transparent? Oh no, it's covering it up. But I used to draw black boxes over ranges because nothing actually matters in between 310s and the higher range. The only thing that actually matters is the event getting out of that range somewhere up here or getting below it. But anything in between is honestly, it's meaningless in my opinion, as a range trader. Because we're betting on the event happening. This is waiting for the event to happen. This is all waiting. So we'll wait and we'll wait. We'll wait and see what happens.
Still waiting. We are right on top of our initial balance low in the NQ. Initial balance low 36 and a quarter, I believe. I've said it 3 times, but I haven't remembered. Yeah, 21,336 and a quarter.
Yeah,
just waiting for that follow through. We got Hoag coming on in about 15 minutes for the afternoon recap. Maybe he could talk us through this trade just a little bit too.
Well, that'd be fun. Okay, so it's pushing up a little bit, but then it gets rejected again. It's just you just know it wants to get up there and just stop up all these people, right? Because what do we have? Like 350 down to 330, so about a 20-point move. I have to imagine there's probably several traders who are at break even right now. Maybe getting stopped out. Maybe this runs and we get stopped out. I'd even like shorting more up here too.
Yep.
It's crazy.
We've been in this trade for a half hour now already with no follow through.
Nope.
You got a timestamp on when you put that trade on?
I do. I think the last update was, let's see, 26, so at least 10 minutes, but that might be for the second one. What was the first
second one? Yeah.
18. So
just about a half hour.
Yeah, about half an hour. It does give me the heebie-jeebies being short NASDAQ, but we'll do it. We'll do it.
The Dolby rule, right? You don't short NASDAQ unless there's bad news.
Unless there's bad news, but JD did have a nice little structure. We were both short at the same time. I totally understand what we were getting at. It was seeing if this kind of like 4-hour initial balance low to see if that was going to fail. Oh, see, so there's like a situation where like, yeah, maybe you could add in another short at like just a tick above previous highs. And then it pulls back, almost 5 points immediately. And you don't really add a ton of risk. Let's see if we can add another one at 356. So we're trying to add size with minimal risk. With minimal risk. Okay, so now we ran stops to the upside. Now it's pulling back. We need to see some lower lows.
Would you consider
something? What's up, Jay?
No, I was just going to ask Dolby, would you, because I'm thinking, just kind of looking at the structure, that the stop might have to go like 375. Would you consider instead of adding, just widening out the stop?
Oh, sure.
I mean,
I don't know if
just a
it'd be at
question.
the
I don't-
370s. It'd be like,
Right.
yeah, I think that's something you could do. I don't know how much room
You want to give it, because then it
yeah.
breaks the range at that point.
Exactly. So that's like kind of the tricky part, right? Is like, how do you determine what qualifies as a range break?
Right.
Like, how far does it have to go? But we'll see. This is not turning into what we want to see. One of the things I really don't like in my trades is seeing my entry become support for a short or vice versa for a long. So resistance for a long. But now it looks like our entry might have actually become support for the bulls, which is not ideal. Yeah. But we'll hold it. We'll hold it and let this resolve. Because it is a 4-hour level that we're kind of looking at. It does take time.
And regardless, we're not taking a whole lot of risk on this trade. So
no,
this isn't a break the bank type of trade setup.
Nope, it's not.
It would have been a nice 3-1 winner if it goes in our direction, but
yeah. Let's see. If we can get some sort of range or consolidation here, then I'd consider maybe adding another one, or at least walking the stop down to just above. Stop's at 366 right now.
I'm thinking that I don't know if I
is it toast. Or do we need the toast?
Pull up the toast.
Get some butter,
We're toast, guys. We're toast. Get the butter. Thank you, Jay. Get the butter. Time for a snack. We're toast.
Okay. God, can we get back underneath 353? I love that. I love it so much. Yeah, we might be.
Oren's
a little
puzzled why
late.
we're shorting. Oren, we shorted after the break of initial balance low, and then a retest of initial balance low. We shorted at the initial balance low. That was our philosophy behind putting this trade on.
Okay, this might be a time where we can walk the stop down. Because we're making higher highs, we're making higher lows. I'm not going to go to break even.
Yep.
We'll move the stop back down to 362 and see if this can just be like a rounding top and then head lower. It's bulls have performed much better in the last like 10-15 minutes than bears have.
They certainly have, yeah. We're seeing volume kind of dying off, volatility's sort of fading away. But
we really want to see
Finale Hawk wants to know what the edge is here. We've been talking through what the edge was when we saw the trade. It was a cheap trade based off of a retest of initial balance low, risking $400 to make a potential $1,200. That's the edge.
Yeah. Big time frames is what we're trading. Sync, where is exactly initial balance low, JD?
21,336 and a quarter.
336.
See, if you go to my charts, this orange box is the initial balance, the very first hour of trading, the range from the first hour of trading. It's this orange box.
Got it.
So we are back inside of our initial balance. We're still trading inside range, inside value from yesterday. But we had this breakout of the initial balance after a nice double test of our weekly kickoff high. So sellers were firmly in charge for a minute, but now we're seeing buyers step back in. So that was the basis of our short trade off of initial balance low on the retest.
Yeah. And let's see, where can we get our risk? Let's do like 550s. 545. Okay, cool. This is kind of, in my opinion, do or die for our position right here. Really don't want to see higher lows being made right on top of our entry.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan in the chat wants a poll. Are we going to see IB high on the ES before the day's end? Initial balance high in the ES is 6,003 and a quarter. Potentially.
I'm sure we'll have hope about that. There was a failed upside auction in the ES. Did it finish the special situation play? Let me pull up ES real quick.
Kind of wish I added a third at this point. Would have been a cheap ad, only risking like 5-6 points on that. Oh, are we getting back below our entry? Okay.
Yeah, so ES completed the special situation play. Failed upside auction, came back, retest initial balance low, trading back inside of the initial balance now, approaching VWAP. Seeing a little bit of selling pressure coming in, not a whole lot, but sort of the same scenario that we see with the ES, or the NQ, I should say. Not exactly, but
similar.
Very similar. Would I have taken the same trade? I mean, it's debatable. Hindsight's always 20/20, right? But then again, we are the owners of Hindsight Capital. So yes, I would have taken the trade, and I would have made
But
money.
only
off
if it was
of
going to work out.
Only if it was going to work out.
We're gonna have to get a pretty big break of structure here for Bears because Bulls have been dominating on the 5-minute, even the 15-minute. It's just all higher lows. So put on your big boy pants, Bears. Put some work in here. Do it for us. Do it for us. We are getting back below though, so this is good.
We need NQ to drop the anchor right here. Let's go.
Yep. Some levels that we want to see break: 330s, 343s, 308s. Anything below that would be fantastic.
Gives the appearance like it's rounding off just a little bit.
It does. It really does.
Just a visual appearance looking at a 3-minute chart.
And this can be
arcing a little bit.
Yeah, kind of a good teaching moment too if you're going to be trading like ranges or larger time frame levels. Kind of like the stop runs on like say like a 1 hour, 4 hour level will be relatively larger than say like a 5-minute. So you do kind of have to give some grace to those larger time frame levels because they can shoot the level and then still get back in. And then on your little 5-minute screen, it'll be like a 30-point move. But if you look at like a 1 hour, 4 hour chart, it's going to look like a little mini move, right? So you have to kind of like balance that and kind of change your expectations a little bit if you're going to be trading larger time frame levels because those moves are bigger regardless of what's going on.
All right, folks, we are kind of flat right now. Well, we're not flat. House count is short pair of NQ at 21,346, so we are indeed not flat. But the markets have gone just a little bit flat on us. That being said, man, we've got a real special guest for you guys in the green room right now. I can't wait to bring him in. If you've ever made a mistake in your trading combine, this is the guy that's giving you all the advice on the Topstep dashboard. We're going to bring him in right now. None other than the legendary Coach T.
And he
Coach.
will show you. He will help you. He will be your lucky hat. Coach T, my friends, is one cool cat. Listen to Coach T. Your trade's gonna be alright. He will not steer you wrong. He will guide you day, trade, or night.
Hey, how you
Excellent tune.
doing, everybody? How you doing? Hey, Coach T here.
What a jingle.
Hey, can you hear me? Can you see me?
What's going on, Coach T?
We got you. We got you. What's up, Coach T?
All right, you a little quicker, okay? I don't got all day here, okay? Hey,
Nice hat.
I got this hat. You know where I got this hat from? I got it from Tom Landry. Remember Tom Landry? He wasn't using it because he's dead, but I bought it at his garage sale.
So you got it from Topstep Tom Landry.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. He was a good coach, huh? Hey, this thing is called Coach T's mailbag. And I pulled a letter from the mailbag, and I want to read it to you guys. Question is, I understand my trading, but I can't complete my challenge. How can I help myself? Well, good thing is you understand trading, do you? Great. Now it's time to understand yourself. All right? Now, it's time to be a trader. The challenge isn't going to always complete itself while you're out there chasing shiny setups and playing guess the market. Stick to your plan like it's your last dollar on the line and stop trying to outsmart the rules. They're not optional. Oh, and maybe try listening to the part of you that isn't sabotaging your trades. You know, you've got this, kiddo, okay? If you stop being your own worst enemy. So hopefully that helps. And I'm going to leave you with this Coach T golden universal nugget of knowledge, which I call gunk for short. Trade your plan and plan to explain to me why your account looks like a donation jar. And that's what I got for you today. This is Coach T and Mailbag. You guys, how you guys doing today, by the way?
Well, good,
Great to
Coach.
have you here, Coach T.
Oh, not all at once. Come on, not all at once.
Need you
Everybody's
to
doing
make a
good.
phone call to Goldman.
You got
To
the
send
number.
Q
I'll
down.
make the call. Otherwise, I gotta talk to a man about a horse. I'll be back here. And hey, remember, that little blue dust ball glitch shows up. Tell him to go to hell, okay? Because he's a bunch of BS. Don't listen to him.
Hey,
Glitch, what a
thanks
great
there,
name.
Coach T.
Thanks, Coach
Thanks,
T.
Coach.
Always a
All right,
pleasure.
thank you, guys. Love you guys. Love Top Step. I love the community. You guys rock. See you next time.
I hear the Bears are interested in interviewing Coach T also. We'll keep you apprised of that situation as the rumors keep spreading. All right. House count's still short a couple. We got Hoag in the back. We got the afternoon recap coming up in just a couple of minutes. Dolby, what's your take on this trade? Has anything changed? Are you still confident? Or I should say
It
we're not
is.
changing anything.
We're alive.
We're not peeling this off.
We're alive in the trade. We could say that things are not going our way, but we haven't gotten stopped out yet, and the range hasn't broke. So really, what it's doing is just testing the patience of really everybody who is currently in either long or short. I don't think either side is actually all that happy right now. But we did double top off of 360s, which is great.
Yep.
We just need to start making lower lows.
Nice rejection there.
Yep.
Seeing some selling
Right
coming
back
in
to our-
here. The game is not
right back
over
to our
until the
entry price.
final whistle.
No,
Until the
and that's
final
the thing.
whistle.
We don't want to make assumptions about what's going to happen in the market because we do not know. If we did know, then we would position ourselves accordingly and make the right decisions.
All we can do
But
is
we
plan
don't.
our work and work our plan, which is what we're doing. We never move that stop. We're letting this one breathe, giving it room to breathe. Seeing some selling pressure in again. Right back to initial balance low. In the money just a little bit. With that, guys, we're going to turn it over to Hoag for the afternoon recap. Coach Jay, thanks as always for being here.
No problem,
pardon
JD.
me.
Thank you for having us. Thank you for having me here. I just want to say, join us for At the Buzzer today. We got an announcement coming out during At the Buzzer today. Coach Robert's going to be joining us. So if you have any questions about automated trading, make sure you bring those to ask. But we got a little bit of announcement. I have no idea what it is, but we will see when we get there. But thanks for having me. Catch you guys later.
Oh, you got it. And yeah, Dolby and I don't know what the announcement is either, but you guys all love Coach Robert. He's our house algo technician, so smart man, knows what he's talking about. All right, house count is short. We're right back in initial balance low. We're in the money just a little bit. We're going to turn it over to Hoag. He's going to talk through maybe what he's seen on the market right now. Let us know if this trade is still a viable setup. All right, afternoon recap with Hoag coming right now. Mr. Hoagland, the stage is yours.
All right. Hey, welcome to the afternoon recap. It was fun seeing Coach T out there. Always looking out for everybody, and it's great to have him with us. All right. So I'm not sure where to start today. I know we've got a short on in the NASDAQ, and this is typically one of the situations that tends to chew me up as a trader. We never did look above the initial balance in the NASDAQ. We looked below the initial balance. There's less of a probability of the NASDAQ remaining range bound today. So we're still holding that short. We haven't been stopped out yet. We're holding inside the initial balance low, which is 21,336 and a quarter. We've left, some excess perhaps on a longer time frame trade, on a longer time frame chart at the lows here. It's still a legitimate trade. Hasn't been stopped out yet, but I am a little bit worried about it because what we did see in the S&Ps, and again, I tend to try and look at the market generated information from the market that we are actually trading. The reason I'm kind of nervous, the reason I believe that the NASDAQ is likely to remain somewhat range bound today is the fact that we looked above the initial balance and below the initial balance in the S&Ps. We left a failed upside auction. We left a failed downside auction. When that happens, the market has a high probability of remaining range bound, which is pretty much exactly what we've got going on right here in the S&Ps. We're looking at the the New York session VWAP kind of holding his resistance right now. We've got overnight VWAP a little bit above that. So if all roads lead to VWAP, that's all right for the S&Ps. It doesn't bode very well for our position here in the NASDAQ, because looking at the 5-minute chart, those VWAPs are considerably higher. Here's the New York session VWAP all the way up at 21,383. Overnight VWAP 21,394, 395. We're hanging in there. We are hanging tough in this. This is a very difficult trade. We talked about looking for continuation to the downside when we were actually in it, and it seemed like pretty decent price action, seemed like some pretty good tempo. We had the highest volume bar was the bar we put in the low on. So seeing good volume down there, we did see some pretty good selling there, but that selling just dried up, brought us back above the initial balance high, rotating in and around the initial balance low. Rotating around the initial balances is what has a tendency to, one of the things that has a tendency to chop me up. Wasn't really a huge fan of getting involved here. This market has paid us a little bit. It's taking away a little bit, paying us a little bit. I got a feeling that we might be out here relatively soon of that trade. We just kind of had another push to the upside. So when I was talking to JD during Lunchbox, I said, my initial thought is that these markets are going to remain relatively range bound. And I feel like that initial thought was the right way to go. Not that a short against that initial balance was a bad idea. There was certainly some opportunity to take some profit on that, but it just didn't pan out as well as we had hoped. I know JD was looking for a move to the low of the session, and if we were able to hold below that initial balance low, that would have been a really tasty trade. So let's take a look at gold. These weekly kickoff levels, I do a lot of research on them. They've been years in the making. So when one of them really offers a decent opportunity, I'm really happy about that. And today that opportunity did happen in gold. We had some play with it in the NASDAQ earlier in the session. We were unable to hold price above those levels, and we'll take another look at that here very shortly. But weekly kickoff high, 27.56, 30-minute. The market, we open with a gap. The opening range remains the dead ass low. What are we looking at as far as where do we try and find a short in a market that is presenting as strong as this? We talked this morning about where is price likely to get a little bit overextended to the upside, and we kind of focused on 27.56, the weekly kickoff high. Now, it went 19 ticks through it. This is a longer time frame level. You're going to have to trade smaller against it and expand your risk a little bit against it. Although, if you were patient and you saw the market come back in and close this 30-minute bar below that level, coming back to that level on the 12 o'clock bar offered you the opportunity to limit risk and see if you could catch this move to the downside. Now, that move to the downside was worth about 80 ticks. Where did it go to? Initial balance high. Bam, bam. Level to level. Good opportunity. I hope some of you caught that. Back to the NASDAQ. JD was talking about this. Opening range was a dead ass high. We broke below the weekly kickoff high, 21,460. Another look above weekly kickoff high, 21,460, went up to 21,460. What was the high there? 21,474. 14 points above it. Fails. It puts in the IB low. Can't take out the IB low. Comes back to weekly kickoff high. Can't hold above it. Can't hold it. Back to the initial balance low where we finally put in a failed downside auction. Came back in. We've been putting in lower highs and lower lows. It doesn't surprise me that I would have taken a short against that IB low. Just had to manage the risk, and I know the trade was managed very well. The risk was managed. JD, I think, kind of cut the trade a little bit early at a very, very small profit. They continue to work the other couple of contracts, and I'm pretty sure we're out of them by now. So, it was worth the risk. If we were going to be risking, 20 points, it was worth probably 60 if it was going to work out at all. So not a bad trade, just didn't work. Where do we go here? All roads back to VWAP. 5-minute chart, New York session, 383. Overnight session, 398. Tough trade. When the market is magnetic towards an IB high, IB low, weekly kickoff high, weekly kickoff low, those are areas that the market tends to chop me up. And I probably would have been chopped up had I been trying to trade the NASDAQ during this session. Again, the most important, I think the strongest market generated nuance in the equities today was the fact failed upside auction in the S&Ps, a failed downside auction in the S&Ps, up against the weekly kickoff high, unable to hold against it, now rotating back to the center of the range, back to VWAP, just falling into rotation as markets that trade above and below the initial balance usually do. They fall back into rotation. They fall back into range. Hopefully you had a good trading day. Hopefully this has been helpful for you. Thanks again for joining me. This is the afternoon recap. We have funded trader Vince here for Power Hour. He is in a new Express funded account. We've got Andre, we've got Dolby, we've got Vince, and what more could you ask for? Get out there, have a great rest of the session, trade well, and we'll see you in a little bit.
All right, let's get right into it. We're going to run a little three-man weave. We got Vince N joining us, the man in the middle. We got Dolby Time and myself. This is Power Hour on TopstepTV. Vince, how's it going? You just got a new XFA, yeah?
Yeah. But before we start,
why do you say it like that?
Congratulations, Dolby, for getting married.
Oh, Vince, thank you.
Yo, congratulations, man.
Yep. Mrs. Dorito.
Mrs. Dorito, indeed. Vince, why'd you
Lady.
say it like that when I asked you about your new XFA? You're like, yeah, sheepishly, yes. What was that? How'd you trade today?
We're down. I took one trade today. We're down 352.
Okay.
Oh,
we can work with that.
Nothing.
Yeah.
What were you trading?
I got chopped up in the Nasdaq. I had a short bias, and then I think I took one of these shorts right here, and then just got chopped up.
Okay. All right. Well, markets are moving a
Chop
little
is
bit.
real.
Yes, it is. Dolby time. We got house count down a little bit. We are moving a little bit here in the Nasdaq. Last trade 21,378. S&P's 59.90 last trade there. So like we're cooking.
Okay. We stuck to our guns. We stuck to our guns on that trade.
Mm-hmm.
And we had an idea of getting short off initial balance low. Unfortunately, we just couldn't make any lower lows. It was all higher lows the entire time, and it just higher loaded itself right through the range break and to the upside. It happens. It is the way it is sometimes. So we just gotta, live and learn and write down the good things that happened. The good things we followed our process, our strategy, and we didn't move our stop. That was part of the game plan. So in my mind, that is a win. And as long as we don't break our personal daily loss limit, which is, I'd probably say like a little over $1,000, then I think it's still going to be a good day. And then we still got time. Still got time to make some trades.
Yes, we do. Again, upper left-hand corner, hashtag Power Hour. We asked you, again, send in your battle station setups. Who's got the most screens? Someone in the chat said they got 7 screens, I do believe. Get those submissions in. Hashtag Power Hour at TopstepTV. All right, still pushing higher here. S&P's 59.92. A little above.
Longs are
VWAP.
intriguing. Longs are intriguing.
Not much on the tilt right now.
Why short the Nasdaq? It is a bullish market. It is a bullish market.
Always is. Vince, what are you looking at here? The markets are moving. So, what's your read?
I kind of just have book map right now. I want to see how the market reacts to the 21,400 level. We have 36 lots sitting there, which really isn't that much compared to like the early session. It's going up to 56 lots now, sitting around the 400s, 58 lots now. Ideally, I'd like to see price get to the 21,400s and see if we either sweep it or we absorb it to move to the upside or down. But if we do absorb the 400s, my target would be the 430s, and then I'll probably have 15-point stop on that trade if I do take that.
Nice.
So you're looking for shorts then?
Depending on how we react around the 21,400s. I don't know if we're going to sweep it and then just come back down and then see how we react around the 395s, because we have 21 lots sitting there too. So right now I'm kind of just waiting, being patient, waiting for price to move to a point where I want to take it.
Sweet. Okay, cool. I'll mark that off. 21,400s.
Good read. I like that.
It has 34 lots sitting there right now, and then I'd be interested in a long if we can get to 21,370. That's where I would like to enter if I can get in longs. But yeah,
sweet
stuff.
I like that.
But we're kind of just waiting and seeing.
370s. All right, last trade 21,386. And nothing on the tilt just yet. Quick delta reading. Not a whole lot cooking there. Minus 2,800 in the ES. Minus 3,200 in the NASDAQ. Dolby, it looks cold where you're at. You're staying warm. You're staying warm there, Dolby.
Yeah, I went back outside. I'm hanging out with the birds.
You do that a lot.
I do. It's nice out here. The air is crisp. It is fresh. It keeps me rejuvenated and sharp. I spend a lot of time on TV, Dre. Sometimes I gotta get outside.
Absolutely. Those bright lights are very hot, so you brought it outside with them. Hey, Vince, last time we saw you, I believe you were in Vegas. Back in Florida now.
I'm finally back in Florida now.
Okay.
How was it? You had a good time, right? Do some shopping.
How long were you in
Yeah, I had a
Vegas?
good time. I'm glad to be home though.
Yeah.
For sure.
Nothing better than home. Sleep in your own bed. Good feeling. Yep.
Yeah.
You're not getting
was
charged
that
$10 for pulling something out of your refrigerator.
right? Yeah, Vince, was that like a 10-day trip in Vegas? I know it was about a week or
So originally it was supposed to be only a week, and then because I flew my parents out there, and then we all had such a good time that we extended it till after the New Year's. So I think it was about 2 weeks, like 13 days.
it might be a record-setting length for a
Say.
Vegas trip. Yes, good for you, man. And you survived. I love it, man. All right, let's see if we get a pullback to these 370s. Looks like we're going to continue to tick higher here in the NASDAQ. Vince is looking to see what happens at 21,400. On the last trade, 21,390. S&P's above VWAP, 59.92 last trade there. Tilt a little heavy to the long side, nothing crazy. 64% long in the ES and 66% long in the NASDAQ.
Yeah. And I'm looking at the 1-minute chart here, and we're just starting to stair step higher.
Okay.
So if we can get back to even 383s, I mean, that might be intriguing. Definitely 370s. Love that level, Vince. Someone was saying VWAP. I think we got pretty damn close to it. Yeah, we did on the 5-minute. VWAP is at 21,404.
Yep.
Do all roads lead to VWAP?
Did for the S&Ps. Yeah, did for the S&Ps and the Dow. NASDAQ lagging a little bit.
Yep, a little bit of a pullback there. Was it 404s was VWAP? Mark that too.
404s indeed. Apple getting hammered today. Apple down 3% today.
Whoa, is that allowed?
I know. I don't even have ideas.
Apple?
Zuckerberg coming out and saying Apple is running out of ideas. They've been sitting on the iPhone and haven't invented anything in quite some time.
I mean,
it's not wrong.
They made those goggles. Those are pretty cool.
Did make those goggles. They change up
like
the
3
charge.
people use them.
Yeah, the charging cord. They're good at changing that up.
Ooh, that's true. That is true. The new AirPods have some features. Those are kind of nice.
Why is that funny, Vince? Why is that funny?
We're just sitting out in here crapping on Apple. They removed the charging.
I know,
brick.
even though I've got 1, 2, 3, I got like 4 Apple devices like right here too. You know.
Fine. But to be fair, I mean, where's the innovation? Like, what?
Come
how
on.
many you're gonna refresh iPads, iPhones, MacBook Airs? Like the one thing you did try to create from thin air, it was super mediocre. So I think it's a fair comment. They gave up on the car, George. They were going to do a car. They let go of that entire team. So maybe innovation is no longer taking place at Apple. Just a bunch of marketing people. That's all it is now.
You also have a lot of cash
So
too.
people took a lot off at the 400s. We're only sitting with 28 lots there now. So if we somehow do get up to the 400s, I think we absorb that. I'm going to take long at the 400s. But ideally, I'd want to get down to the 370s, and I'll take a long.
Yeah, there's some size down there, Vince. Vince, do you often look at the level 2 for your trades?
I really only look at Bookmap, honestly. Bookmap with psych levels. If they align, then I'll take it.
Okay. So I knew you're getting that data from somewhere because level 1's not going to give you that stuff. But Bookmap does have it. So you probably see all that size as well down at, we got 370s. There's like 40 contracts. 365s has like 30 or so. You probably see the big bubbles on Bookmap.
Keep an eye on the 70s, Dolby. Let's trade 379.
Hey, listen, I love getting long in the NASDAQ.
If we can get down to the 370s, I'll gladly take a long.
Okay. Where would the risk be, Vince?
I have a standard like 15-point stop on most of my trades. And then I started with 1 lot, kind of keep risk minimal if I can, and then I'll add to it if it starts working out.
Okay.
I'm going to put some bids in with you. I'm going to bid 370 and a half and 367 and a half.
Someone's in.
Yeah, who got in? Is that you?
Vince.
No, I'm not in yet.
JD? Is JD still plugged in?
JD.
Oh, he's a madman. He loves trading. He's probably trading right now.
In there.
Yeah, we all.
S&P's pulling back to VWAP right now, 59.89 last trade right there at VWAP. NASDAQ doing the same.
Let's see. All right.
Pullback in the 70s. Here we go.
We're going to work those bids. Chat, are you bearish now? Chat, are you bullish or bearish NQ?
Whole time.
Ooh.
Here we go.
Whole time.
Getting in.
All right. Please fill us at 370s. You said your stop is what, like 15 points? So that's a what, like 360 or so? No, 355.
56, so 300.
Okay. Bull bear. Everyone looks 50-50 in the chat. Also on the tilt looks like 50-50 as well. S&P's pulling back a little bit. Dow and we should
long
be in.
one.
Okay. Vince long 2 as well.
I'm long 1 right now.
Both from 370. Okay.
Let's see if we can hold this. My TP will be the 400s if I can get there.
All right.
Okay, well, we can do that. Got our risk reward aligned, so a little over 1-to-1. I got my stop at 350. Is that cool with you, Vince?
Yeah, you can have your stop wherever. I don't care. It's your money.
There you go. There you go. Man, what a guy. Vince Long.
I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just telling you what I'm doing.
I like
Yeah,
it.
that's it. Hey, that's the truth. That is the truth.
You.
All right, we're still bidding one more at 367s. We'll keep the stop below that 4-hour range low we had at 353s, be at 350, and I like your upside target of those 400s. That would get us about back to break even on the day, which would be nice. So let's see if we can do that. Also, not moving stops. Dre, were you there when Dakota called me out for moving stops?
Indeed, I was.
Yeah.
Did you?
Harsh reality. I learned.
Modifying your
I'm learning.
approach.
I am. We're not moving stops anymore.
Okay, you heard it, folks. Hold them accountable.
Not to break even, at the very least. Not to break even.
Hey, pull is up.
We're gonna run it.
Bull, or are you a bear? Also,
Well,
on the left-hand corner. Oh, wait, hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV. Let's watch this trade play out. Vince, long 1.
House long 2 at 369s with Vince.
21,369. Got the countdown clock. Lower right-hand corner. Oh, we got almost still about 33 minutes away. Like you heard Coach Jay say, make sure you stay tuned in at the buzzer. Very, very special announcement. Surprise announcement. They don't tell anything. They don't tell us anything around here. So we'll all have to tune in to find out what exactly that announcement is going to be.
Must be a good one. That's all I know. Must be a good announcement.
Yeah, man. They don't tell us anything around here, Dolby time. Nothing.
I know.
They don't.
Crazy.
Right, Eddie? They don't tell us anything, man.
You know, Andre, I tell you, this tilt has really given us no direction today. And I'm sorry to say that. I'm looking at the poll, and I don't think that's going to give us any direction either. Pretty much a 50-50 right now. We'll let it cook for a little bit. Maybe we can get an edge here, but right now, bull 53, bear 48.
Let it cook. Thank you, Eddie.
Something I did just notice is that the midpoint of the kind of this bulk of candles we had at around 10:30 today was 397s. No, 396s, which is right about where we just rejected. So that whole midpoint thing is still kind of on my radar. It's very interesting. So this plays out, but that rejected super hard. Getting pretty close to getting stopped out here. We'll see if they can come in and save the day. But this might be the yeah, this is getting damn close. Damn close.
Yeah, I got stopped.
You got stopped.
Gotcha.
It just bounced.
You can't swim without getting wet, boys.
That's right, man.
Hey,
you said it.
That is the truth. We might get bailed out here if this 4-hour range low can hold, but it's not looking great.
Yeah, give it a kiss. We got a 25 lot sitting on the 350s.
I know, we're on the wrong side. Yeah, we're out. We're out. Minus 1437.
It's 1437.
Yeah.
See if we want to take this thing lower.
Looks like it.
Where are they going to take this thing? Low of the day in the NASDAQ, 21,262. Still about 120 points away from that. Whole results 50-50. Bull or bear?
Yeah, pretty much. It's been like that all day. A lot of people calling the market bull bear, bear bull, not giving one or the other.
One of those
Yeah,
days.
tough session. Tough session. Yeah, that midpoint just rejected. Oh, that happens. Vince, about how many losing trades do you take before things start getting not fun for you?
It's not fun already. But
Yeah, I'm with you on that
I
one.
try to only take, so during the live like sessions I do, I only take max 2-3 trades.
Yeah. I think it's about where I was at when I was doing trading combines, about 2-3 trades, and if you're not feeling it after that, it's pretty much just pain town.
Pretty much.
That's
We
the
got more
only
selling
thing that's
coming
left.
in. 21,000. Now we're in the 30s. 21,335. S&P selling off as well. Dow joining the party. Here we go. Good risk management.
Man, real tough. Because
look at that.
And we had that short earlier in the last segment. That got run up on like almost 40 points.
Really
Try to get long, ends up reversing down another 40, 50 points. Very tough trade.
We're going to go there. Sellers just stepped in and said, nope, not so fast.
Yep. I mean, if we're still like longs, maybe we can get back down to 300s, 307s. We failed to break below that last time. I wonder if maybe they'll come back in and support it. Like, yeah, 300, 307. We'll see. Vince, what are you seeing?
300, 307's okay.
I mean, we have 20 lots sitting at the 300s. I just like psych levels in general, just because it seems like price likes to respect like the whole hundreds.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm 0-2 for today, so not really my day. But it's okay. It happens.
Happens. It's trading things.
It does
tricky.
happen.
It's tricky.
As long as the risk is as long as risk is managed, you're pretty much do whatever you want.
Chilling.
You just can't
Yeah.
you just can't let it turn into a demon that destroys your account.
No, I'm chilling.
Yeah.
I like that attitude.
You know, just make sure you have an account tomorrow. You know, you don't have too big of a losing day that you can't come back. I think that was like one of the things I always struggled with. Is like you have like a $2,000-$3,000 losing day. You come back, you make like 500 or $1,000. And you're like, this sucks. It's not enough money.
Still got
It's
more
like,
work to do.
It's still a good day. You just lost too much money the day before.
More selling coming in into the 20s now. 21,320 trades. Now the teens trade. 17s trade. Selling off. S&P selling off as well. 59.79 last trade.
Yeah, very tricky. Well, let's see if we can get back down here. I mean, would you reconsider bidding 300s, Vince?
At like this very moment right now, I would like to see price kind of respect the 300s and then give me a little bit of confirmation before I just hop in. I feel like for our last trade or for my last trade that I just took right now, I was a little impatient. Should have just let price kind of react before I took it. But I mean, I saw like heavier lottage sitting there compared to like other numbers right now. So, or at that time, so I just thought it would be a good time to take it, but just didn't work out. I'm gonna try to stay really patient here.
Wait for the best. Only the best setups.
A little bit of a pop. 332s. Trade. Look at oil.
Inverse head and shoulder.
Okay. Thank you, Gabe. Last trade oil, $77.78. March contract, of course.
Could be inverse head and shoulder. Is Apple really the only thing that's just rolling over right now? Is everything else fine?
Question. Look at some of the
Chat.
Mag 7s.
How are the Mag
Yeah.
7s? How's the Mag 7 doing, chat?
Green across the board here, from what I'm seeing.
Is that
Green
right?
across the board.
Yeah.
Well, then maybe we were just in the wrong,
Except
right
for
idea,
Apple.
wrong location.
Apple taking a dump.
Yeah, Apple's
Nvidia down a
down.
little. Yeah, Apple's definitely weighing.
Tesla down. There we go. Dan Emmons giving us the update.
I mean, Nvidia is pretty range bound on the daily. Couldn't get over those 152s. Can't get below 128. See what happens there.
Excuse me, I believe those were all-time highs in Nvidia.
Yeah, 152s. Yep.
Yep.
As a group, down 1.42%. Interesting.
Thank you,
Definitely
Chad.
some good levels down here.
In the NASDAQ?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of got like this little, like what, maybe like a buying tail at like 1040. Then we kind of bounced there again just now. That level's 318s. So that's kind of where I'm drawing that like inverse head and shoulders is off that 5 minute.
All right.
So it's 1040 AM Central to, what's it, 21,400 all the way back down to the low, and then that shoulder is back at 21,400, and then we're back down again. Sorry, neckline is 21,400, then shoulders would be 21,318.
All right. All right, while we wait, the bottom of the hour is approaching. 4.5 minutes left to the bottom of the hour. We might see injection of liquidity. You know what time it is. Dolby recently just passed the Series 3. My turn is coming up here in a little bit. Here you go. Vince, big fan.
I'm Dolby's biggest fan.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, Vince is the best.
Here we go. Vince,
Alrighty.
let's do this.
Got a multiple choice question of the day, 4 potential answers for those that are creating the poll. Question of the day today is: an investor who establishes a position in a soybean contract is liable for which of the following? A, all carrying charges. B, initial margin only. C, full value of the contract. Or D, initial margin plus any variation margin. What is a trader liable for once they enter a position in a futures contract?
I got D, man. I'm thinking. Well, yeah.
I like the 2C, man.
Think about what they're wanting to guarantee is that you could take delivery of the product. So what would be required to take delivery of the product? That's a little hint.
Ooh.
No,
Dave, you're gonna pass your Series 3, man. You keep on doing these questions.
Hey.
I'm over here looking at the exam behind the scenes. So I've got all the details.
Yeah, it's
It's good to be the king.
I don't full value of the contract, man.
I don't know. I did D as well, but I passed, so I don't even.
Not your problem, Dolby.
Not my problem.
Zeus says C, dummies. Thank you, Zeus.
You dummies.
Come on.
All right, go ahead and close the poll. Let's give you guys the answer. Don't overthink it. If you got to take delivery of the product, what would you have to pay for the product to be able to take that delivery? It is indeed C, just the full value of the contract.
Well, we are the dummies, and Zeus is the genius.
Well done, Zeus. Full value of the contract.
That is your Series 3 question of the day. Eddie will be back with Jab, Jab, Jab shortly, and then I will do Power Hour content to end after MOC.
Thank you. All right, got that one wrong. Full value of the contract. Zeus, you got it right. Zeus, since you're hot right now, which way is the market going to go for the next 31 minutes?
Yeah.
Higher or lower? Please, Zeus. If you got that, let us know.
Maybe we should have Vince do our above below for 3 o'clock.
I like that.
Wait, what do you want me to do?
Okay. So we play a game, Vince, where the game is called Above Below, and we ask chat, is the market going to be above or below a certain price that we elect? So the goal is to try to find the level in NASDAQ that we think is approximately a 50-50 chance to be either above or below. So in your opinion, what level would you pick for chat to guess that we will be above or below on by 3 p.m. Central?
We'll do the 275s.
275s.
All right. Above
We'll
below
do the
21,275 would be above or below.
Hard
21,275.
It's
Yeah,
a
we'll see.
hard game.
All right, house account flat right now. Vince flat. Perhaps eyeing another trade. We got MOC in about 20 minutes. Poll is up.
One of the reasons why I like above below, it just goes to show you how hard it is to predict where price is going to be.
Seriously,
it is
really.
real hard. Oh, really nice little range here, actually.
What a nice little push right here.
Nice range on the 1 minute. It's really kind of formed
little
pretty
bit of
tight
coming in.
between 326 and let's say about 348. So about a 20-point range.
Yeah. 50-50 tilt. The home stretch.
Like
Last 30 minutes.
Shorts could be cheap here. You like longs, probably also pretty cheap here, around 330s. Stop below 310s. It's like 20 points of risk. We will wait and see.
Question for Vince in the chat. Vince, what chart times do you follow from VMAC?
I look at the 1, 5, and 15, and then I look at the 4 hour to kind of get my daily buys. And then I look at Bookmap mostly. I just like looking at orders come in and out of the market.
Just like that 60 lot that just came in the S&Ps. All these turn on, or I'm sorry, that NASDAQ, they just turned on algos there. Amazing. Ooh. Take a look at the S&P ladder. Nothing really popping out there.
Now, what's Bitcoin doing? To the moon still? Oh, 100,000. Almost 101.
Man. Vince, Vince, your thoughts on crypto? I believe I've asked you this before, but refresh my memory.
I'm invested in ETH and XRP.
XRP, Dolby.
Hey,
Yeah.
that thing's crushing it right now.
No, my dad actually put me on XRP. He trades like a lot of crypto and options, and he told me to buy XRP when it was like $1.20 ish, and I just invested with him and held it this whole time.
Yeah.
What's it now?
How'd that work out?
I'm sorry.
3.
Yeah, we're at like 3 something. We were at like 338 this morning. I haven't checked.
Still affordable.
It is.
Nothing crazy.
Eddie might be looking to get into a little crypto. Dabble in some crypto, Eddie.
My little sister is. I told you about that, right?
Oh, that's right. She won some Bitcoin, didn't she, from like a claw machine?
Claw machine. Yeah. This was years ago. She had no idea what it was. What the hell is this?
Like on a thumb drive?
No. I don't know what it was. I can ask her, get a little more detail. But it was connected to like a little stuffed animal. So.
Oh wow.
Does she still hold it?
Yeah.
She's holding it.
Excellent.
Okay. $100,000 claw machine move. That's pretty sweet.
Years ago, it was a joke.
What is going on?
Let's
take a look. I just got to take a quick look at the 10-year yield. Down to 4. Well, down to. Now it's at 4.6%. Literally 2 days ago, it's up to 4.8%. So it's able to dial that back a little bit. Still 4.6%, a little too high for comfort of the Fed. See how things play out. Got a first Fed meeting, FOMC meeting, in a couple of weeks, I do believe. Yes, January 29th. Still got some time there.
Lots of news. Lots of stuff going on.
Yep. Got a new president.
As he is. Oh, yeah.
It's
going to be a
here for that.
brave new world, Dre.
Volatility's back.
What's going to happen 2025. Tweet storms are back upon us.
Indeed.
Make sure
something interesting happening.
Ooh, what do you got?
Watching the 5-minute S&Ps and Dow pushing higher here, and NASDAQ heavy right now. NASDAQ's got to get its act together. Let's see if the NASDAQ wants to catch up to what's going on in the Dow and the S&Ps.
Even RTY is kind of bidding too. Maybe we just
buy the NASDAQ on the correlation. I don't know. Interesting. What's going on right now?
We just put in a little order.
Maybe
316s.
326 is trading right now. See if the Dow and S&Ps. Okay, all right, here we go. NASDAQ still selling off here. This is interesting. Well, the buyers
or was it?
Spoke too soon. Could have got. This is why, yeah.
Ooh, Apple down almost 4%. That's probably not making Nasdaq too happy. Okay, yeah.
Okay, Apple getting hammered. Yeah, look at that. Okay.
Any levels you like down here, Vince?
At this point, I might not even take anything here. Just go 0-2 on the day. Try to preserve some capital for tomorrow, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't know. Because right now today's just been a choppy day. I don't want to get wicked out of a position. And this isn't even like my normal trading hours either, so I'm just here
playing an away game.
And here we go. Okay, so NASDAQ's going to win. All right, S&P selling off here. NASDAQ definitely leading the way down. 1,315 last trade in the NASDAQ. S&P's 59.84. Still right around 50.50.
Well, Vince, if there's any trade ideas you do like that you don't want to take in your account, you can always tell me to take them on your behalf. I don't put them in the house account.
I appreciate you.
Yeah,
I'm just staying patient here. If I see something I like, I'll definitely take it, but I don't really like anything right now at this very second. Interested to see what price does around like the 21,300s, but
cool.
All right. While we wait, remain patient. We got 13 minutes till MOC. What we do have though in store for you in the meantime. Jab, 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 Eddie.
Jabbity, jabbity, jab.
Take it away.
Yes. Jab, jab, jab. Well, we've got some traders ready to go here. Let's see what traders here, what Topstep traders here who are making those jabs count. Early this morning, Sage, Topstep, just passed the combine. Thanks for holding this show. It's very motivating. Way to go, Sage. Lulu, I've seen Lulu's name before. After blowing my combine, I just made $1,500 on a new combine in about 2 minutes. Done till tomorrow. Well, walk away from that going, phew, good job here. Way to walk away. ARC Financial Group passed the 50K combine today. Way to go, ARC. Out of office forever. Up 400 on my 50K. I wanted to put that in there. 400, pretty good. Not getting too greedy and using that jab, jab, jab technique. Remember, small profits do add up. Dustin Price, 1077 profit in my live account. Just passed another evaluation. Way to go, Dustin. Daniela Lima, I passed a 50K combine, exclamation. It's the second test I've passed at Topstep. Unfortunately, I blew my XFA last year, but now I have a new chance. I'll do my best with this new XFA. Thank you, Topstep. Remember, do your best because that's all you can do is your best. Systems Revolution. Just passed my Topstep VIP. There you go. Another trader taking advantage of the VIP and making it happen. Chip Bean, after fumbling 2 copy traded XFAs at the goal line, I'm back day 3 on 2 XMAs, 2K each locked out for the day. I'm grateful for this community and coaches. Chip, We're very grateful for you, and way to go, jab, jab, jab. A couple more here. We've got YY. Another qualifying day locked onto my new XFA. Just one micro running. Base hits. Jab, 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 baby. Well, you got that right, YY. And Ardelius Davis just qualified for my first payout. 5 accounts. It's something really cool. And speaking about payouts, Lewis Walsh just got my first payout. Not much, only $750. Well, $750. If you don't got $750, that is a lot. But Lewis says happy with it. And honorable mention, yes, our good friend Carl Hungus passing another trading combine. And I'm going to pass this back to you, Andre. That is jab, jab, jab.
Thank you, Eddie. Well done, Hungus. Well, we got a chance. Don't look now, but Topstep YouTube channel has just passed 140,000 subscribers. My oh my!
Hey,
what?
About
Wow.
it.
That's incredible.
Man, oh man!
Way to go!
So, if you guys would be so kind, click like, click subscribe, give us a follow on the X. But yeah, 140,000 subscribers. My goodness! Wow,
that's awesome.
Road to 150,000. My indeed.
Getting
let's get back
close.
to the market. Yep, 10 minutes till MOC. 150,000. Here we come. That's right, Travis.
Still want to get to that, to like 39 million, wherever that kid's toy review channel is.
39 million. I know.
We can get there.
Toy reviews.
I believe.
Who knew?
Toy reviews.
We're in the wrong business, Dolby.
I know.
Review some toys. Vince, you too. Review some toys. 1,320 last trade in the NASDAQ. Chopping around. Let's see what happens into the MOC. 19 minutes, you see the countdown clock. We got some hashtag power hour content on the other side of the MOC. Shorts, okay.
55.45 to the short side. Haven't seen that happen in a while. Nice bounce. What's that level I was looking at? What is that? 320s? Yeah.
Here goes the Dow. Here goes the S&Ps.
Bidding?
S&P's coming up. Yep, to the upside. S&P's.
Oh yeah, RTY broke out.
Okay.
Nice, good call.
It's going to take a lot of heavy lifting, drag that NASDAQ with it. Let's see if it can do it. I might be leading the way.
Palm Tree, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the house account is profitable year to date. We might be about break even, maybe a little in the green if I had to guess. We haven't had too many massive swings in P&L, and I think most of the house account managers have been trading onesies, twosies. So even if we are down, it's very, very small. And if we are up, it's probably also pretty small as well. We're probably pretty close to break even if I had to guess.
Yep. We're also about 2 weeks into the trading year. So
yeah. Lot of game left.
A lot of game left.
We're like 5 minutes into the first quarter.
See what the S&Ps can do with VWAP right here. 59.90. Try to tick above.
So I have a question for you guys.
All right.
If you had to trade one ticker for the rest of your life, what would it be? And why is it the NASDAQ?
Dolby?
That's a good question. Only one? Yeah, maybe NASDAQ. Maybe YM would be good. I think crude oil is too seasonal, but I could probably trade that one too. I'd say NASDAQ just because it's the most consistently volatile right now.
ES for me.
Yeah, ES. Maybe YM.
Yeah.
YM is fun. I like the YM to trade.
Hoop. Cattle, of course. Vince, I'm guessing NASDAQ for life, right?
Man, NASDAQ is like the baddie that will ruin your life, and ES is the married. But I don't trade ES, and I think that's my issue right there.
The baddie that will ruin your life. She's a baddie. The NASDAQ is a baddie, indeed. How many people in chat?
Bid.
Yep. Wish higher here.
What about you, chat? Oh, cattle, CL, ESNQ, frozen concentrated orange juice.
There you go.
Those are fun markets.
It was a good analogy. 21,335. Nasdaq stuck a little bit right here. S&P's little rejection at VWAP, about a point or so. Get 2 now. 6 minutes till MOC.
RTY broke out to the upside. ES didn't. RTY looks pretty good. The old Russie.
Yep.
Insane range today, too. Goodness gracious. The 1 hour range in the Russell is fantastic.
How much we talking?
Let's see. 2,263 up to 2,284, so about 20 points, but it's very clean. I don't
Tim
know
B.
what that is.
Parachuting in. Russie going nuts. What's up, Tim B?
Nice 5-minute range on the NASDAQ, too. Kind of just... This inverse head and shoulders is still stuck.
Stuck indeed. Come on.
Do something.
Last couple of power hours have gotten movement, but it hasn't been clean. Or definitely not one directional. That's for sure. All right. Dow and
That's trading,
S&Ps.
man. That's trading.
Yes, it is.
Truly.
50-50 on the tilt for the most part. I guess 62% long in the ES. Yeah, make sure you stay tuned. Yeah, stay tuned for after this at the buzzer. Told there's a big announcement, surprise announcement at the buzzer. They don't tell us what it is, so we'll all be tuning in for that. We still got 14 minutes left.
Yeah. A lot of time.
Let's see what MOC is going to do here for us today.
MOC, yeah. MOC yesterday, for those that need a quick refresher. Oh, yeah, heavy sell side, about $4 billion to the sell side amongst the ES, NQ, and YM. MOC yesterday. We'll see if it's similar in about 4 minutes.
Going up.
Yep. We are just chopping around right now. 50-50 on the tilt. Come on, markets. 3 months to do the same sets.
I think we're going to get something. I mean, it's really range bound right now. There's some good levels down there to go and get. You know, Vince has those 300s. I'm looking at 307s. I think there's stuff to go and get if bulls or if bears want to push down to get, or bulls want to push down to get liquidity to get it back up again. Like, there could be some stops down there.
Let's go get them. Apple breaking low of the day.
Yeah,
there we go. Thank you. What is going on at Apple?
Zuckerberg tarnished their name.
Seriously.
Said you're not creative.
I don't think, I don't believe Tim Cook was invited to the inauguration on Monday. I didn't see his name. I know Bezos, Elon, and Zuck will all be there.
No Tim Apple, huh?
No Tim Apple.
Did you get an invite, Dre? Are you gonna go?
I did, but I can't make it because we're gonna be on TopstepTV covering it, so I could not attend. Yeah,
What?
I know.
It's more
Oh,
important
dude.
being here than there. Yeah.
100%. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Topstep,
More love
Topstep
here.
TV
Yes.
over everything.
You got invited for real?
What? Yeah, I did. No, I didn't get invited.
Nah, no, you didn't.
You'd be, Vince, you'd be my plus one. If I did get invited, you'd be coming with me, man. We'd be yucking it up, man. Yucking it up. Yeah, man.
I'll get us a private jet for
now we're
the
talking.
inauguration.
Now
There we go.
There you go.
I like that.
I mean, Dre did get invited by Tuckman to go see Fish backstage. I mean, Andre is no stranger to elite invites.
Rubbing elbows with high society, no doubt. Here in Chicago. I did not, Lion. I did not. I was in Chicago.
You had
All right,
to
we
think
got
pretty hard about it, though, Dre.
I trust me.
You had to.
Trust me, I did. I floated the idea out there, but let's just say there was a conflict in scheduling. It was my production assistant's birthday. It was it's my production assistant's birthday that is
Oh,
yeah,
that's a big one. That's a big one.
It is. It is indeed.
Mr. Michael won't let you off.
And that too. The boss wouldn't let me off. Yep. Even on New Year's Eve.
Man.
All right, guys. Got 80
1
seconds.
minute. Wow.
Inauguration is on Monday, correct? And market is
Poll
half-day
is up.
trading. Poll, yeah, here we go.
Our poll is done.
Poll is done. Above, below, 21,275. 58% say above. 60 seconds till market on close.
Wow.
That would cook for a
You
while.
say that again?
What's that?
58% said above? That's shocking. It wasn't more than that.
Yeah, I know, right?
Vince said that like 50 points away from that level. Wow, y'all are
Yeah,
bearish.
I thought we were going to have a massive candle down or something.
Well, we still might.
Still might come. Here we go.
Let us see
Some
here in
power
10
hour.
seconds. We're going to find out if
10
this MOC moves the market at
Can you
all.
bump the time up, Eddie? All right, I'll get out of your way.
I got
5 seconds.
5 seconds.
Okay, here we go. All you, Eddie.
All right, S&Ps, 113 million buy side. NASDAQ, 208 million buy side. Dow, 22 million sell side. And the Mag 7, 256 million buy side. And that's all we've got. Remember, these numbers do fluctuate. I will be watching anything kicking in. I'll get back to you. Thanks, Andre. Back to you.
Thank you, Eddie. Kicking ass here on Topstep TV.
Hell yeah.
Pretty much what the whole lot cooking on that MOC.
Well, if training Russell. You see Russell here? Russell making a nice run north.
RTI cooking? All right.
Oh, yeah, it is.
That was the trade here this afternoon.
Oh, yeah, it is. Look at that. One market woke up.
It's a very choppy
Looking up.
market. Like range bound, big moves. Range bound, big moves.
Dow also gave us a nice little run here.
A lot of people going to be coming in and
Do
buying
we
apples.
like longs?
Apple weighing down everything. Yeah, Apple trading around the lows. Damn.
Yes, hoop, a nothing burger or a wish sandwich. Andre, you know what a wish sandwich is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Let me know which one fills up first, right? Wish in one hand and wish in one hand.
Sandwich. 2 pieces of bread and you wish you had some meat.
It's okay.
Bow, 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 bow.
Video Kingdom says boring day. Well, thanks for hanging out with
I'm
us.
sorry,
We
man.
made it a little less boring today. Make sure to stay tuned in again tomorrow.
Well, I mean,
Reversal
NASDAQ's
stand.
favorite letter of the alphabet is the letter V. And it
Indeed.
was another V bounce today. 400s down to 262s, up to 400s, back down to 300s. Anyone tempted to take longs here?
I was going to ask Vince.
Oh, I'm done for today. I thought we closed positions at 4. I'm done.
Vince chilling. Okay.
Yeah, that's the smart
I
thing
don't want
to
to
do.
take something and we close in 5 minutes or 7 minutes. So
Yeah, that's the best thing to do.
Yep. All right. Just a little more selling coming in here. Apple's going to drag this thing down with it. Come on. Get more selling. Here we go. 21,308. Let's see if it gives the 300s a test. We were up to 390s at the beginning of Power Hour. Now we're already down to 307. So shorts were
S&P, 7 million buy side. No, 7.
Mm.
Now it's just changed again. Boy.
It flipped.
Yeah, Dow, 7 million sell side.
Okay.
And yes, that was the Blues Brothers wish sandwich.
Ah.
Ooh, nice.
My go-to Halloween costume.
Oh, yeah?
Very easy. Very, very, very easy. All right, here we go. Coming up to these 21,300. See if they... All right. Just took a test beneath them. 299s. Hey, Vince, you seeing anything? Any size orders there in the NASDAQ?
we filled all those orders and we're pushing down. I think we're going down to the 85s-ish. We're probably going to... I don't know. But I think we're probably going to get to the 85s.
85. So, wow, okay. Well, still got the above below down at 21,275.
But we'll see.
Hope it lands right
This is
on
just like a lot slower than the New York session. That's something I realized earlier. Or I guess this is the New York session, but the first hour of the New York session.
Yep. It is a lot slower. And the 1 p.m. session's even slower than this.
Let's see if it keeps selling this thing. Last trade 21,290, down 100 points in this power hour.
Vince with maybe one of the greatest above below calls.
I know.
Ever.
It was a good line. It was a good over under.
Holy, seriously.
It was, yeah.
Should have gotten short. Hell, that was spot on.
Yeah.
Sour hour, they say.
I was thinking about shorts, but I didn't know where a good entry would be, and I already took 2 losses, so I might as well end it 0-2.
I like that. Good discipline, not forcing anything. Got 5 minutes left here in 5 minutes. Here we go.
Oh, whoa.
We are selling up. Here we go.
Whoa.
It's 275s, my man. It's end in the house. We got the lows, 21,262.
There's a 75, so let's see where we close. On the last candle, too.
My man.
Wow, what a call.
Yeah. What were we trading when he... 320s-ish?
At least 340s. At least
340s? Okay. All right, here we go. We're about 12 points off the lows here in the NASDAQ. S&P's staying firm. Here we go. 10 points off the lows in the NASDAQ. Sell-off in progress. It's got to be Apple.
I think, yeah, it is Apple.
Yeah. Yep, Apple. Here we go. Man.
I need to go work for Vegas, boys. I'm not gonna lie. I'm
Yo,
gonna retire from trading. We're gonna go make over unders for Vegas.
It's breaking hard here.
Nailed that one. Here we go. 4 minutes down below. S&Ps and Dow still staying stronger here, but Dow is. I'm sorry, the NASDAQ. Here we go. About 5 points off the lows in the NASDAQ. What's going on in the Russell there, Eddie?
You know what? Same thing, man. I tell you, I mentioned it's hitting some highs here, and it goes seller on me. So, yeah, we're all on the same bus here right now.
NASDAQ dragging everything down with it. Here we go. On the lows. Man. Tim Apple. I'm not going to be happy today.
Nope.
275. Yep. 275 last trade. 3.5. Nice over again. Those poll results. 58% said above. Shout out to the 41%. We are beneath 275s right now.
I mean, half of chat should be printing money right now, because if you said below at 340s,
wow,
you
new
must have
lows.
been super bearish.
Yeah.
Really hope you took that trade.
Nice call, Vince.
I should have taken that trade. What are we doing, boys?
I would have said like 360s or something.
Who's short? Who's short going in the close? Let's see in the chat. We've got 2.5 minutes left here in power hour. Anyone catch that? Move to the downside.
I mean, longs are like super cheap right now.
Yes, they are. I said below job swing. Shorts are in here.
This might end up right at 275.
That'd be the best. The best over under call of all time.
Yeah. It's hard. It's hard to find a number.
Buy sides are leading.
Is it? Okay.
Where we go here?
2 minutes.
Yep, went full screen to the NASDAQ. A thin on the ladder. Here we go. Man, oh, man. Oh shoot, yeah, let's do some hashtag power hour stuff. That's right, Gabe.
Yeah.
Thank you for your mind. Let's do it. We got less than 2 minutes. Did we get some battle station setups?
We did. We
Yeah.
got 2 of them.
All
We'll
right.
start
let's
with
see
those. Andre's favorite. We got Mark, the battle station
Ooh.
that provides an opportunity on a daily basis. That's a pretty beefy setup, particularly throwing those TVs on the top right as well, in addition to ultra wide, 2 ultra wides, and then a couple TVs in the right.
Oh yeah.
Shout out to Mark. We got Type R guy, my trading setup. hey, keeping it simple, a laptop and an iPad, that for a lot of people, that's what
Nice.
works.
Awesome.
Hey,
Some people with even less, and that's keeping it simple. It's all good.
60 seconds.
Whatever
Who knows?
helps you with your process. We got My Funded Journey 5 days later. Another payout request coming. Jab, jab, jab. Shout
Hell
out
yeah.
to My
Oh, look at
Funded
that.
Journey. Just
Wow, a
a
lot of green.
big performance. Yeah. Huge performance dashboard in green. Yeah, YOLO Baggins. I did it. Managed to go full tilt like a moron. Lose my XFA in a few trades. Discipline's getting better, but once I get confident, I become an idiot and blow an account. 10 days of discipline and near perfect trading down the tubes. YOLO. It happens to the best of us, man. Keep it up. Just keep jabbing, as Eddie would say and MP would say. We know you'll be back. Heard from you before. Get back to that discipline. You got this.
Good stuff.
Sunny, best start to an XFA I've ever had. 5 Gs and locked out, it looks like. So good discipline to lock yourself
Smart.
out after a huge green day.
Here we go.
And last but not least, to finish, we have Trading with Min, who is a VIP trader from Coach Hoop's team, who has officially passed the VIP combine.
Nice.
So all those traders in the VIP, you got 2 days, 2 closing bells, today's closing bell and tomorrow's closing bell, and that is it. But back to you, Dre.
You got it, man. Oh, man. Markets are closed. Absolute just free fall right now. 21,000.
5 seconds.
235.
Crushed.
Here we go.
There we go.
And that is
Okay.
all she wrote. 3 o'clock Chicago time.
Man, oh, man. That is, wow. Okay. Hey, Vince, thank you so much for joining us, my man. Nice call on those 275s. The under was the play. Who knew? Big sell off there in power. Dolby time. Great stuff. We'll see you again tomorrow. Make sure you guys stay tuned in for At the Buzzer. Shout out to all the Bellers, of course. Nice trading today. Right now, throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, take us out of here. Also, hey, one more thing. Quick shout out to Time for Light. First day XFA locked in $6,500. Great job. Eddie, take it away.
Wow. Thank you, Andre. I hope everybody had a good day today. And not necessarily in trading, but at least in education and the tradertainment. Tomorrow, we've got some minor early numbers here coming in. 7:30 tomorrow. Remember, this is all Central Time I will be talking about. So if you're new, remember Central Time. 7:30 building permits. We also got housing starts, and that's at 7:30. Coming in at 8:15 capacity utilization rate. Minor number, but we do have industrial production month over month, which can turn the blender on, my friends. Industrial production year over year, both those numbers will be coming out at 8:15. 11:15, we got the Atlanta Fed GDP. And after that, yes, 12 o'clock, you know it, I know it, 12 o'clock, the Baker Hughes rig count, Dusty Baker, Howard Hughes getting together and going to be counting some rigs. That's 12 o'clock, high noon tomorrow. And let's take a look here and see what we've got on the schedule for our menu tomorrow. And coming in Friday the 17th. My gosh, the 17th. Fast Markets, we got Mohammed going to be with us. Coach Dakota. We've got Coach Vince going to be dropping in, seeing how we're doing. Coming in, Peter Tuckman. We got a Peter Tuckman scheduled. Let's see if we can grab him to see what he's got to say about these markets. Coming in for Trade with Topstep, Andre and Dolby will be talking to John T, JT, and Ben's going to be doing Shoulder Tap tomorrow. Lunchbox Trading, Tim B and JD. And tomorrow, Top Quiz says that we got Bonnie once again. Oh, we got Bonnie here. Remember, Top Quiz, top 5 winning scores, highest scores will get an automatic entry into the VIP draft. And then for those that got 3 out of the 4 correct, 3 or 4 better, you will get a entry into the raffle, and we'll pick those names at Power Hour tomorrow. Also, Power players, who's going to be playing the games tomorrow? Well, we got JD, Dolby, Anne Marie, and Isaac will be playing our reverse challenge. So hopefully that is what we've got here right now. And remember, coming up here next, as Andre mentioned, we do have At the Buzzer, 3:15, right here in YouTube with Coach Jay, Coach Paul. Coach Ray tonight is going to be at 6 o'clock in the Discord. Coach Vince, 7 o'clock in the Discord. And slow markets tonight. We got slow markets tonight. 7:30 with Coach Dakota. So make sure you're setting your alarm, setting your clock, getting ready for some good information from all of our coaches here. So keep that in mind. Okay. Now it's your time. It is your time. Go relax. Go re-energize. We've got a big day tomorrow. It's a big day tomorrow. So get yourself ready. And orders from headquarters. Please stay safe. Stay healthy. Have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again, my friends, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.